Tianhua, let me ask you, what is the purpose of your cultivation? Of course, it is to uphold justice, to avenge grievances, and to bring peace to the people. Xiao Tianhua, you damned devil. You killed tens of thousands of innocent people in order to refine the blood-evil Tiangang sword. You deserve to die 10,000 times for your sins. Xiao Tianhua, stop resisting in vain. Today, all the righteous cultivators are gathered here. You have no way to escape. I advise you to hand over the Tiangang sword to us for destruction. We can still leave you a whole body. Demon, you have killed innocent people and caused chaos in the world. I wish I could eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. On the Jueshin cliff, Xiao Tianhua's black robe was soaked in blood and tattered. Looking around, there was a 1,000-foot cliff behind him, and countless powerful enemies within a 10-meter range in front of him were staring at him. The cold wind on the edge of the cliff blew the black robe and made it rustle. The bright red blood flowed out from several deep scars on his body that could be seen to the bone and gathered at his feet. And to this point, it is a dead end. What a pity! Xiao Tianhua looked at the blood-red short blade in the palm of his right hand, and his heart was unprecedentedly calm at this moment. The 36-blade blood, evil heavenly gang sword. Only one step away, Xiao Tianhua looked up at the righteous monks who besieged him, and his vision became a little blurry due to excessive blood loss. These so-called righteous monks are all highly respected or talented and high-spirited people, and there are many former acquaintances among them. Everyone stayed 10 meters away from Xiao Tianhua, scolding and blaming him, but no one dared to come forward, fearing his counterattack before death. It was already evening, the sunset was sinking, and the golden afterglow fell on Xiao Tianhua, blocking the righteous people in the dark, as if he was the righteous protagonist who was forced into a desperate situation, and those people were more like greedy villains. What is the meaning of cultivation? Xiao Tianhua suddenly chuckled, and the past memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Originally, he was just an ordinary person on a blue planet. He came to this world due to an accident. He had read too many novels and was full of hope for this world. Like those protagonists, he had a sense of justice and climbed to the top by chance. Unfortunately, this was just his fantasy. The cruelty of this world was beyond his imagination. Strength was the most basic rule of survival. The strong could reverse black and white, and the weak could only survive. 500 years of crawling at the bottom to survive made him see the cruelty of this world. The so-called righteous people were just wolves in sheep's clothing, even more disgusting than those demons. Only the last step. Xiao Tianhua suddenly laughed. His eyes swept over everyone around him, and he remembered the appearance of each of them deeply in his heart. If there's an afterlife, do the free and easy demon again, and all of you, not one will be left. Boom! A roar echoed on the Jueshin cliff, and Xiao Tianhua resolutely exploded and fell off the Jueshin cliff together with the Tiangang knife. Xiao Tianhua, let me ask you, what is the purpose of cultivation? Xiao Family Academy. This was 500 years ago. Xiao Tianhua looked at his position in disbelief, until the teacher's voice sounded again to pull his thoughts back. Tianhua, answer my question. What is the purpose of cultivation? The purpose of cultivation, Xiao Tianhua smiled indifferently. Naturally, it is to uphold justice and bring peace to the people. After the class, Xiao Tianhua returned to his residence alone, looking through the window of the wooden house, watching the breeze outside the window, blowing the tender green willow branches like the dancing girl. Stretching out his right hand and gently grasping it, a blood-red blade pierced out from his wrist, instantly cutting off a willow branch. So that's it. The last step of the blood-evil heavenly blade is to sacrifice yourself and coexist with the sword. The 36-blade blood-evil heavenly blade, one of the 3 ancient evil weapons, has the title of indestructible without soul and indestructible without object. It has an unimaginable killing ability against souls, and indestructible without object requires greater strength from the user himself. In his previous life, Xiao Tianhua got the method of refining the Tiangang sword by chance, but the method was incomplete, missing the last and most important step. But Xiao Tianhua's self-detonation just satisfied the last step of the Tiangang sword, offering himself. After breaking and then standing, the Tiangang sword appeared perfectly in the world, but why did he, who was supposed to be dead, return to the present? Xiao Tianhua didn't know, but since then, The method of refining the 36-blade blood evil Tiangong sword has disappeared. Only after Xiao Tianhua's death will it reappear in the world one day. 500 years, back to the present. Everything seems like a dream. Xiao Tianhua closed his eyes and lay on the bamboo chair. The sunlight through the window enveloped his body and was so warm. Living again, he will never live like in a last life. The memory of 500 years will be his greatest reliance, and with his Tiangong sword, he will become a true giant of the magic way in this life, making the whole world tremble. In 3 days, it will be the day to test my spirit veins. The most urgent thing is to improve my spirit vein grade. Xiao Tianhua will never forget that the spirit vein test in his previous life informed the entire Xiao family of his yellow-gray qualifications. He was despised by everyone and regarded as a waste. He was expelled from the Xiao family and has been struggling for survival ever since. I am just a concubine in the Xiao family. My parents died early. My uncle took all the things in my family. He said that he would keep them for me because I was still young and return them when I grow up, but this is impossible. It is difficult to find a way to improve the spirit vein grade, but there is still a way to cheat the spirit stone. Xiao Tianhua stood up and remembered a pill recipe. It was very common in the city outside. The ingredients were simple. The function was to improve the grade of my spirit vein to the heavenly grade within half an hour. No method could test the authenticity. The only drawback was that it could only be upgraded to a wood-attributed spirit vein, but it was still very useful in this old town in the deep mountains. Pushing open the door, the air was filled with the fragrance of wild flowers and soil. It was past 2 in the afternoon. Xiao Tianhua lived a little distance from the main house of the Xiao family. He walked by alone and occasionally met 2 clansmen without saying a word. 500 years of running around in the previous life had made Xiao Tianhua see through human nature. The so-called friends of the same clan could only be considered as the same clan when the benefits were sufficient. After the qualification test in the previous life, he was not even as good as a dog in this Xiao family. Friends who thought they had a good relationship went to curry favor with those with high qualifications and avoided him, fearing that he would be looked down upon by others because of knowing him. Look, that is Xiao Tianhua who wants to uphold justice and bring peace to all people. TSK, 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 what a great ambition. Xiao Tianhua turned a deaf ear to the weird comments of others and walked by silently. Chapter 2. The Blood-Linked Veil. In order to concoct the spirit-reviving pill, I require hollow wood, spirit-connecting grass, and the venom sac of the veil spider. As Xiao Tianhua recalled the memories of his past life, he ascended a narrow path directly up the mountain, delving into the dense forest in search of the necessary items. The Xiao family resided in Twilight City, nestled amidst a mountainous expanse, aptly described as being surrounded by mountains on all sides. Despite the picturesque environment, characterized by mountains and rivers, the resources for cultivation were exceedingly scarce. After experiencing various events in his previous life, Xiao Tianhua understood the reasons behind this scarcity. A small segment of hollow wood would suffice. He approached a tree with a dark green trunk, approximately 2 men high, and deftly cut off a branch, weighing it in his hand before pocketing it. The spirit-connecting grass would require a more diligent search. The veil spider was known to feast on fresh flesh. As Xiao Tianhua traversed the forest in pursuit of the spirit-connecting grass, he suddenly spotted a woodcutter in the distance, singing a mountain song while carrying a load of freshly chopped firewood on his back. The woodcutter moved slowly, stooped under the weight of the firewood. His worn straw hat adorned with a sprig of tender green grass. Indeed, there is always a way out. A smile graced Xiao Tianhua's lips as he quickly closed the distance to the woodcutter. Old man, wait a moment. Startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Tianhua, the woodcutter relaxed upon realizing it was merely a young lad. What do you want, boy? Why do you block my path? Good sir, I hail from afar and have a penchant for collecting rare herbs. I notice that the grass on your hat is quite unusual. I implore you to part with it. The woodcutter, hearing this, set down his firewood and removed his hat. Indeed, a peculiar sprig of grass was nestled within. He scrutinized Xiao Tianhua, noting his youthful appearance and humble attire, which did not suggest wealth. I too hold a fondness for this grass and would prefer not to part with it for free. If you truly desire it, why not offer some silver in exchange? As the woodcutter spoke, he examined the spirit-connecting grass more closely, assessing its uniqueness beyond its vibrant hue. Anticipating the woodcutter's response, a broader smile spread across Xiao Tianhua's face as he reached into his pocket. Silver is certainly agreeable, but, as he approached the woodcutter, he seemed to extract a gleaming object from his pocket. The woodcutter's face lit up, mistaking it for gold. In a swift motion, the sharp Tiangong blade pierced through the woodcutter's jaw, the blade emerging from the top of his head, without a single drop of blood spilling forth. Yet it appears you have no life to claim it. With a slight exertion, Xiao Tianhua severed the woodcutter's head, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck. The scent of blood quickly permeated the air, soon attracting the veil spider, known for its appetite for fresh flesh. Xiao Tianhua held the spirit-connecting grass, waiting patiently. After a few minutes, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes, and with them came a flurry of yellowed leaves crawling towards the woodcutter's corpse. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these leaves possessed slender limbs, revealing themselves as the veil spiders he sought. Resembling dead leaves, the veil spider, also known as the deadleaf spider, derived its name from its venom, which impaired the vision of its victims, akin to the ancient saying of a leaf obstructing one's sight. A multitude of veil spiders swarmed from all directions, soon covering the woodcutter's remains. Xiao Tianhua deftly grasped one, skillfully extracting its venom sac. With all the materials for the spirit-reviving pill now gathered, he could commence the concoction. Turning away, he descended the mountain, leaving the woodcutter's body behind, knowing that wild beasts and insects would soon take care of the remains. On his way back home, Xiao Tianhua encountered several classmates, who merely observed from a distance, discussing him loudly once he had walked away. To bring peace to the masses, such grandiose claims. The truth will be revealed at the spirit assessment in 3 days. If he is only a yellow-grade spiritual vein, he shall become the greatest joke of Twilight City. The harsh sounds of mockery reached Xiao Tianhua's ears. To bring peace to the masses, indeed, a most absurd jest. Upon arriving home, Xiao Tianhua secured the door and retrieved his mortar and pestle from beneath the bed. The method for concocting the spirit-reviving pill was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to crush and mix the various materials before applying intense heat to thoroughly cook them. Within half an hour, Xiao Tianhua had successfully created the spirit-reviving pill. Gazing at the irregular, charred object in his palm, Xiao Tianhua maintained a calm demeanor. With this item, he could flawlessly pass the spirit assessment in 3 days, enabling him to implement his plan step by step, just as in his previous life. His yellow-grade spiritual vein impeded his cultivation speed, rendering it tortoise-like. Even with the Tian Gang Blade, such a formidable weapon could only be employed for ambushes. 3 days swiftly passed. Aside from attending classes to listen to the teacher expound upon lofty principles of little practical use, Xiao Tianhua spent most of his time in solitude. His ambitious aspirations had caused many former friends to distance themselves, and the echoes of derision frequently reached his ears. On the day of the spirit assessment, as dawn broke over Twilight City, the Xiao family was abuzz with activity. All youths of the family who had just turned 18 gathered in the square, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the assessment. At the center of the square stood a towering black stone, inscribed with golden runes, known as the Spirit Assessment Stone. One need only place their hand upon it lightly, and the emitted light would reveal the grade of their spiritual vein. Heavenly grade was gold, earth grade was red, profound grade was blue, and yellow grade was white. Silence, please. I will now call forth the names on this list for their assessment. The head of the Xiao family stood beside the stone, producing a list and announcing, Xiao Yunyao. At the sound of the family head's call, a striking young woman emerged from the crowd, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Numerous young disciples gazed at her with fervent admiration. At just 18, her beauty was unparalleled. Her delicate features and fair skin resembled exquisite jade. Though her attire did not exude opulence, it was dignified and appropriate. Xiao Yunyao. Xiao Tianhua too watched her, aware that they were not well acquainted, even entirely unfamiliar, as she belonged to the direct lineage of the Xiao family. While he was not from the same academy, Xiao Tianhua recalled from his previous life that Xiao Yunyao had tested as an earth-grade fire spiritual vein, shining brilliantly during the assessment and becoming a key focus of cultivation for the Xiao family. However, what lingered most vividly in his memory was the fact that she was among the righteous cultivators who had besieged him at the Cliff of Absolute Immortals in his past life. Earth-grade fire spiritual vein, true phoenix inheritance. Xiao Tianhua watched as Xiao Yunyao approached the spirit assessment stone, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Xiao Yunyao placed her hand upon the stone, slowly closing her eyes to begin the resonance. Chapter 3. The Celestial Spirit Vein. As time passed, the inky black spirit stone burst forth with a brilliant crimson glow, subtly revealing a searing flame that blazed within. The earth-grade fire spirit vein. The youths surrounding the stone gazed on with envy, while the head of the Xiao family beamed with joy. The earth-grade spirit vein was exceedingly rare, promising unimaginable future achievements. With proper growth, one could at least attain the realm of a transformative radiance expert. As for the celestial-grade spirit vein, it was a treasure rarely encountered. Not only in this Twilight City, but even in the world beyond, its appearance was a 1 in 10,000 occurrence. Should one emerge, the entire family would protect and nurture them with every resource available. Wonderful, wonderful. The head of the Xiao family exclaimed repeatedly, patting Xiao Yunyao shoulder with satisfaction. Truly a child of the Xiao clan. With such talent, if you commit to diligent training, your future accomplishments shall be boundless. Well said, head. Xiao Yunyao smiled, leaving the spirit stone amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. Her auspicious beginning intensified the pressure on the disciples who were to be tested next. Half an hour later, the majority of the testing disciples had gone, revealing mostly yellow-grade and a few Xian-grade spirit veins. Amongst the 100 disciples tested, less than 30 possessed Xian-grade potential. How had the Xiao family fallen to such a state? as more results emerged, showcasing yellow-grade and even useless spirit veins. The head of the Xiao family's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhua calculated that his turn was approaching. With a subtle motion of sweeping his wide sleeves across his lips, he seemed to swallow something, a gesture so minute it went unnoticed by anyone. Xiao Tianhua. Upon hearing his name, he strode forward through the crowd to the spirit stone. As those around him recognized his face, they immediately identified him as the arrogant fool who fancied himself a savior of the common people, and laughter erupted from the crowd. Isn't he the so-called champion of justice? I wonder what grade his spirit vein will be. Most likely yellow grade. What potential could a bastard child possess? With such lofty ambitions, he ought to achieve at least Xian grade, or he would be the laughingstock. Xiao Tianhua disregarded the mocking voices, placing his hands upon the spirit stone, waiting in silence. In an instant, golden light erupted, and the spirit stone hummed with resonance as emerald vines appeared, rising from its surface. The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased, leaving everyone dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Heaven! A celestial grade with spirit vein. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. The head of the Xiao family trembled with excitement, and the other elders hurried to surround Xiao Tianhua, marveling at his revelation. Excellent! A celestial grade spirit vein. The Xiao family shall rise. Tianhua, from this day forward, you are the heir of the Xiao family, personally nurtured by me. The head of the Xiao family transformed from his earlier grim demeanor, placing a hand on Xiao Tianhua's shoulder, his joy overflowing. Head, Tianhua is my nephew. A middle-aged man in long robes hurried forward, raising his voice. He lost his parents at a young age, and I raised him single-handedly. Is that so? The head of the Xiao family frowned, scrutinizing this impudent relative. Of course it's true. Tianhua, speak up. Xiao Shan urged, panic in his voice. He had never anticipated that the nephew he had looked down upon would turn out to be an unparalleled genius, instantly elevating his status. Seeing Xiao Shan's anxious expression, Xiao Tianhua remained unfazed. In his previous life, when he had revealed his yellow-grade spirit vein, the scornful gazes had cut into him like knives. And Xiao Shan had seized the opportunity to make his life miserable, ultimately forcing him to leave the Xiao family. But now, everything had changed. With a mere display of skill, he could ascend to become the heir of the Xiao family, standing above all others. This was merely the beginning. The Xiao family, much less the entire Twilight City, was merely a stepping stone for him. Tianhua, say something. Speak to the head. Xiao Shan urged in a pleading tone as the murmurs from the surrounding relatives threatened to overwhelm him. Xiao Tianhua, however, paid no heed, feeling like a jester before the crowd's ridicule, which also incited the ire of the head of the Xiao family. Remove this shameless wretch. Expel him from the Xiao family. In no time, 5 days had passed since the spirit testing ceremony. Since that day, Xiao Tianhua's residence had become extraordinarily lively, with relatives visiting one after another, nearly breaking down the threshold. The head of the Xiao family had initially suggested vacating a room next to Xiao Tianhua's for his use, but Xiao Tianhua declined, citing discomfort in unfamiliar surroundings. The head of the Xiao family was not deterred, instead visiting each morning to instruct Xiao Tianhua in cultivation techniques and the refinement of his energy channels. Xiao Tianhua, possessing remarkable talent, progressed to the second level of energy channel refinement in just 3 days. Those who had mocked Xiao Tianhua's lofty ambitions now fell silent, instead extolling his noble character and heroic essence. In poverty, one is overlooked. In wealth, distant relatives come to call. The next day, while leisurely wandering, Xiao Tianhua unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yunyao. Upon seeing this paragon of the Xiao family, a blush crept across the young maiden's fair face as she approached him. Their conversation, filled with elegance and decorum, kindled a spark of affection within her heart. As days passed, their bond deepened, culminating in an invitation to admire the moon together one night. Upon accepting, Xiao Yunyao reluctantly departed, glancing back at his retreating figure, while a subtle glimmer flickered in Xiao Tianhua's deep-set eyes. That night, they journeyed to a cliff outside Twilight City, where Xiao Yunyao, clad in a striking red dress, resembled a resplendent rose, while Xiao Tianhua remained in his unchanging dark robe. The full moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery blanket over the earth. As the night breeze caressed the cliff, Xiao Yunyao tentatively drew closer to Xiao Tianhua. A celestial-grade spirit vein will only be obscured within the Xiao family. She hesitated before voicing her thoughts. Will you leave the Xiao family? What do you think? Xiao Tianhua countered. Will you depart? Yes. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Yunyao answered decisively. The Xiao family lacks the resources to nurture me. If I have the opportunity, I will certainly leave for a higher platform. After achieving success, I shall return to repay the Xiao family. Great minds think alike. They exchanged smiles, drawing closer together as Xiao Yunyao rested her head gently on Xiao Tianhua's shoulder, while he clasped his hands behind his back. Merely cultivating is insufficient. Only through real combat can one elevate their prowess. Shall we hunt magical beasts in the mountains tomorrow? Indeed. I wholeheartedly agree. A broad smile spread across Xiao Tianhua's face. I share that very sentiment. Chapter 4. Encounter with the Phantom Hound in the early morning. A thin mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering the landscape indistinct. As the sun broke through the fog, rays of light cascaded down, and a gentle morning breeze brushed against the face, bringing a touch of chill. According to their arrangement, Xiao Yunyao awaited Xiao Tianhua at the gates of Twilight City. Today, she donned a delicate blue brocade robe, a long sword sheathed at her waist. And her long, raven hair was elegantly tied with a silk ribbon, exuding an air of grace and poise. Before long, Xiao Tianhua arrived, having been reluctantly permitted to leave by the head of the Xiao family after much persuasion. Accompanying him were 4 or 5 disciples from the Xiao clan, who, upon seeing Xiao Yunyao, were filled with excitement. "Sister Xiao, we did not expect you to join us. This is splendid." Faced with their enthusiastic inquiries, Xiao Yunyao could only feign a warm smile. Subsequently, she discreetly pulled Xiao Tianhua aside and whispered, "Why did you bring so many people? The magical beasts in the forest are fierce. Having more companions will ensure our safety," Xiao Tianhua replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yunyao immediately grasped his implication, a flicker of something unusual passing through her eyes as she noticed the obsidian ring adorning Xiao Tianhua's left hand. If memory served her right, this was a storage ring, of which there were only 3 within the Xiao family, each in the possession of the family head. Yet here was Xiao Tianhua, wearing one. The family head is indeed biased, she thought, diverting her gaze, unable to suppress her displeasure. Outside Twilight City, the Yui mountain range loomed with towering ancient trees that had stood for millennia, their dense foliage blocking out the sunlight. The forest was dim and slightly eerie, with the occasional sounds of insects, birds, and the roars of wild beasts echoing from a distance. "Are we really going in?" As they approached, a few disciples suddenly hesitated. "The Yu mountain range is perilous. We are merely novices in cultivation. If we encounter a formidable magical beast, will we not become its prey? If you are afraid, now is the time to leave." Xiao Yunyao cast a glance of disdain at them and boldly stepped into the forest. "Sister Xiao." The disciples exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tianhua declared, "It is precisely because it is dangerous that we must venture forth. Flowers in a greenhouse are fragile. If a girl like Xiao Yunyao dares to enter, are you all less courageous than her?" Xiao Tianhua shook his head, sighing at their timidity. "We will merely train at the periphery. We will not delve deeply. If you are scared, you may return." The disciples exchanged glances, realizing that news of their training expedition had likely spread throughout the Xiao family. To return now would certainly invite ridicule. "Sister Xiao dares, so we shall too." Inspired by Xiao Tianhua's words, they suddenly surged forward, sprinting towards Xiao Yunyao. "That is better," Xiao Tianhua observed their retreating figures, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he bent down to pluck a small purple flower growing beside the tree roots and tucked it into his pocket. The dense forest was dark and damp, with shadows flitting by and the roars of beasts sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a wild wolf sprang from the nearby thicket, its crimson eyes gleaming with menace as it sensed the presence of Xiao Tianhua and his companions. It paced back and forth, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Mere meters away from them, "Just an ordinary wolf. There is no need to fear," Xiao Yunyao said coolly, drawing her sword and opting for a proactive approach. As the wolf lunged, she deftly evaded, thrusting her sword into its abdomen with remarkable swiftness. The strike was precise, and the wolf let out a pained howl, its eyes reflecting deep terror as it fled into the depths of the forest, leaving a trail of blood. "Sister Xiao, you are truly impressive." The disciples praised her fervently, eager to elevate her to the heavens. Xiao Yunyao remained silent, pressing deeper into the forest as if something unseen beckoned her. Xiao Tianhua, meanwhile, was occasionally crouching to inspect the decaying leaves and wild grasses on the ground, having noticed Xiao Yunyao's unusual demeanor. Based on fragments of knowledge from his past life, he surmised that an opportunity was nearing for her. A ferocious roar erupted from behind the trees. The group halted, the air thick with the scent of blood. In the dim light filtering through the leaves, they discerned a pool of blood and a massive claw mark on the ground. A magical beast. Xiao Yunyao tightened her grip on her sword, while Xiao Tianhua retrieved a black gold Dao sword from his storage ring. They cautiously approached, faintly hearing the sound of bones cracking, obscured by the trees. Suddenly, a pair of enormous crimson eyes opened behind the trees, and the formidable magical beast emerged. It was a creature over 2 meters tall, its powerful limbs resembling a lion, a phantom hound. Xiao Yunyao immediately identified the beast, explaining to Xiao Tianhua, "It is a first-tier magical beast, lacking any special abilities, but its strength and speed surpass ordinary animals. We can handle it together." The phantom hound's blood-red gaze fixated on the group, its dark tongue licking the remnants of flesh from its jaws, its sharp fangs inducing shivers of fear. "Seize the initiative. We can attack," Xiao Tianhua shouted, charging forward with his sword gleaming ominously. The phantom hound, sensing the threat, emitted a furious roar and lunged at Xiao Tianhua with its gaping maw. With swift reflexes, Xiao Tianhua thrust his sword upward, embedding it into the hound's jaw. The pain elicited a howl from the beast, causing it to abandon its assault. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tianhua swung his sword, striking the hound's head and instantly staining his weapon with blood. Infuriated by the injury, the phantom hound disregarded its pain, delivering a crushing blow to Xiao Tianhua's chest. The force was overwhelming,
He was sent flying several meters away, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Tianhua. The sudden turn of events left the others in shock. The Phantom Hound, now enraged, charged at Xiao Yunyao and her companions, its bloodthirsty nature evident in its crimson eyes. Dodge. Xiao Yunyao evaded the hound's attack, swinging her sword to pierce its hind leg. Tearing away Chapter 5, The Cave's Opportunity. Is this truly a first-tier magical beast? How can it be so terrifying? Witnessing their companion being effortlessly torn apart by the ghostly hound, a profound fear began to spread among the group. Leaning against a great tree, Xiao Tianhua observed Xiao Yunyao and her companions grappling with the ghostly hound, his calm eyes betraying no emotion as he swiftly assessed their capabilities. A first-tier magical beast is akin to a practitioner at the pulse condensation stage. However, the ghostly hound could only be considered on the threshold of becoming a magical beast, ranking among the weakest of its kind. The reason Xiao Yunyao and her companions found themselves in such a dire struggle was due to Xiao Tianhua's subtle manipulations. Having fed the beast some potent substances during their earlier confrontation, the wailing flower induces a temporary state of frenzy in any creature that consumes it, driving them into a blind rage where they attack everything within their sight. Upon entering the dense forest, Xiao Tianhua had discovered several wailing flowers growing from decaying tree roots. In his previous life, some had refined the juice of this flower alongside other herbs to concoct the Violent Yuan pill, which enhances the user's strength. However, the wailing flower is highly toxic. After a brief period of frenzy, the toxin spreads throughout the body, culminating in death. In contrast, the side effects of the Violent Yuan pill are considerably milder, leaving the user merely fatigued and weakened after its effects wane. As the battle in the forest intensified, the ghostly hound's massive form bled profusely under the relentless assaults of Xiao Yunyao and her allies, its movements growing increasingly sluggish as the effects of the wailing flower began to fade. The group, still inexperienced in their cultivation, struggled to execute their attacks effectively, with only Xiao Yunyao demonstrating exceptional talent, wielding her sword with remarkable finesse, inflicting injury upon the beast with each strike. Xiao Tianhua clearly observed the searing flames dancing along the blade of Xiao Yunyao's sword as she unleashed a fiery sword chi. The innate fire control technique of a terrestrial-grade fire spiritual vein was evident. Xiao Tianhua realized that the capabilities of a terrestrial-grade spiritual vein far surpassed his yellow-grade one, especially considering Xiao Yunyao's significant background. The battle ultimately ceased following the ghostly hound's final wail, leaving the others utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground as they watched Xiao Yunyao skillfully slice open the beast's abdomen, reaching inside for something. Moments later, having found nothing, she angrily severed the hound's head with a single stroke, causing the others to tremble in fear. Are you all right? Xiao Yunyao approached Xiao Tianhua, surveying him with concern. I know of a nearby cave that is relatively safe. We can rest there. I'm fine, Xiao Tianhua replied, rising to his feet, his left hand supporting his right arm, a pained expression fleeting across his face. The group followed Xiao Yunyao through the dense forest, she occasionally glancing back at Xiao Tianhua, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, while the others remained silent, already awed by Xiao Yunyao's formidable strength and ruthlessness. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the cave that Xiao Yunyao had mentioned. Xiao Tianhua surveyed the surroundings, noting the stark differences from the outside world. The cave was devoid of any greenery, the ground charred as if scorched by fierce flames. Entering the cave, they found it dark yet not cold or damp, warmer than the outside air. This cave was discovered by my father when he brought me here to hunt magical beasts in my youth, Xiao Yunyao shared with Xiao Tianhua. Every time I return, I feel an inexplicable sense of calm. Here it is, Xiao Tianhua thought to himself, beginning to search the dark cave. As his hand brushed against the stone walls, he sought any anomalies. After a moment, he halted, sensing a faint breeze stirring the hair at his ear. This cave indeed harbored secrets. Following the direction of the wind, he eventually found a slightly warm stone on the innermost wall of the cave. I found it, Xiao Tianhua thought with delight, yet he hesitated to press the stone immediately, contemplating whether he should eliminate Xiao Yunyao and the others right then. After a brief reflection, he decided to wait a bit longer and quietly beckoned Xiao Yunyao over to share his discovery. Could it be a tomb? Xiao Yunyao placed her hand on the stone, sensing a faint call of bloodline resonance. Without hesitation, she pressed down, and with a dull thud, the wall trembled, revealing a portal before them. There may be opportunities within. Xiao Yunyao glanced at the others who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion and remarked to Xiao Tianhua, with many mouths to feed, fewer will be satisfied. What do you think? Xiao Tianhua understood her implication in this world. Familial bonds were not as profound as those on Blue Star. In the face of sufficient benefits, even sworn brothers would fight to the death. If there were indeed opportunities, eliminating the others would allow for greater gains. Patience is key. Opportunities often come hand in hand with dangers. Why not let others pave the way for us? The group entered the stone door together, and Xiao Tianhua retrieved an oil lamp from his storage ring, allowing Xiao Yunyao to light it, positioning it centrally to illuminate the surroundings. Inside the portal lay a narrow corridor, where walking two abreast felt cramped. Thus, only one could lead at a time. Xiao Yunyao walked behind, followed closely by Xiao Tianhua and the others. After traversing approximately 500 meters down the corridor, they emerged into a spacious area of about 90 square meters. The flickering light from the oil lamp revealed collapsed walls that obscured their original forms, while the ground and ceiling were riddled with cracks, dominated by a peculiar stone at the center. As Xiao Yunyao approached the stone, it seemed to trigger a mechanism, and flames suddenly ignited around them, illuminating the entire space. The group finally discerned that what lay at the center was not a stone, but two charred skeletons. Spirit King of all beings, you have aged and weakened. How unfortunate it would be to let your soul-devouring technique perish with you, a voice echoed, revealing a vision on the left wall. A stunning woman in a fiery gown stood in a grand hall before an elderly man with a white beard. Spirit King of all beings? Xiao Tianhua frowned, recalling the name from his past life, having heard of the legendary figure who created the soul-devouring technique, capable of devouring the spiritual veins of practitioners to enhance his own power. A formidable being of the rainbow transformation stage who had mysteriously vanished at one point. Now it seemed he had met his end here. As Xiao Tianhua contemplated, the vision on the wall depicted a fierce battle between the Spirit King of all beings and the beautiful woman, their powers clashing with flames and ghostly green energy, neither able to gain the upper hand. True Phoenix, if you covet my soul-devouring technique, you must first ensure your own survival. The battle escalated, but the Spirit King of all beings, weary from age, began to falter. True Phoenix, if you wish for my demise, you shall not fare well either. Chapter 6. The instantaneous kill intent. The Great Spirit Annihilation Formation. The Spirit Beast King was bleeding profusely, marked by the indelible scars left by the searing flames of the True Phoenix. Both were formidable beings of the transformation realm. The Spirit Beast King, gravely injured and on the brink of death, found little advantage against the True Phoenix. Aware of his impending defeat, the Spirit Beast King retaliated in his final moments, exhausting his spiritual energy to activate the Great Spirit Annihilation Formation. In an instant, ethereal green runes emerged from the heavens and the earth, intertwining to form a cage that bound both the True Phoenix and himself. You wish to perish alongside me? What madness! The formation was fully established, requiring only a modicum of power from the Spirit Beast King to trigger it, at which point all living beings within its domain would be obliterated. Yet, the True Phoenix was evidently unwilling to meet such an end. Suddenly, her figure surged forth, her fingers thrusting violently into the Spirit Beast King's eyes, causing blood to spatter. In excruciating pain, the Spirit Beast King was unable to channel power into the formation, as the True Phoenix's relentless assault shattered his body in mere moments. In a final strike, the Spirit Beast King let out a desperate roar, and his feeble essence surged uncontrollably. He grasped the True Phoenix tightly, undeterred by the searing flames. His battered form clung to her like a tattered cloth. If I die, I shall take you with me. In the ensuing chaos, the Spirit Beast King's body ignited with ghostly green flames, which spread to envelop the True Phoenix upon contact. This was a fatal blow from a master of the transformation realm, turning the surrounding area into a desolate wasteland. Undoubtedly, the True Phoenix perished at the heart of the inferno. As the vision faded, only the two entwined skeletons remained. So it was like this. Xiao Tianhua's eyes flickered as he recalled that in his previous life, Xiao Yuxiao had obtained the True Phoenix's legacy here, becoming a renowned figure of righteousness. She had entered the cave with several clansmen, yet she alone emerged unscathed, never revealing what transpired within. It was only later, after being captured by demonic cultivators, that she unearthed fragments of those memories. This cave harbored such secrets. We must return immediately to inform the clan leader. It may prove invaluable to the Xiao family. A young man from the Xiao clan, realizing the significance of the site after witnessing the battle, resolved to return at once. The others echoed his sentiment, except for Xiao Tianhua, who remained still, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yunxiao, waiting for her decision. Under Xiao Tianhua's gaze, a cold smile suddenly graced Xiao Yunxiao's lovely face. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed as her sword was unsheathed. The young man proposing to return stood frozen in shock, clutching his bleeding throat, staring incredulously at the bloodied sword in Xiao Yunxiao's hand. With a swift strike, she severed his throat with no extraneous movements, her ruthlessness betraying none of the innocence of a girl just coming of age. Xiao Yunxiao, what are you doing? Are you not afraid of the clan leader's wrath for slaughtering our kin? The remaining few were taken aback and enraged, utterly unprepared for Xiao Yunxiao's sudden betrayal. No. Xiao Yunxiao glanced at the indifferent Xiao Tianhua before speaking. The forest is fraught with danger. If I claim you fell victim to a beast, how could the clan leader blame me? Moreover, you possess mere yellow-grade spiritual veins, while I am of the earth grade. Even if he learned of your demise at my hands, he would only offer me a verbal reprimand. Xiao Yunxiao's eyes glinted with cruelty as she stepped forth, a dazzling light emanating from her sword. In mere moments, she dispatched all the disciples save for Xiao Tianhua. These disciples, weary from battling the ghostly hounds, were no match for her, a prodigy of the Xiao family, whose training far surpassed theirs. The air grew thick with the metallic scent of blood as Xiao Tianhua and Xiao Yunxiao stood in silence. As I have said, where two powerful beings have fallen, opportunity must surely accompany it. Now there are only the two of us. We may share the fortune. Xiao Yuxiao spoke casually. I will not kill you. You are unlike the others. Your heavenly grade spiritual vein far surpasses my own. Should I slay you? I would face the unending wrath of the Xiao family, and I would find no sanctuary in Mistgate City. Besides, I am quite fond of you. With a charming smile. She appeared ethereal. Xiao Tianhua said nothing, merely gazing at the breathtaking figure before him, still admiring her decisiveness and ruthlessness, qualities essential for survival in such a dark world. Xiao Yunxiao's slaughter seemed to trigger a hidden mechanism within the stone chamber, as a bright flame emerged from one of the skeletons, gradually transforming into a woman. Strikingly similar to the true phoenix. At last, you have arrived, the woman spoke, her voice melodious and ethereal. The Spirit Beast King's counterattack was formidable. Had I not divided a fragment of my soul at the last moment, I might have truly perished here. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Tianhua before resting on Xiao Yuxiao. You have finally come. Now accept the legacy and unite with me. The Spirit Beast King is dead and holds no further value. With the true phoenix's legacy, I shall soon reclaim my former glory. It turned out that Xiao Yunxiao was but a fragment of the true phoenix's soul. Xiao Tianhua recognized that this was the true phoenix's lingering will, harboring the legacy. The true phoenix's legacy could prove immensely beneficial to me. He murmured, gradually approaching Xiao Yunxiao. Simply accept the legacy. I will protect you. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his gentle expression betraying his concern. Xiao Yunxiao nodded, trusting him to guard her back. She had no fear that he would betray her. After all, the legacy was uniquely hers, perfectly attuned to her spiritual vein, entirely unsuitable for Xiao Tianhua's wood-type vein. Furthermore, as an earth-grade spiritual vein wielder, she held significant standing in the Xiao family, even if Xiao Tianhua were to kill her. The clan's wrath would be immense. Such self-destructive actions were unlikely to cross his mind. With these thoughts, she prepared to sit and accept the legacy. Yet, she miscalculated. Xiao Tianhua's heavenly grade wood vein was a ruse. With a sudden chill piercing her heart, Xiao Yunxiao glanced down to see a blood-red dagger protruding from her chest. Sharp and devoid of a single drop of blood. Blood Fiend Heavenly Dagger. The true phoenixes will change countenance, glancing at Xiao Tianhua, who maintained an air of nonchalance as the dagger pierced through Xiao Yunxiao's heart. Time was of the essence. Xiao Tianhua held nothing back as he wielded the dagger, dismembering Xiao Yunxiao's alabaster form without uttering a single word. In an instant, she lay lifeless. And only after ensuring her demise did Xiao Tianhua turn his attention to the true phoenix's lingering will. Chapter 7. The legacy of all spirits. The Heavenly Gang Blade proves particularly lethal against soul entities. Even the mightiest of souls falter under its might, akin to mere tofu, let alone a fleeting obsession. 3 great wicked weapons, the 36 blades of the Blood Fiend Heavenly Gang Blade. How could you possess such a thing? Who are you truly? The true phoenix obsession roared fiercely, met only with the ruthless strikes of the Heavenly Gang Blade. As the true phoenix obsession was vanquished, it left behind a fiery orb the size of a fist, this being the legacy of the true phoenix. Xiao Tianhua stepped forward and grasped it in his hand. Examining it closely, his face illuminating with satisfaction. The true phoenix legacy is now mine. Upon extinguishing the true phoenix obsession, Xiao Tianhua unwittingly triggered a hidden mechanism left by the All Spirits Demon King. From a nearby desiccated skeleton, a wisp of ethereal light emerged, transforming before Xiao Tianhua into a cascade of dark green characters. I, the All Spirits Demon King, perished here, unwilling to accept my fate, leaving behind this opportunity for one who vanquishes the true phoenix. The soul-devouring magic. As a spirit of heaven and earth, when a cultivator perishes, their spiritual power returns to the heavens. The soul-devouring magic intercepts 30% of this heavenly spiritual power for personal use. Viewing the characters before him, a glimmer ignited in Xiao Tianhua's eyes. The soul-devouring magic, what an unexpected boon. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat down, following the guidance of the text to commence his cultivation. The All Spirits Demon King, as he had heard in his past life, was a figure of righteousness, one who pursued the righteous path without excessive bloodshed. Thus, the legacy left behind would likely pose no danger. Moreover, possessing the Heavenly Gang Blade as a part of himself, even if peril lurked within the legacy, it could not harm him. To attain the optimal state of the soul-devouring magic, one must first disperse their original spiritual veins and reconstruct the soul-devouring vein. The All Spirits Demon King had already paved this path for him. He merely needed to disperse his spiritual veins. Without delay, Xiao Tianhua decisively scattered his spiritual veins. Instantly, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, his body growing weak and limp, as the spiritual power dissipated, rendering him weaker than a child. Without a moment to spare, Xiao Tianhua seized the legacy left by the All Spirits Demon King and swallowed it. In an instant, a terrifying power coursed through his body, the soul-devouring vein taking root within him and rapidly beginning to grow. The growth of the soul-devouring vein required an abundance of spiritual power. As a spirit of heaven and earth, it inherently contained the purest form of spiritual power. With Xiao Tianhua currently devoid of spiritual power, the soul-devouring vein could only siphon from his corporeal essence. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tianhua appeared significantly emaciated. This is dire. Without spiritual veins to restore my spiritual power, I shall perish before the soul-devouring vein fully matures. Xiao Tianhua lamented, glancing about and spotting the fallen bodies of the Shao clan disciples. The spirits of those who had just perished still lingered, perfectly suited for his needs. Xiao Tianhua immediately rose, as the soul-devouring vein continued to grow, consuming his bodily essence. He appeared as a mere skin draped over bones, his garments hanging loosely. Each step requiring immense exertion. The Shao clan disciples had all met their demise by a single strike to the throat. Xiao Tianhua grasped the wounds on their necks. And under the influence of the soul-devouring vein, pure spiritual power surged into his body, their corpses visibly decaying into desiccated bones. Once he had devoured the spiritual power from all the corpses, the soul-devouring vein finally fully matured and began to refine the surrounding spiritual energy into spiritual power for storage. Xiao Tianhua resumed his seated position, utilizing the soul-devouring vein to commence his cultivation. The results were remarkably pronounced. His cultivation speed surpassed that of his original yellow-grade spiritual vein by more than threefold. The spiritual energy that permeated the stone chamber continuously flowed into Xiao Tianhua's body, as the main branch of the soul-devouring vein completed its growth and began to sprout secondary branches. Now at the first layer of the condensation vein realm, he had fully refined the legacy left by the All-Spirits Demon King. The soul-devouring magic served as his primary cultivation method and defensive measure. The Heavenly Gang Blade must not be revealed lightly, as discovery would necessitate silencing witnesses. Having been granted a second chance at life, Xiao Tianhua understood the perils of this world. The Heavenly Gang Blade, one of the three wicked weapons, would inevitably attract covetous eyes upon its emergence, even from the most formidable cultivators who would succumb to temptation. Within this Twilight City, the various techniques possessed by his clan bore little practicality. He hoped the true Phoenix legacy would provide him with some offensive capabilities. In his past life, Xiao Tianhua cultivated with a yellow-grade spiritual vein, neglecting the rank and practicality of his techniques. He had pursued too many paths, resulting in a sluggish advancement, and through sheer luck obtained the method to forge the Heavenly Gang Blade. The forging process had been smooth until the final step, when he was besieged by many. In retrospect, he realized he had been manipulated, treated as a pawn. The individual orchestrating it all had not anticipated his self-destruction, which inadvertently completed the final refinement of the Heavenly Gang Blade. The so-called righteous path was merely a guise for hypocrites. Xiao Tianhua scoffed, seizing the drifting true Phoenix legacy. In an instant, he refined it. With the assistance of the soul-devouring vein, all that remained in the legacy surged into Xiao Tianhua's body. The soul-devouring vein could perfectly adapt to any attribute of technique, converting spiritual power accordingly. It was for this reason that the All-Spirits Demon King was heralded as the strongest in the Void-Treading Realm. Yet, even cultivators of the Void-Treading Realm merely attain longevity, not immortality. They too shall face the inevitability of aging. The aging All-Spirits Demon King struggled against the relatively youthful True Phoenix, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction. The True Phoenix technique, True Phoenix Leaving Fire Record, renowned for its fiery prowess, was fierce and domineering, featuring the True Phoenix's rebirth and optimal choice for Xiao Tianhua at this moment. He recalled the suffering he had endured at the hands of Xiao Yunyao in his past life. Had it not been for her devastating strike of the Fire Phoenix's heaven-incinerating flame, he would not have been grievously injured, cornered at the edge of the immortal abyss. After a while, Xiao Tianhua's cultivation returned to the second layer of the condensation vein realm, having formed his first secondary vein, nourished by the True Phoenix Leaving Fire Record, glowing crimson and adjacent to the soul-devouring vein. With the True Phoenix legacy in hand, along with the soul-devouring magic, his starting point in this life nearly rivaled the entirety of his past efforts. Upon completing his cultivation, Xiao Tianhua couldn't help but lament the capriciousness of fate. The deaths of these disciples could easily be blamed on the beasts of the forest. The loss of the yellow-grade talent would draw little inquiry from the Shao clan patriarch. However, Xiao Yunyao remained a troublesome variable. Xiao Tianhua pondered. The Earth-grade spiritual vein, let alone within Twilight City, would be regarded as remarkable even in the outside world. The individuals I have slain from the Shao clan will undoubtedly investigate. If they trace it back to here, it would spell disaster for me. Now that the deed is done, Xiao Tianhua must devise a plan that allows him to conceal the truth of Xiao Yunyao's demise. If memory serves, there are 3 beast nests within this forest, each led by a beast king, equivalent to low-tier cultivators of the merging vein realm. Perhaps I could attribute Xiao Yunyao's death to them, although such a course of action carries its own risks. Chapter 8. The Annihilation Array. As Xiao Tianhua contemplated his plans, he suddenly recalled the Annihilation Array utilized by the King of All Spirits to slay the True Phoenix. The Annihilation Array was also documented within the soul-devouring technique, albeit requiring a plethora of rare materials to construct its intricate patterns, demanding an immense consumption of primal stones. Xiao Tianhua sighed, realizing that he currently lacked the capability to establish such a formation. Otherwise, he would not need to ponder the reason behind Xiao Yunxiao's demise, as he could simply eradicate the entire Twilight City without hesitation. Yet, it was a matter of insufficient strength. Wait, as Xiao Tianhua channeled the soul-devouring technique, he suddenly perceived a familiar aura lingering in the surroundings, resonating with the soul-devouring veins within him. Could this resonance be linked to the annihilation array? A tremor coursed through Xiao Tianhua's mind. The king of all spirits had perished for several centuries, yet the annihilation array still existed. To activate the annihilation array, the soul-devouring veins were indispensable, but he had not anticipated that after all these years, the formation had not dissipated. What a remarkable opportunity. This array, forged by the king of all spirits himself, might have diminished slightly in power over the century. Yet it would pose no challenge to eliminate low-level cultivators within the Cave Heaven realm. The highest cultivators in Twilight City merely reached the 5th level of the Meridian realm, and once ensnared within this array, they would be at his mercy. If he could trap and annihilate all cultivators of Twilight City within the array, then seize their spiritual energy using the soul-devouring technique, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to a higher realm. Feeling the fluctuations of the annihilation array, a wild scheme emerged in Xiao Tianhua's mind. All beings would serve as stepping stones on his path to supremacy if he were to tread the path of darkness. He would do so thoroughly, embodying the most unhinged and ruthless of demons. With the annihilation array at his disposal, there was no need to consider explaining anything to the Xiao clan. From this moment forth, Twilight City would be under his complete control. Now, he must contemplate how to lure the cultivators of Twilight City into the annihilation array. Just moments ago, Xiao Tianhua sensed the array's range extending 200 meters, which, while not vast, was sufficient for his purposes. The Xiao clan would be easy to handle. With his status as the clan's prodigy, he could persuade them to come here with just a few words. However, what about the other families? The various clans within Twilight City engaged in open and covert conflicts, each mutually restraining one another, maintaining a delicate balance of power with no single clan dominating. To gather them together, a treasure of sufficient value was essential, something so precious that any clan obtaining it would threaten the existing power dynamics of Twilight City. Moreover, this information needed to be shared among all clans to prevent unforeseen complications. Merely a potential opportunity for the strong might not attract the attention of all families. Among the possessions in his hands, only one stood unparalleled. Xiao Tianhua raised his hand, and a blood-red blade emerged from his palm. The Tiangang blade had fused with him, its aura potent enough to draw them near. Twilight City, being relatively remote, seldom attracted outsiders, yet caution was still warranted. If the existence of the Tiangang blade were to be discovered by others, it would spell disaster for him. Gazing at the blade, Xiao Tianhua contemplated briefly, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Without risk, one cannot ensnare the wolf. If he lacked the courage to take such chances, how could he ever walk the path of darkness? In the next moment, he channeled all his spiritual energy into the Tiangang blade, causing its blood-red brilliance to surge. A crimson radiance shooting skyward, transforming the heavens into a sea of red. The overwhelming aura of the Tiangang blade radiated outward. In Twilight City, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, seated in his study, felt a sudden impulse to rise and approach the window. Before he could even open it, a formidable aura struck him like a tidal wave. In the very next moment, an unusual expression surfaced on the previously calm countenance of the patriarch, coinciding with the realization among the powerful figures of Twilight City, who sensed the fluctuation of this aura. They rushed outside and gazed skyward, where the blood-red radiance had yet to dissipate. A natural phenomenon. A great treasure must have emerged. The prophecy has come to fruition. Such an opportunity undoubtedly belonged to my Xiao clan. The patriarch of the Xiao clan immediately commanded all elders to convene and head toward the dense forest. The once narrow streets of Twilight City became exceedingly crowded with the arrival of the clan's top-tier experts. The common folk, wandering the streets or begging, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Those cultivators, single-minded in their pursuit of the opportunity, paid no heed to the lives of ordinary people, shoving and trampling them, while the vendors' stalls were overturned, leaving them too afraid to voice their anger. At this moment, Xiao Tianhua had departed from the stone chamber, the Tiangang blade no longer radiating its aura. The celestial phenomenon gradually faded, yet he knew that the desired effect had been achieved. Today, the Unite Mountains were unusually lively, with 90% of Twilight City's combatants storming into the depths, startling birds and beasts into flight. Within the dense forest, the three beast kings sensed something amiss and summoned their herds back. The recent phenomenon had originated from this place. They must search diligently and not be careless. If they indeed obtained a great treasure, the Xiao clan would surely become the overlord of Twilight City. With keen eyes, the patriarch of the Xiao clan searched the forest, encountering members of other clans, merely exchanging glares without interference. With the treasure yet to appear, none wished to expend their spiritual energy prematurely, allowing others to seize the advantage. Shadows flitted through the dense forest, gradually converging at the mouth of a cave. The pitch-black cave still faintly exuded the earlier aura, and the members of the Xiao clan exchanged glances, without a trace of hesitation, with the patriarch leading the charge. As he took a step forward, a fierce wind howled past his ears, and he instinctively raised his hand to block an incoming attack. The patriarch of the Shao clan, a 5th-level Meridian Realm cultivator, displayed remarkable reflexes that garnered admiration. The assailant was an elderly man with red hair, his face resembling a heavy jujube and his voice booming like a bell. He was the patriarch of the Huyin clan, a fellow cultivator in the Meridian Realm but a level beneath the patriarch of the Shao clan. With the aura emanating from within the cave, it was undeniable that the treasure must lie within. At this point, there was no need for pleasantries. All clans would reveal their strength, and a fierce battle was imminent. Numerous cultivators clashed, their spiritual energies causing chaos among the trees, with the sound of flying sand and crashing stones echoing continuously. No one held back, every combatant driven by murderous intent, blades flashing and blood splattering, their eyes glazed with greed for the yet-to-appear treasure. Human nature is inherently greedy. No one can resist the allure of immense power. As the battle raged on, they unknowingly fell into a trap, the annihilation array swiftly converging. Ethereal green patterns materialized from thin air, intertwining to envelop a 200-meter radius. And the contending cultivators suddenly sensed the world around them changing color. By the time they realized they were ensnared within the array, it was too late. What is happening? Is this a formation? The patriarch of the Shao clan, bearing wounds and bleeding profusely, found himself in dire straits. The patriarch of the Huyin clan fared even worse. Had the patriarch of the Shao clan not halted suddenly, he would have likely met his end. Chapter 9. Promotion of the Meridian. The All-Spirit Catastrophe Extermination Array enveloped a radius of 200 meters, and by the time the onlookers became aware, it was already too late. What is happening? An array? How could such a formation exist in this region? The crowd ceased their fighting, granting a brief respite to the severely injured, who, while attempting to channel their spiritual energy for healing, suddenly realized that their internal energy was depleting at an alarming rate. My spiritual energy. What is going on? Panic ensued as they found themselves at a loss. The energy they had already exhausted in battle was now vanishing even more swiftly due to the influence of the array. Once their spiritual energy was depleted, their flesh and lifespan began to dissipate under an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, several gravely wounded cultivators were reduced to mere piles of bones by the voracious All-Spirit Catastrophe Extermination Array. Such a gruesome sight instilled terror in the remaining individuals, who unleashed their most powerful techniques against the array's barriers. Yet, their efforts proved futile. Their fierce assaults stirred not a ripple as they were effortlessly refined. Moreover, it appeared that someone was manipulating the situation from the shadows, hastening the array's consumption rate. Black tendrils emerged from the surroundings, burrowing into the cultivators' bodies like maggots drawn to decay, feasting upon flesh and blood. Cries of agony echoed as hundreds of cultivators in Twilight City found themselves utterly defenseless. Shao Jing, have inadvertently trespassed here and have offended many. I am unaware of which esteemed elder's hand this is, but I implore you to show mercy and grant us a path to survival. The head of the Shao family, realizing the futility of resistance against an array far beyond his cultivation level, could only hope that someone would intervene. His tone sincere in the hopes of finding a sliver of salvation. Moments passed without response, and despair sank deep into the heart of the Shao family head. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure standing outside the array. Shao Tianhua? You are here. Outside the array, Shao Tianhua observed the suffering of the crowd with an expression of indifference. Yet his true concern lay with the spiritual energy converging above the formation. Do not attempt to struggle any longer. It is better to relinquish resistance and embrace your demise. It will spare me considerable trouble. What do you mean, Tianhua? Is this array you're doing? Why are you the only one here? Where is Yunyao? The speaker was an elder of the Shao clan, who also happened to be Shao Yunyao's father. Do not fret about her. You will see her soon enough. Shao Tianhua suddenly burst into laughter. You should count yourselves fortunate to serve as stepping stones for my ascent to the pinnacle. Without me, you would have lived your lives in obscurity within Twilight City, but now, at least you can die with purpose. Shao Tianhua, what have you done? This array is truly your creation. Release us at once. How can you be so heartless? We are blood relatives. Have you forgotten the head of the family's nurturing? Naturally, if we are blood relatives, should you not be pleased for me? Your sacrifices will elevate my cultivation. You should be grateful. Shao Tianhua appeared utterly deranged in the eyes of the crowd, resembling a complete lunatic. Enough with the useless chatter. He infused the All-Spirit Catastrophe Extermination Array with spiritual energy, accelerating its operation and generating countless black tendrils, which swarmed through the formation, resulting in a horrific scene filled with bloodshed and screams. You beast. May you meet a wretched end. Shao Tianhua, I will not let you rest in peace even as a ghost. Those driven to desperation hurled curses, but their words fell on deaf ears. Shao Tianhua sat cross-legged, channeling the devouring spirit technique. 70% of the energy gathered in the array flowed to him, while 30% was refined within. Ignoring the curses, he thought, let them curse, it will not cost me a single piece of flesh. As the All-Spirit Catastrophe Extermination Array increased its power, the head of the Shao family could no longer withstand the consuming force. His spiritual energy detached from his body, merging into the array, leaving only a skeletal remains behind. In less than 15 minutes, the array had claimed all living beings within. The pure spiritual energy was absorbed into Xiao Tianhua's body, giving rise to numerous auxiliary meridians. Consequently, his cultivation advanced. The ability to create such a formidable technique as the Devouring Spirit technique marked Xiao Tianhua as an extraordinary figure. Unfortunately, possessing such divine powers yet failing to utilize them wisely, he chose to embrace a path of benevolence, leading to his own demise, a truly laughable fate. While cultivating, Xiao Tianhua could not help but lament the wastefulness of life. Once deceased, spiritual energy returned to the heavens, and even with the Devouring Spirit technique siphoning off 30%, 70% still went to waste. Gazing at the energy coalescing within the All-Spirit Catastrophe Extermination Array, which shimmered like a clear lake, he regretted that he could only absorb less than half of it, watching the rest dissipate into the void, an utter squandering. The spiritual energy inherent to life could not be compared to that which was refined from the atmosphere. If only he could absorb all of this energy, his cultivation would surely ascend to the Meridian realm. Alas, Xiao Tianhua shook his head. Drawing such pure energy into his body all at once would have overwhelmed anyone else. But he was different. After his rebirth, he discovered that the integration of the Tiangang blade had altered his physical structure entirely. The Tiangang blade could manifest at any position within his body, and although he remained a corporeal being, its presence fortified his physical form beyond that of his peers. His soul was perfectly fused with the Tiangang blade. As long as it existed, his soul would remain unharmed. As night fell and the moon hung high, the night was particularly quiet in the shadowy Night Mountains, perhaps due to the influence of the All-Spirit Catastrophe Extermination Array. Xiao Tianhua lay within a stone chamber, undisturbed by the nearby skeletal remains. Despite being a cultivator of the Meridian realm, he was still flesh and blood, needing rest to recover his strength. And his appetites could not be dismissed. Once he reached the Cave Heaven realm, such needs would diminish significantly. Chapter 10. The Treasure Vault of the Xiao family. On the following morning, Xiao Tianhua awoke from his slumber. Stepping out of the cave, he observed that the ground strewn with desiccated bones had diminished significantly, while the beasts of the Yui mountain range roamed freely. Although the 10,000 spirits cataclysm array had devoured the flesh and blood of all, for the famished beasts, even dry bones presented a sumptuous feast. The area within a 200-meter radius surrounding the cave had transformed into scorched earth, permeated by an aura of desolation and solitude. However, it would not be long before new life would emerge from the soil. A single spring rain could rejuvenate this place into a vibrant spectacle once more. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Xiao Tianhua could not help but reminisce about his past life, where he lacked both aptitude and power, yet possessed a heart brimming with naive hope, believing the world to be a wondrous place. Yet, after enduring countless tribulations, he gradually realized that he was akin to a rat in a sewer, shunned from the light of day. Powerless and insignificant in a world where even dogs were held in higher regard, and begging on the streets was deemed a blemish on the city's appearance. 2 centuries slipped by in an instant, and Xiao Tianhua lamented that in the world where he had once lived, the average lifespan of a person was barely 80 years. Those over 100 were rare, let alone reaching 200. Though the inhabitants of that realm did not enjoy longevity, they at least lived joyfully. In his previous life, each time he faced humiliation, he would long for his homeland, gradually becoming numb to the harsh realities. The lofty aspirations he once harbored in his youth were ground down by the unfeeling nature of the world, leaving only a final obsession, to become the strongest in this realm and to annihilate this merciless existence. Upon returning to the City of Twilight, Xiao Tianhua found the streets desolate, with only a handful of passers-by. The powerful from various clans had departed and not yet returned, leaving their kin to patiently await their return. The gates of the Xiao family stood firmly shut. Approaching the entrance, Xiao Tianhua lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the door open, the sudden noise startling those within the courtyard, who hastily emerged to investigate. Upon recognizing the visitor as Xiao Tianhua, relief washed over their faces. However, the leader, Xiao Yunfei, felt a twinge of discontent upon seeing the door he had violently breached, yet dared not express it. Xiao Tianhua's gaze swept over everyone in the courtyard, without the elders. The remaining young disciples were but insignificant ants newly entering the condensing vein stage. A few were from the previous generation of prodigies, but now they were merely at the 7th level of the condensing vein stage, with Xiao Yunfei standing out as the most exceptional, practicing the family technique, the Star Moon Blade, which was said to cleave through stone. Tianhua, why are you the only one who has returned? What of the clan leader and Yunyao? Why do we not see her? The treasures of the Yui mountain range have emerged, and the beasts roam rampant. The clan leader and the others fell in battle against the beasts while striving to seize the treasures. Before his demise, he bequeathed to me the responsibility of leading the Xiao family, Xiao Tianhua replied, his tone indifferent as if discussing a trivial matter. The news of the clan leader's demise left everyone in disbelief. Xiao Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically, staggering back a few steps, as if about to collapse. The clan leader is dead? How can this be? He was a master of the condensing vein stage. And what of Yun Yao? Is she also dead? How can you still be alive? If the clan leader, so powerful, has perished, by what right do you survive? You are lying. This cannot be true. Do you believe I have any reason to lie? Xiao Tianhua chuckled coldly. No. We must venture to the Yu mountain range to see for ourselves. We must see the living or the dead, Xiao Yunfei declared, attempting to leave, only to be intercepted by Xiao Tianhua's hand. Stand aside. Though you are the heir of the Xiao family, my cultivation surpasses yours. I am currently the most powerful in the Xiao family and should rightfully take charge. Xiao Yunfei evaded Xiao Tianhua's grasp, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Humph, Xiao Tianhua chuckled lightly. A glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he swiftly seized Xiao Yunfei by the throat with one hand. The latter reacted quickly, attempting to avoid the grasp. But Xiao Tianhua was faster. With a sharp crack, blood surged into Xiao Yunfei's mouth, and his consciousness began to fade as the cold visage of Xiao Tianhua blurred before him. He was dead. At that moment, the Xiao residence fell into an eerie silence. Time seemingly frozen. A gentle breeze wafted through the courtyard as Xiao Yunfei lay lifeless on the ground, while the surrounding disciples stood in a daze. Murder! Murder! One voice trembled, breaking the stillness. Brother Yunfei is dead just like that. Xiao Yunfei was a distinguished disciple of the Xiao family, possessing an earth-grade spiritual vein and held in high esteem by the clan leader, a model for the other disciples. Yet now, he lay dead, slain by his own kin. Xiao Tianhua, how could you be so heartless? We are family. Xiao Tianhua, your cruelty will not go unpunished when the clan leader returns. The disciples around voiced their reproaches, their anger palpable, yet Xiao Tianhua merely smiled indifferently. As he revealed his spiritual might, his mastery of the condensing vein stage became evident. I am a practitioner of the condensing vein stage, a top-tier master even within the entire Twilight City. Who dares to kill me? Who among you possesses the power to do so? Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. The voices that had clamored for vengeance against Xiao Tianhua vanished. In this world, strength was the ultimate truth. A practitioner of the condensing vein stage held a formidable advantage over those in the condensing vein stage. Even a nascent practitioner could easily triumph over 3 at the 9th level of the condensing vein stage. The disparity in power between realms grew increasingly pronounced. As Xiao Tianhua's cultivation was revealed, it loomed over the others like an insurmountable mountain, suppressing any discontent they harbored within. Xiao Tianhua strode forward, and the crowd parted to grant him passage, watching as he entered the mansion. He made his way to the rear courtyard, the Xiao family treasury, and retrieved a key from his storage ring to unlock the vault. The Xiao family could not be deemed wealthy. The treasury contained less than 100,000 primal stones, and resources like techniques and weapons were exceedingly scarce, the few available hardly piquing his interest. Soon, I shall depart from Twilight City. Though these weapons are worthless, they're better than nothing. In the outside world, primal stones are of utmost importance. With a flick of his hand, he stored 60,000 primal stones in his ring, carrying more for the tightly locked stone chest in the corner. It was said that within this chest lay the most precious treasure of the Xiao family, accessible only to the clan leader. In his past life, Xiao Tianhua had never discovered its contents before his demise. What could possibly be contained within such a rare chest? Xiao Tianhua summoned the Tiangang knife, gently slicing open the stone chest, revealing an ancient tome within. The family history of the Xiao clan? His expression darkened. This was the so-called most precious treasure of the Xiao family? Having already opened it, Xiao Tianhua began to peruse the ancient text. As he absorbed the lines of description, he felt his usually calm demeanor gradually shifting as a frown began to form on his brow. Chapter 11. Blood Connection according to the family history. The Xiao family was formally established over 150 years ago, during a time when Twilight City was not what it is today but rather a barren place, aptly referred to as Twilight Village. The village was sparsely populated, with little interaction among households, and the concept of cultivation was entirely foreign to them. One day, however, an elderly sage with a youthful visage arrived in the village, imparting the methods of cultivation to a few young villagers before leaving behind 3 volumes of techniques. These 3 volumes fell into the hands of a young man from the Xiao family, another from the Huyan family, and a third from the Lu family, who became the inaugural patriarchs of the 3 clans of Twilight City. Situated in a resource-poor location, the 3 young men began their cultivation under the sage's guidance, establishing their families and passing on the art of cultivation. As more villagers became cultivators and gained strength, Twilight Village began to flourish. Young, vigorous cultivators ventured into the mountains to quarry stones for building homes and hunted magical beasts to secure their livelihoods. Under such development, Twilight Village eventually transformed into a town. However, all cultivators encountered a bottleneck in their advancement, stagnating at the 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, unable to progress further. Approximately 30 years later, the sage reappeared, accompanied by a dozen robust youths who joined the 3 clans, leaving behind a prophecy. The techniques I bestow upon you are limited, allowing only for advancement to the 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. However, in over 120 years, a rare treasure shall emerge in the Yuya mountain range. At that time, a celestial phenomenon will manifest, and all cultivators of the Meridian Opening Realm shall seek it. Those who acquire the treasure may break through the 5th level. The sage? In 120 years. Xiao Tianhua felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time since his rebirth, he experienced a sense of dread. From the descriptions in the family history, the treasure spoken of by the sage could only be his own heavenly gang blade. No wonder my plans have unfolded so smoothly. It turns out everything was orchestrated by others. Who is this sage, after all? Xiao Tianhua surmised that this scheme was aimed directly at him. In his previous life, after departing from the Xiao family, there had been no news of any so-called rare treasure emerging in the Yuya mountain range. The celestial phenomenon was evidently caused by his use of the heavenly gang blade. Could it be that the sage knew of his rebirth and thus left behind this prophecy? With his hand gripping the family history, veins protruding, Xiao Tianhua's mind raced as he pieced together his memories from both lives to speculate on the sage's identity. In his previous life, none of his adversaries bore such an existence. Who could this individual be? His eyes narrowed slightly, and from the sage's prophecy, he deduced that he was aware of Xiao Tianhua's intention to use the 10,000 spirits catastrophe array against the 3 clans, which is why he ensnared all cultivators of the Meridian Opening Realm to assist him. From this perspective, the sage was an ally rather than an enemy. The saying goes, no kindness comes without a motive, and there must be a problem I have yet to uncover. The sage possesses extraordinary abilities to predict my rebirth with the heavenly gang blade, which implies that all my actions are under his control. What could he possibly desire? Xiao Tianhua fell into silence. The immense amount of information conveyed in just a few lines of the family history was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily unable to digest it. Ultimately, his cultivation was still too low. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. I must leave this place swiftly and train outside, but first, I must ensure Twilight City is properly arranged. Initially, Xiao Tianhua contemplated a massacre. With his current cultivation at the Meridian Opening Realm, he was invincible within Twilight City. Yet, to proceed in such a manner would yield more losses than gains. These individuals were ultimately too weak, and devouring their spiritual energy would not substantially enhance his own cultivation. It would be wiser to employ some methods to control them, using them as a reserve blood bank for when the time came to utilize them. After departing the treasury, Xiao Tianhua calmed his thoughts and returned to his residence to consolidate his cultivation. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye since Xiao Tianhua made a name for himself by slaying Xiao Yunfei. The others had grown noticeably quieter. The remaining 2 clans became restless after their clan heads and elders vanished, with their members entering the Yuya mountain range in search of answers, albeit in vain. On the surface, Twilight City appeared tranquil, yet it was merely the calm before the storm. Upon emerging from his secluded meditation, Xiao Tianhua plunged into the Yuya mountain range. After a day, he returned to his residence, securing the doors and windows before retrieving his spoils from the journey. Before him lay a colorful beetle the size of a thumb, a bouquet of deep purple flowers speckled with yellow, and a cluster of blue mushrooms. The corrupted beetle, the heart-wrenching flower, and the bone-entering mushroom. 3 potent poisons. How fortuitous they are to find. Xiao Tianhua gazed at the 3 items, already formulating his next steps. To control all of Twilight City, mere violence and slaughter would not suffice. Those individuals had endured oppression for too long under his pressure, making them prone to rebellion. Simply exhausting them would not maximize his benefits. A combination of a stick and a sweet date would be prudent, stabilizing their thoughts, ensuring they would not revolt even after his departure, but would instead work diligently for him. To achieve perfect subjugation of these individuals, a clear hierarchy must be established. The master could not always be the one to command directly. A few loyal subordinates were essential to carry out his will. The master's role would be to manage these subordinates, ensuring their unwavering loyalty and diligence. This was precisely what Xiao Tianhua intended to accomplish. He recalled an event from his previous life, 200 years later, when the patriarch of a family in the southern region inadvertently cultivated a type of insect that could enslave others using the corrupted beetle, the heart-wrenching flower, and the bone-entering mushroom. By having the slaves consume a larva, the master could control the mother insect, sensing any thoughts of the slaves. At the slightest whim, the master could inflict upon the slaves the agonizing torment of countless insects devouring their hearts. Should the master not relent, the slaves would suffer a torturous demise. Xiao Tianhua now aimed to refine that very insect, named Blood Connection. He placed the corrupted beetle into a palm-sized container, crushing the heart-wrenching flower and the bone-entering mushroom, carefully mixing them within the container. The famished corrupted beetle detected the alluring scent wafting through the air, the intoxicating aroma emitted by the heart-wrenching flower during its hunt. The corrupted beetle consumed the bone-entering mushroom, and the toxin rapidly spread through its body. Sensing danger, the beetle attempted to flee, but the fragrance of the heart-wrenching flower paralyzed its body, compelling it to continue feeding uncontrollably. As more and more bone-entering mushrooms entered its system, a significant amount of toxins began to transform the beetle's body, with fine, nearly invisible mycelium sprouting from within, gradually enveloping it in a cocoon. At the opportune moment, Xiao Tianhua swiftly pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the cocoon. After absorbing the blood, the blue cocoon darkened slightly. Thus, he patiently awaited the outcome. Approximately half an hour later, the cocoon began to stir, a long tentacle slicing through it, followed by the emergence of a pink butterfly. After circling the container, it slowly unfurled its wings and gracefully landed upon Xiao Tianhua's shoulder. At long last, the blood connection mother insect had come into being. Chapter 12. Huyan Man. The blood-linked mother worm sustains itself by consuming the blood of its master, requiring a drop of fresh blood every 10 days. Furthermore, the mother worm can self-reproduce, yielding up to 3 larvae, neither more nor less, precisely sufficient for the needs of Xiao Tianhua. A summons was issued for all representatives of the Xiao family to convene in the council hall. Any absent faction would be deemed traitorous. Inside the Grand Council Hall, Xiao Tianhua sat in the main seat, eyes closed in contemplation, while representatives from each faction, all exceptionally gifted individuals, occupied the adjacent wooden benches. The atmosphere within the expansive hall was deathly silent. 7 or 8 individuals bowed their heads in utter stillness, awaiting Xiao Tianhua's address. With all present, Xiao Tianhua opened his eyes, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the assembly. Indeed, all had arrived. It was heartening to witness the unity among the Xiao family. Thus, let us delve directly into the matter at hand, which concerns the future development of our clan. Clearing his throat, he stated, the family head and numerous elders have risked their lives to safeguard the safety of Twilight City against the threats of magical beasts. Such noble dedication commands my utmost respect. However, a family cannot remain leaderless for a day. I am grateful for your trust in allowing me to assume the role of head of the Xiao family. At this, the attendees lowered their heads even further, wishing to sink beneath the table. Although I currently hold the position of family head, managing the entire clan alone is undoubtedly taxing. Thus, I seek to appoint several elders to share this burden. Who among you is willing to volunteer for this responsibility? Silence reigned. Xiao Tianhua sighed softly, murmuring, what a pity. Xiao Yunfei would have been an excellent choice, but alas, he has pursued the noble cause of the former family head. What do you think? No one spoke, suggesting a lack of recognition for my authority as family head. The atmosphere in the council hall plummeted to a freezing point, with the assembly trembling in silence. Too fearful to breathe. As Xiao Tianhua's anger began to surface, a young man seated nearby hurriedly stood and spoke. Esteemed family head, the former family head has fallen, and his era has passed. Xiao Yunfei, blinded by misguided loyalty, cannot perceive your talents. Only by following your lead can we elevate the Xiao family to new heights. I, Xiao Ranhua, vow to follow you to the death. At this moment, the others awakened from their stupor, hastily rising to offer their praises to Xiao Tianhua. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianhua laughed heartily, his gaze toward Xiao Ranhua filled with admiration. Very well, in that case, I entrust you with the position of Grand Elder. Do not let me down. Thank you for your trust, esteemed family head. Xiao Ranhua exclaimed, kneeling before him, oblivious to the cold sweat soaking his back. With the Grand Elder appointed, the remainder of the assembly was treated to a one-sided display by Xiao Tianhua. His impassioned rhetoric ignited the spirits of the young attendees, who pledged to propel the Xiao family to unprecedented heights. Return and prepare, for from this day forth, you shall all be the benefactors of the Xiao family. Having dismissed the assembly, only Xiao Ranhua remained. The pink blood-linked mother worm gently descended upon Xiao Tianhua's fingertips, its abdomen splitting to reveal a soft, white larva. Observing the wriggling creature in his palm, he turned his attention to the kneeling Xiao Ranhua. Do you know why I've chosen you as the Grand Elder? Xiao Ranhua knelt, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground, not daring to utter a sound. You are an intelligent individual, one I admire greatly. As well as your inherent fear, I require an obedient dog. Do you believe you can fulfill this role? I can. Xiao Ranhua crawled eagerly to Xiao Tianhua's side, nuzzling against his leg like a dog. The image of Xiao Yunfei's demise flashed vividly in Xiao Tianhua's mind, his cultivation at the Pulse Connection realm weighing heavily upon Xiao Ranhua. In this moment, the instinct for survival overshadowed all, even dignity. Excellent. Xiao Tianhua seized Xiao Ranhua by the hair, lifting him, as the blood-linked larva began to crawl toward Ranhua's eyes. Xiao Ranhua's pupils widened in terror, the grotesque form of the larva magnifying in his view, fear enveloping him, yet he dared not resist. The pale larva slithered into his eye socket, transforming into a drop of blood that merged with his being. Moments later, Ranhua sensed an unusual sensation in his heart. Upon introspection, he discovered 2 auxiliary veins coalescing, and his cultivation had surged to the 7th level of the Pulse Connection realm. The remaining 2 elder positions will be yours to select. Additionally, I plan to assimilate the other 2 families, uniting our resources to enhance the strength of Twilight City and safeguard against magical beast invasions. Your foresight is commendable. Esteemed family head, I shall do my utmost. Enough. Go forth and select the other 2 elders, and do not disappoint me. Xiao Tianhua's tone remained flat, but to Xiao Ranhua's ears, it whispered like a demon, sending chills down his spine as he hurriedly exited the council hall. Seated upon his chair, a smile graced Xiao Tianhua's lips. The assimilation of the other 2 families and the consolidation of Twilight City under his control was merely an appetizer. The true endeavor lay beyond, expansion. Beyond the Xiao family, the only remaining factions in Twilight City were the Huyan and Lu families, with the so-called wise elders stoking the flames. It was likely that their circumstances mirrored those of the Shao family, with all cultivators above the Pulse Connection realm annihilated by the All-Spirits Calamity Array. The Lu family was left leaderless, but the Huyan family still had Huyan Man. Xiao Tianhua was no stranger to Huyan Man in his previous life. Her name had echoed throughout Twilight City before he departed. Together with Xiao Yuyao, she was renowned as one of the Twilight Beauties. Her Earth-grade Earth Spirit Vein was no less impressive than Xiao Yunyao's Earth-grade Fire Spirit Vein. When they first rose to prominence, they had once sparred, only for Huyan Man to fall short. Later, when Xiao Yuyao accepted the Phoenix Fire inheritance, her cultivation soared, and in their subsequent duel, she decisively overwhelmed Huyan Man, leading to a sisterly bond between them. Afterward, they ventured beyond Twilight City and made names for themselves. In the righteous path, they also held a significant status. During the battle at the Abyss of the Immortals, Xiao Tianhua was pursued by the righteous sects, and Huyan Man was among them, ultimately falling to him. It must be said that, compared to her peers, Huyan Man indeed possessed leadership qualities, yet now, regardless of her extraordinary talent, she would merely become a pawn in Xiao Tianhua's game. As the sun set, the room gradually darkened, and the cool moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a silvery sheen upon the bedside, glimmering like shards of broken silver. Clouds gather and disperse, releasing a chilling clarity. The silent Milky Way transforms into a jade plate. Xiao Tianhua did not light a lamp, but stood by the window, gazing dreamily at the luminous moon in the sky. How wonderful it would be if all this were merely a dream, and upon waking, everything were well. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, a mix of resignation and a sardonic reflection on this merciless world. 500 years flashed by in an instant. The piercing cold winds atop the abyss of the immortals and the grotesque visages of the righteous sects etched in his memory. Having chosen this path in this life, he resolved to forge ahead with unwavering determination, regardless of the outcome that awaited him. Chapter 13. The merging of three clans as the dawn light illuminated the surroundings. A gentle breeze tousled the strands of Xiao Tianhua's hair. He cast a calm smile at the two guards of the Huyan family who barred his entrance. Within the Huyan residence, a young woman sat at a desk, poring over the family history. She possessed a striking beauty, her sun-kissed skin exuding vitality and a touch of wildness. Her luscious lips were rosy, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with brightness, and her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. The earnestness with which she delved into the ancient texts was utterly captivating. This sage recorded in the family chronicles. Who could he be? The recent disappearance of the family head and elders in the Yu Mountains must undoubtedly be connected to him. Huyan Man closed the ancient tome. Leaning back in her chair with a long sigh, her eyes narrowed in contemplation about the next steps for the Huyan family. After all the Pulse Realm cultivators in her family vanished, Huyan Man had taken on the mantle of leadership as the family head's daughter. With her exceptional talents and remarkable management skills, she swiftly restored order amidst the chaos. In recent days, she had repeatedly dispatched clan members into the Yu Mountains in search of the family head and elders, yet each attempt returned empty-handed. It was only moments ago that she stumbled upon the Huyan family history. The accounts within revealed to her that the disappearance of all Pulse Realm cultivators was no mere coincidence. Suddenly, a loud crash disrupted her thoughts. Rushing out of her room, she arrived at the entrance to find a gathering of clan members. Confused, she only understood the gravity of the situation when the crowd parted to reveal the scene before her. The grand entrance had been violently shattered, and Xiao Tianhua stood at the forefront, the hem of his azure robe stained with blood. At his feet lay the lifeless bodies of two guards. Their chests caved in to reveal exposed bones, blood flowing like a stream, saturating the air with a nauseating stench. It seemed the Huyan family's regulations were insufficient. Had they failed to inform these lowly servants that they ought not to offend cultivators? With a swift motion, Xiao Tianhua discarded the severed head he had been holding, striding boldly into the Huyan residence. The onlookers, mere fledgling cultivators, were paralyzed by the gruesome sight, too terrified to impede his advance. Huyan Man, the current leader of the Huyan family, I wish to discuss certain matters with you. What say you? He stood before her, his handsome face adorned with a congenial smile. Huyan Man remained silent, gazing at him intently. Did you not hear my words? Xiao Tianhua gestured beside him, and with a chilling thud, another head rolled away, blood gushing from the severed neck. Terrified screams echoed in the courtyard as clan members scattered in chaos, leaving the disembodied head with an expression of disbelief. What do you intend to do? Huyan Man felt the warmth of blood splatter on her face, her heart pounding as the ruthlessness of a youth before her ignited fear within her. Yet, she did not lose her composure. She understood that Xiao Tianhua's sudden arrival must serve a purpose. His sparing of her life was likely because he needed her assistance to achieve his goal. In the study, they sat opposite each other, Xiao Tianhua using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I am here merely to discuss certain matters with you. Here, take this to clean the blood from your face. He offered the handkerchief, but Huyan Man hesitated to accept. The juxtaposition of the smiling youth before her and the merciless killer she had just witnessed was staggering. It was difficult to reconcile them as the same person without having seen it with her own eyes. What is it that you truly seek? With all Pulse Realm cultivators now vanished, and the beasts of the Yu Mountains lurking hungrily, the absence of any guardians meant that an outbreak of beast tides would lead to countless casualties. As the head of the Shao family, I intend to merge the three clans to weather this crisis, for the future of Mukuo City as well. Shao Tianhua continued, you need not worry, even after merging. You may still retain your position as the leader of the Huyan family, though the family techniques must be shared. The Shao family will also disclose our practices. Huyan Man remained silent, contemplating the implications. If what Shao Tianhua proposed was executed, merging the three clans could indeed be beneficial. However, her trust in him was lacking. I refuse. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap sent Huyan Man sprawling to the ground, blood seeping from her lips, her head ringing. Shao Tianhua placed a foot upon her face, his expression unyielding and voice frigid. I believe you have yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Your acceptance or refusal is inconsequential. You bastard. Huyan Man, with her fiery spirit, attempted to resist despite being pinned down. Yet Shao Tianhua's prowess as a pulse realm cultivator far surpassed her own, rendering her efforts futile. I shall kill you, she screamed in a fit of rage, only to be met with Shao Tianhua's merciless trampling. Her exquisite features collided harshly with the cold ground, her dignity trampled upon. And her futile struggles only earned her further humiliation. I recall you have a younger sister, Huyan and I, correct? What do you want? Huyan Man trembled. For with her parents mysteriously vanished, her sister was her only remaining kin, her ultimate vulnerability. I am a compassionate person, even if you have angered me. I am willing to offer you a chance. Shao Tianhua removed his foot from Huyan Man, grasping her hair to yank her upright. You have two choices, submit. Or watch as I send your sister to join your parents. Please, no? In the face of such an ultimatum, even the strongest of wills can falter. With Shao Tianhua's understanding of her past, he knew precisely how to manipulate her. With her resolve steeled, Huyan Man took the cursed object offered to her, placing it into her own eye. As discomfort coursed through her body, she felt a bitter pang in her heart. Had she not possessed such vulnerabilities, she could have fought tooth and nail against Shao Tianhua. But was this not the reality? Would it not be better to collaborate than endure further suffering? She could still continue as the leader of the Huyan family. Shao Tianhua gripped her chin, tenderly wiping the blood and dirt from her face with the handkerchief. Truly stunning. With the bond in place, your thoughts will be laid bare. Serve me faithfully, and your sister, along with the Huyan family, shall remain unharmed. He patted Huyan Man's shoulder before rising to depart. As the door closed behind him, Huyan Man could no longer contain her sorrow, collapsing onto the ground in silent tears. In mere half a day's time, Shao Tianhua had successfully absorbed both the Huyan and Lu families. Unlike the Huyan clan, the Lu family descended into chaos without their pulse realm cultivators. Within a few short days, they splintered into factions. Shao Tianhua's methods grew increasingly ruthless. He selected a few fortunate individuals to serve as examples, executing them to instill fear, before using his own pulse realm strength to dominate the scene, ultimately designating a leader to control through the bond. This meticulous orchestration resulted in the seamless merging of the three clans. Chapter 14. The Wailing of the Netherworld. After meticulously examining the family histories of the three clans, Shao Tianhua concluded that everything that had transpired was orchestrated by a hidden hand, including the deliberate presence of several third-tier beast kings within the Yu Mountains. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques practiced by the three clans were incomplete, and only through their simultaneous practice could one achieve true mastery, thus lifting the restrictions imposed by the fifth level of the Meridian Realm. The one who set this trap was undoubtedly waiting for the day when someone would unify the three clans, and that person was none other than Shao Tianhua. From this day forth, all inhabitants of the Twilight City shall be treated equally. There will no longer be a distinction between cultivators and commoners. The cultivation techniques of the three clans will be made public, allowing everyone the opportunity to cultivate and become a cultivator. Shao Tianhua proclaimed this to the entire Twilight City, leaving the populace astounded and speechless. As realization dawned upon the ordinary citizens, they expressed their gratitude, extolling Shao Tianhua's benevolence and righteousness, acknowledging his alignment with the will of the people. However, the already scarce cultivation resources of Twilight City were now to be shared with the common folk, which the clan leaders found quite unsatisfactory. During a clan meeting, Shao Tianhua presided over the gathering, flanked by Shao Ranhua, Huyan Man, and the current leader of the Lu clan, Lu Yu. Other seats were occupied by several elders from the three clans, all of whom were exceptional young talents personally selected by the trio. The previous speaker was the third elder of the Shao clan, who had attained the fourth level of the Meridian Realm. Shao Tianhua paid little attention, instead admiring the blood-linked motherworm resting in his palm, its pink wings glistening beautifully in the sunlight. Huyan Man, exceptionally perceptive, analyzed the current situation without the need for Shao Tianhua to speak. On the surface, Twilight City appeared to be lacking in cultivation resources, yet this was misleading. Having resided near the Yui Mountains for many years, few had ventured deep within, primarily due to the limited number of cultivators among the three clans over the years. However, the situation had changed. With Shao Tianhua's far-sighted vision in merging the three clans and sharing resources and techniques, the benefits were manifold. By abolishing the distinction between cultivators and commoners and providing cultivation methods to all, the number of cultivators in Twilight City would soon multiply. While the increase in cultivators was promising, concerns arose regarding the potential independence of the common folk once they became cultivators. An elder from the Huyan clan raised this issue. Yet, the clan leader had anticipated this. It was well known that the Yui Mountains were fraught with danger from magical beasts, but this also indicated the presence of cultivation resources. The leader proposed the establishment of a merit hall, where anyone wishing to acquire cultivation resources would need to exchange points earned through hunting magical beasts and collecting rare materials. This approach would not only conserve cultivation resources but also encourage exploration of the Yui Mountains. Huyan Man continued, previously, our cultivation techniques had deficiencies, which led to stagnation among the elders at the 5th level of the Meridian Realm. The presence of third-tier beast kings in the depths of the Yui Mountains deterred further exploration. However, now that clan leader Xiao has identified the shortcomings in our techniques and unified the 3 clans, the techniques will complement one another, removing all limitations. One day, even the third-tier beast kings shall bow before us. Huyan Man's impassioned speech inspired many, and the crowd buzzed with excitement about the future. The True Phoenix Fire Technique. Created by the True Phoenix, utilized the Nirvana True Fire as its core, allowing one to manipulate flames in battle and absorb other types of spiritual fire to enhance one's power. Regrettably, lacking the True Phoenix bloodline meant that his innate spiritual fire was merely ordinary. Xiao Tianhua sat in the training chamber, contemplating the True Phoenix inheritance, with the most precious aspect being the opportunity for rebirth, a coveted treasure for many cultivators. However, without the True Phoenix bloodline, the chance of successfully utilizing the Nirvana was less than 30%. Sighing, he reflected on the soul-devouring devil technique, which could only siphon off 30% of a cultivator's spiritual power. Xiao Yuxiao had perished at his hands, consumed without acquiring her True Phoenix bloodline. Currently, his cultivation was stable at the 1st level of the Meridian Realm, and his primary offensive technique, the True Phoenix Fire Technique, had only reached the 1st layer, the Phoenix Feather Needle. While he could exert influence within Twilight City, he knew that facing the 3 Beast Kings would be insufficient. The soul-devouring devil technique offered enhancements in cultivation but lacked active offensive capabilities. Xiao Tianhua recalled the Wanling Demon King, who had been a source of amusement, having created the soul-devouring devil technique, yet still adhering to the righteous path. It was as if there existed a gold mine, yet it was not utilized properly. The inheritance left behind was miserly, with no offensive techniques aside from the soul-devouring devil technique. Such short-sightedness was frustrating. The minor affairs below were managed by Huyan Man and her companions. He had no need for concern. His immediate priority was to enhance his cultivation and swiftly reach the Fusion Meridian Realm, as only then could he secure a foothold in the outside world. Additionally, it would be prudent to scout the 3 Beast Kings to ensure they did not pose a threat to his resources upon his departure. After deep contemplation, Xiao Tianhua immersed himself in his training. Initially, he had felt a surge of excitement upon being reborn with memories, but now, recognizing that his every action was part of someone else's scheme, he felt an even heavier sense of impending crisis than in his previous life. The trajectory of this life was uncertain, and the only way to break free from this predicament was to grow stronger. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. With the newfound accessibility to cultivation, the number of cultivators in Twilight City surged exponentially. Among the common folk were many gifted individuals, whose talents might have gone unnoticed had it not been for Xiao Tianhua's benevolent actions. As the strength of the cultivators increased, the exploration of the Yui Mountains expanded steadily. To earn points for resource exchanges at the Merit Hall, individuals entered the mountains in groups to hunt magical beasts, their spirits high, whenever there were casualties. Xiao Tianhua managed the situation carefully, honoring the fallen as family elites, earning the admiration of his kin. In these 6 months, Xiao Tianhua's cultivation finally reached the 5th level of the Meridian Realm, a rate of progress that was unremarkable. With the enhancement of the soul-devouring devil technique, he had only progressed to this extent. The True Phoenix Fire Technique had now reached the 3rd layer, Phoenix Crying in the 9 Heavens. Compared to the 1st layer's Phoenix Feather Needle and the 2nd layer's Phoenix Blood Curse, this technique focused more on soul attacks, causing little harm to the physical body. However, in battles at this low level, it was sufficient to achieve remarkable results. Cultivators at or above the Cloud Sea realm typically possess some form of defense against soul attacks, making Phoenix Crying in the 9 Heavens effective only once. Subsequent uses would be less impactful. Presently, his innate spiritual fire was still merely ordinary, and the True Phoenix Fire Technique could not unleash its full potential. With his cultivation just reaching the 5th level of the Meridian Realm, he possessed the Tiangang Blade, which enhanced his physical strength, equating to the 7th level of the Meridian Realm. As Xiao Tianhua lay in bed pondering, he realized that to augment the potency of the fire technique, he must fuse it with spiritual fire. The nearest source of spiritual fire to Twilight City was none other than the wailing of the Netherworld. Chapter 15, The High Monk and the Demon Lord. The wailing of the underworld. The ethereal fire known as the wailing of the underworld possesses a dark hue, reminiscent of an abyss, emanating a chilling aura that instills dread. When it blazes, its sound resembles the mournful cries of hellish fiends, thus earning its ominous name. Thanks to his past life experiences, Xiao Tianhua is aware that the wailing of the underworld lies hidden on a mountain, 1,000 miles from Twilight City. This mountain, entirely shrouded in a glossy black sheen, is called Black Oil Mountain, where unique trees known as black oil trees thrive in the oily soil. And the oily grass serves as fuel for flames. A murky river winds its way through the mountain's embrace. The Black family resides atop Black Oil Mountain, numbering around 500 souls, led by their patriarch, He Wujuan. Based on Xiao Tianhua's recollections from his previous life, He Wujuan currently possesses a cultivation level around the 8th stage of the Meridian Realm. Compared to Twilight City, Black Oil Mountain is even more desolate, however. The wailing of the underworld is concealed within its depths, a secret yet to be uncovered. Approximately 3 months later, a shepherd boy from the Black family, by sheer chance, tumbles off the cliff and fortuitously stumbles upon the wailing of the underworld. Upon discovering it, the boy promptly informs the patriarch, who, in a fit of joy, rewards him with several pieces of raw stone and bestows upon him the surname He, elevating him from the status of a mere slave to a member of the Black family. Later, a member of the Black family possessing an Earth-grade fire spirit vein tames the wailing of the underworld and cultivates it to the Cloud Sea realm, shining brightly in the northern domain, earning the reverence of the populace and being hailed as the Lord of the Underworld Flames. There remains a year before the Black family uncovers the wailing of the underworld, and time is still plentiful. In 6 months, I too shall depart from Twilight City. The wailing of the underworld is merely one aspect. The more crucial element lies in the inheritance of the evil Buddha. Originally, the evil Buddha was a revered monk from the 10,000 Buddhist temple in the vast western desert, who, understanding the suffering of all beings, wished to alleviate their plight through compassion. Thus, he left the temple, wandering the mortal realm to rescue the suffering populace. The compassionate monk garnered respect from the world. But one day, a notorious demon lord approached him, proposing a wager. The demon lord sneered, questioning the monk's claims of universal salvation, suggesting that he merely aided certain practitioners in overcoming their inner demons, using the name of the 10,000 Buddhist temple to coerce the demonic path into relinquishing its slaughter. True compassion, the demon asserted, should regard all beings as equals, even extending assistance to the request of mere mortals. The demon lord, wearing a derisive smile, posed a challenge. If the monk possessed the ability to save all beings, he should accept a wager. Within 2 months, he must designate a mortal to enlighten without employing his cultivations, but merely as an ordinary monk. If he succeeds, the demon lord would indeed relinquish his wicked ways and attain enlightenment. However, should he fail, he would fall into the demonic path, shattering the 3 precepts. The monk, initially unfazed by the challenge, considered the ease of enlightening a mere mortal, believing that even the darkest demons could be redeemed. With that thought, he followed the demon lord into the mortal realm, seeking the individual he was to enlighten. She was a courtesan, barely 22 years old, at the tender age of blossoming love. Yet her years in the brothel left her lips tasted by many and her delicate arms resting upon countless pillows, her once vibrant beauty now marred by apathy. If you can enlighten this woman to forsake her profession within 2 months, you shall be victorious, declared the demon lord. I shall return in 2 months to witness the outcome. Monk, you must strive diligently. As the demon lord departed, the monk remained unfazed and stepped into the brothel. Upon entering, he was met with the vibrant chaos of the establishment, a haze of smoke and the stench of debauchery saturating the air. Observing the men lost in drunken revelry with the courtesans, the monk furrowed his brow, feeling discomfort in such an environment. However, with the wager established, he could only seek out the brotheless matron. The arrival of a monk piqued the matron's curiosity, leading her to wonder which of her girls possessed such allure that a monk would forsake his vows. When the monk proposed to redeem a courtesan, the matron was initially astonished. Upon seeing the monk produce several pieces of raw stone, her heavily made-up face broke into an expansive grin. Receiving the stones eagerly, she led the monk to the room of the courtesan. Inside, the courtesan mistook the monk for yet another patron, preparing to undress, only to be halted by the monk's intervention. He explained his intent to redeem her, urging her to abandon her life of sin and embrace a better existence. Little did he know, the courtesan scoffed at his proposition. Monk, I truly do not grasp what is amiss with you. I thrive in this life. Why would I require your redemption? With my appearance, countless men willingly part with their riches. If you redeem me, who shall provide for me outside? If you wish to indulge, do so. If not, then leave. Your hesitation obstructs my business. The courtesan's words bewildered the monk, yet, being a man of wisdom, he persisted in persuading her, ultimately leading her away from the brothel. After exploring the town, the monk purchased a noodle shop for her, diligently teaching her the craft of noodle making. The courtesan exhibited remarkable aptitude, mastering the skill in just 2 days. During this time, the monk regaled her with tales of the world's beauty, igniting her passion for life. 5 days later, the monk departed, and the courtesan, in tears of gratitude, vowed to live righteously and save money to witness the world's wonders. The monk, confident of his success in the wager, traveled far and wide, returning a month later to find the noodle shop bustling with patrons. To his delight, however, he soon discovered that the shop had transformed into a dance hall, with the courtesan clad in revealing attire, captivating the crowd with her exuberant performance, as patrons showered her with raw stones. The courtesan explained, brimming with excitement. that it was thanks to the monk's idea that she had discovered a new and lucrative venture, yielding far greater profits than her previous life in the brothel. Hearing her words, the monk found them utterly absurd. Ignoring her protests, he took her to a secluded village, where he taught her to read and write, introducing her to a kind-hearted blacksmith, fostering a budding romance between them. With this arrangement, the monk felt assured that no further errors could arise. Nevertheless, he chose to remain hidden, observing from the shadows. Half a month passed, and the couple remained blissfully in love, allowing the monk to finally depart with a sense of relief. Chapter 16. The demonic Buddha once blessed with a loving husband. The high monk was convinced that the courtesan would return to the righteous path, confident in his wager against the demon. When the appointed time arrived, the demon approached the monk, who, brimming with assurance, led him to the courtesan's abode. However, upon arrival, they beheld the courtesan languidly reclining on her bed, scantily clad. With some money scattered beside her, a man was seen hastily pulling up his trousers, preparing to depart. Why? The monk was utterly perplexed, while the demon's derisive laughter echoed mockingly. Monk, you have lost. In 2 months, you have failed to enlighten even a single mortal, yet you speak of saving all beings. Why? I have clearly succeeded. Why does she remain unchanged? The monk's eyes widened in fury, oblivious to how his current demeanor starkly contrasted with his former compassionate self. Enraged, he stormed into the room, demanding to know why the courtesan persisted in such actions. Unperturbed, the courtesan retorted, Master, why do you make such a fuss? Isn't this merely a means to earn a living? Look at your opulent attire. That resplendent robe you don is worth a fortune. Why do you persist in obstructing my way? In the past, I enjoyed a carefree life in the brothel, adorned in silk. But you have forced me into this drab existence, clad in coarse linen, subsisting on wild vegetables. And that inept blacksmith, he barely earns enough for my needs. You lofty beings know nothing of the struggles of ordinary people. Am I not suffering enough under your pressure? Please, spare me further torment. Wouldn't it be better for you to return to your temple and chant your scriptures? Every word from the courtesan struck the monk's heart like nails. While the demon leaned against the door, a mysterious smile gracing his face. You have degraded yourself. A dog cannot change its nature. Such is the plight of you lowly mortals. Fuming, the monk's obsession with winning the wager morphed into a malevolent spirit within him. How could a revered monk of the 10,000 Buddha temple, adored by countless practitioners, be belittled by a mere mortal? The beads in his hand shattered, and his once kind visage twisted into a grotesque expression. Channeling his spiritual energy, he transformed it into flames that ignited the courtesan's delicate features. Her piercing screams reverberated throughout the small cabin, and as he witnessed her agonizing struggles, a sense of satisfaction filled the monk's countenance. Without this face, how will you sell yourself? Yet, despite his actions, the monk ultimately lost the wager, unwilling to fulfill the terms. In this world, power is the undeniable truth. I am a being of the void heaven realm. A mere demon cannot escape my wrath. As he prepared to strike, the demon refrained from confrontation, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The courtesan's pain cries diminished, replaced by a sinister, mocking laughter. The monk turned, only to find the courtesan's essence rushing into his eyes, filling him with excruciating agony, the sacred sound of the Buddha unable to alleviate his suffering. The courtesan's tumultuous life flashed before his mind, born in a brothel, brainwashed and educated by the matron, lost in a life of debauchery. The monk, who sought to save all beings, failed to redeem a single mortal, and his obsession took root deep within him. From that day forth, the 5 domains lost a compassionate monk, gaining instead a sinister Buddha who killed to save. When the sinister Buddha fell, he had already reached the 5th level of the void heaven realm. In a world where even the realm masters remained hidden, those at the pulse realm were considered formidable, while those in the cloud sea realm could dominate regions. The void heaven realm was deemed the pinnacle of power. This evil Buddha sought to save beings through slaughter, leaving devastation in his wake. Ultimately, a revered Buddha from the 10,000 Buddha temple intervened, redeeming him in the northern domain. After his demise, his internal void transformed into a place of legacy, reopening every few centuries to invite practitioners to seek opportunities. Shao Tianhua recalled the last time the evil Buddha's legacy was unveiled. A fortunate soul had secured the Buddha's heart, utilizing the blood sea within the legacy to comprehend the path of blood, soaring to greatness, earning the title of the Little Evil Buddha. In this lifetime, however, Shao Tianhua's primary goal was not the heart of the evil Buddha. In his previous life, it was said that one of the 3 great evil weapons, the soul refining banner, lay hidden within the evil Buddha's legacy. The 3 great evil weapons were the 36-blade blood fiend celestial saber, the 5 tribulations soul refining banner, and the 9 turns demonic heaven resonance. Ancient texts recorded that these 3 weapons were formed from the very first demonic energy in existence, each possessing the power to consume souls. The celestial saber could cut through all, provided the wielder was sufficiently powerful to unleash its true might. In the depths of the Yu mountain range, a shadow darted swiftly through the dense forest. The extreme electric wolf, dining at the moment, sensed impending danger and howled, summoning its pack scattered nearby. This extreme electric wolf was a second-tier magical beast, commanding over 100 elite electric wolves. Upon Shao Tianhua's appearance, the Beast King commanded the electric wolves to encircle him. Unfazed, Xiao Tianhua raised his hand, channeling the spiritual energy stored in his veins into flames that manifested in his palm. The beasts recoiled in fear, the searing heat unsettling them, defying the king's command. The extreme electric wolf ordered an attack, but as the flames around Xiao Tianhua transformed into radiant fire feathers, he unleashed them, piercing through numerous electric wolves in an instant. Their anguished cries filled the air, yet Xiao Tianhua remained rooted in place, surrounded by fallen wolves. The scent of blood mingling with the aroma of roasted flesh wafting through the atmosphere. Electric wolves were but first-tier magical beasts for Xiao Tianhua, who had reached the 6th level of Pulse Realm. Their numbers posed no threat unless his spiritual energy was depleted. Seeing the situation turn dire, the extreme electric wolf attempted to flee, but Xiao Tianhua acted swiftly, launching a phoenix feather needle that struck its hind leg, splattering blood upon the ground. Though not dead, the extreme electric wolf hastily escaped. Xiao Tianhua remained composed, approaching the grass stained with the wolf's blood, plucking a drop and invoking the phoenix blood curse with his fingers. Watching as a wisp of blood essence merged with the wolf's blood, in a haze, he felt a strange sensation seep into his mind. The phoenix blood curse was an assassination-type attack, allowing the user to locate and track an enemy through their blood, and even control the cursed opponent under overwhelming spiritual pressure. However, this technique also bore significant risks. If the disparity in cultivation levels was too great, the opponent might reverse the tracking. Xiao Tianhua closed his eyes. Yet his vision remained clear, instead becoming extraordinarily vivid. The phoenix blood curse enabled him to share vision with the extreme electric wolf. And what he beheld was through the wolf's eyes. In his view, the extreme electric wolf dashed through the forest, heading straight for its den. Based on the information revealed through the wolf's perspective, Xiao Tianhua estimated that over 5,000 electric wolves resided within the den, including more than 20 extreme electric wolves. As the injured wolf entered the den, it was immediately surrounded by subordinate wolves, who began to lick its wounds. Through the eyes of the extreme electric wolf, Xiao Tianhua caught sight of the den's master, a third-tier magical beast, the Thousand Wolf King, the Thunder-Patterned Savage Wolf. Chapter 17, Departure from Twilight City. The Thunder-Patterned Violent Wolf, adorned with lustrous azure fur, bore golden lightning-like markings upon its body. Its robust limbs were equipped with sharp claws, and its massive form towered as high as 2 stacked adults. The exposed fangs emanated an unsettling chill, while its piercing eyes radiated an air of regal defiance. A third-tier Thunder-Patterned Violent Wolf? Engaging it at my current cultivation level would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Third-tier magical beasts possess combat prowess comparable to that of a pulse refinement practitioner, and they wield more offensive capabilities than their second-tier counterparts. Typically, a Thunder-Patterned Violent Wolf can unleash plasma attacks from its mouth, with the lightning markings on its body often harboring parasitic electric insects that absorb lightning particles from the air to enhance its assaults. The more electric insects it harbors, the stronger the Thunder-Patterned Violent Wolf becomes. Xiao Tianhua could not ascertain the number of electric insects infesting this Wolf King and dared not provoke its royal majesty. The presence of this Beast King posed a significant threat to my blood reservoir. Thus, it was imperative to devise a plan to eliminate it. As Xiao Tianhua contemplated, he suddenly perceived through the extreme electric wolf's eyes dozens of electric wolves returning from a hunt, dragging a slain azure bull before the Thunder-Patterned Violent Wolf. The wolf, previously reclined upon a rock, rose to its feet, and through the extreme electric wolf's perspective, the aura of dominance emanating from it intensified. Something was amiss. This Thunder-Patterned Violent Wolf was bound. A nearly transparent aura enveloped it, restricting its movement to a 30-meter radius. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. These 3 Beast Kings were also remnants of the so-called Wise Old Man's machinations. Xiao Tianhua's gaze flickered. If the Thunder-Patterned Violent Wolf was thus restrained, the other 2 Beast Kings were likely ensnared in a similar fashion. What exactly was the Wise Old Man's intent? First, he left a prophecy compelling the 3 families to elevate my cultivation, and then he stationed 3 Beast Kings here to restrain me? After much deliberation, Xiao Tianhua abandoned the idea of waiting until he reached the pulse refinement stage to leave this place and resolved to depart immediately. Without further hesitation, upon returning to Twilight City, he promptly summoned Huyan Man and the others, imparted crucial instructions, and decisively departed. Beneath the fading light of the setting sun, Xiao Tianhua left Twilight City, venturing into the outside world. Black Oil Mountain lay 1,000 miles from Twilight City. During the day, he journeyed while at night. He sought out safe havens to rest briefly, his right hand adorned with 3 storage rings brimming with ample supplies. After several dozen days since leaving Twilight City, Xiao Tianhua maintained a profound connection with Huyan Man and the others through their blood bond, allowing him to easily perceive their thoughts. Thus, even in their absence from the city, he remained acutely aware of the happenings within. Huyan Man was a commendable pawn, possessing sufficient talent and unwavering loyalty due to the blood bond's compulsion. At night, Xiao Tianhua reclined atop the broad, expansive leaves of a fanleaf tree, gazing up at the tranquil, resplendent night sky, lulled to sleep by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze, accompanied by the intermittent chirping of cicadas. From a spacious valley came the furious roars of beasts. The deep water pool at the valley's bottom erupted into splashes from the tumult of battle, with several large trees at the edge shattered by some creature's immense strength. roar. It was a panda monster, towering over 5 meters. Its snarling visage and protruding fangs exuding ferocity. Its fur, akin to armor, bore a terrifying black and white pattern across its chest, forming a ghastly visage. A second-tier magical beast. The Piyura. The devastation of the valley was a testament to the clash between it and Xiao Tianhua, who stood as a small mountain against the overwhelming pressure of the panda monster's massive form. With colossal fists striking down, tearing through the air and whipping up a tempest. The force of the blow caused Xiao Tianhua's expression to shift as he hurriedly dodged. A resounding crash echoed as the ground where he had stood was violently cratered. Rocks and debris flying in all directions. This Piyura was a top-tier second-tier beast, on the verge of advancing to third-tier after a period of growth. Confronted with the Piyura's frenzied assaults, Xiao Tianhua remained composed, evading its wrathful strikes that, despite their ferocity, failed to land a blow. The Piyura, a brute-force magical beast, was a veritable treasure trove. Its hide could be fashioned into impenetrable armor, and the blood it contained held immense potential for enhancing a practitioner's physical prowess. Its gem-like, radiant eyes were often crafted into necklaces for their calming and focusing properties. The flesh of the Piyura was regarded as a top-tier delicacy, cherished by practitioners across the 5 domains, whose rich flavor even appealed to those who had forsaken their culinary desires. Once abundant, the population of Piyuras had drastically dwindled due to rampant hunting by practitioners, pushing them to the brink of extinction. Consequently, numerous high-ranking practitioners called upon their peers in the 5 domains to cease the hunt and protect these rare magical beasts. In this regard, Xiao Tianhua remained indifferent. Why would one refuse to seize a treasure presented to them? As the opportune moment arose, Xiao Tianhua retrieved a foreign blade from his storage ring. The blade, nearly 7 meters in length and weighing 1,000 pounds, gleamed with a chilling radiance. Holding the blade with a single hand, he exuded an air of nonchalance. Under the deliberate provocation he had enacted, the Piyura unleashed a series of attacks, its essence surging, making it the perfect moment to extract its blood. With a thunderous roar, the Piyura swung a fist downwards. Xiao Tianhua, executing a swift kick, evaded the strike, leaping into the air, raising the blade overhead for a mighty cleave. The blade sang with a fierce and domineering resonance. As the Piyura's claws descended from either side, the wind whipped through Xiao Tianhua's hair and garments, causing them to flutter wildly. Suddenly, a piercing phoenix cry erupted within the Piyura's mind. The phoenix's song reverberated through the air. The unexpected soul attack destabilized the Piyura's spirit, disrupting its assault. Without mercy, Xiao Tianhua brought the foreign blade down with immense force, and the Piyura, unable to resist, was instantly drenched in blood. Warm blood splattered across Xiao Tianhua's face as he bellowed, sweeping the blade horizontally. The full power of the 1,000-pound blade struck with overwhelming force, sending sparks flying as the Piyura's head fell to the ground with a final roar, blood gushing forth in torrents. Xiao Tianhua, seizing the moment, drove the blade into the earth, creating a pit to channel the blood into. Stripping off his garments, he plunged into the sanguine pool, feeling the surging essence as he activated the devouring spirit pulse to absorb the vital energy. The blood essence coursed through him, refining his physical form, cracking and mending. His body struggled to withstand the overwhelming energy, oscillating between rupture and restoration. Immersed in the blood pool, Xiao Tianhua relished the agonizing process. After some time, the blood essence waned, and he emerged from the now-dry pool, his skin a vivid red, adorned with numerous cracks, yet visibly more robust than before. This was the terrifying aspect of the Piyura. The higher its tier, the more potent its essence, and the more formidable the refinement it bestowed. Xiao Tianhua estimated that once his physical form fully recuperated, he would be able to contend with an 8th-layer pulse practitioner without falling behind. With his original cultivation level, he could even stand a chance against a 9th-layer practitioner. Chapter 18 Jiang Ming observed that the most precious aspect of the Prana Panda was its heart. Robust and brimming with vitality. Though merely the size of a human palm, it sustained the immense circulatory system of the majestic creature. When Xiao Tianhua extracted it, exposing it to the open air, the heart continued to pulsate. Feeling the warmth radiating from it, Xiao Tianhua hesitated not for a moment, opening his mouth to sink his teeth into the heart. The rich, briny flavor burst in his mouth, and the act of consuming raw flesh was far from pleasant. Despite the Prana Panda being a top-tier delicacy, it was best savored when cooked. Upon swallowing the heart entirely, Xiao Tianhua promptly settled on the ground, channeling the energy through his spirit-devouring meridian to digest the blood essence. Fortunately, the capabilities of the spirit-devouring meridian were extraordinary. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, consuming such a heart could have resulted in a catastrophic explosion of his own body. After meticulously processing the entire carcass of the Prana Panda, evening had fallen. As this creature was now a protected and rare magical beast, Xiao Tianhua only took the most valuable eyes and hide, stowing them away in his storage ring, leaving the remaining blood, flesh, and bones to be dealt with by nature's scavengers by morning. Roughly estimating, with his current pace, he would reach Heiyou Mountain in approximately 2 days. Heiyou Mountain was the domain of the Heijia family. Thus, if he wished to ascend the mountain in search of the Phantom Howler, he needed a suitable identity. As he navigated through the dense forest, He sought a secure place to spend the night before darkness enveloped the land completely. The Hejiao family was not particularly powerful, and while a direct confrontation was not impossible, slaughtering a mountain upon his emergence would be excessively ostentatious, potentially drawing the attention of righteous cultivators. The location of Mushi City was discreet, hidden within the mountains, and he could not afford to reveal his origins lest he attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Contemplating these matters, Xiao Tianhua sighed, acknowledging that ultimately his cultivation was still too inadequate. As night deepened, he discovered a cave and paused 50 paces from its entrance. The surroundings were eerily silent, engulfed in profound darkness, and a flicker of firelight dimly illuminated the cave, causing Xiao Tianhua's brow to furrow. To his astonishment, there were others present in this forest. The burning flames dispelled the night's gloom, casting dancing shadows upon Jiang Ming and his companions. Master, how much longer must we remain in this forest? Do you think the elders have already been captured by the Long family? The speaker was a young maiden clad in green, her hair tied back. Her features not particularly striking, yet exuding a subtle allure, especially her pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, which enhanced her overall beauty. Yuan, do not speak recklessly. Though the Long family is formidable, the elders and the head of our family possess the strength to evade them. We must remain patient. The head will surely come for us. Jiang Ming inhaled deeply, casting his gaze over the few individuals seated by the fire. 3 days prior, they had narrowly escaped the Long family's pursuit and were now hiding in this predetermined location, awaiting rescue. 3 days had elapsed, and their supplies were dwindling, compounded by the fact that there was still no word from the head of the family. Seeing the despondent expressions of his companions, Jiang Ming recognized the need to set an example and instill hope within them. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from the cave entrance, prompting Jiang Ming to rise swiftly. Drawing his sword and stealthily approaching the opening, with the others following suit, holding their breaths. Peering out, he discovered that the noise was merely a rabbit attracted by the firelight. Jiang Ming exhaled in relief. It was just a false alarm. The rabbit hopped into the cave, circling the fire, its ruby-like eyes fixated on Jiang Ming and his companions. It appeared to be injured. Yuana noticed a small patch of its snow-white fur stained red with blood. Yuana gently approached and cradled the rabbit in her arms, sensing her benign intent. The creature did not resist. Poor little thing. Perhaps it too has encountered danger and sought refuge here, she murmured, stroking the white rabbit. What a pity it is far too perilous outside at night. Tomorrow, I shall search for some herbs to tend to your wounds. Jiang Ming sighed deeply, sheathing his sword, gazing at the inky darkness beyond the cave, akin to their uncertain future, devoid of hope. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. His hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. But just as he was about to grasp it, he let it fall limply at his side. The others in the cave remained oblivious to the impending danger. Yuana, cradling the white rabbit by the fire, was about to speak when the rabbit suddenly sprang from her arms, leaping into the flames, scattering burning wood in all directions. The group scrambled to manage the chaos, entirely unaware of the shadow that had slipped into the cave. A flash of steel and blood sprayed forth as the flickering flames illuminated Xiao Tianhua's icy visage, akin to a demon. Beneath him lay the lifeless bodies of the group, blood gushing from their throats, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Tianhua. The strikes were swift and merciless, each one a deadly blow, leaving no room for resistance. This was not merely a demonstration of superior cultivation. It was the culmination of Xiao Tianhua's experiences from 2 lifetimes. Gazing at the fallen bodies, Xiao Tianhua recalled the words of a departed friend. When it comes to killing, be decisive and swift. Never linger or hesitate. Seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Strike first when you can, and finish your enemy in one blow. Any notions of righteousness or noble intentions are mere folly once you act. Eradicate the root cause and leave no trace behind. As the flames flickered, casting shadows that enveloped Yuana, the metallic scent of blood and the sight of her fallen companions shattered her composure. I will give you 5 minutes to disclose your identities and the reasons for your presence here. Xiao Tianhua casually lifted the white rabbit that had been quietly hiding on the ground. This rabbit had fallen under his phoenix blood curse. Having allowed it entry to gather information, it was now rendered useless. With a gentle twist, he snapped the rabbit's neck, skinned it, and prepared it for roasting over the fire. I know nothing. Please, spare me. Yuana's tear-filled eyes were a sight of pity. She was merely a mortal, Jiang Ming's servant, unaccustomed to such brutality. Yet Xiao Tianhua remained unmoved, and upon hearing her pleas, he merely tilted his head slightly and, with a casual gesture, sent forth a phoenix feather needle that pierced Yuana's arm. As she screamed in agony, Xiao Tianhua's voice remained flat. I do not wish to hear any nonsense. You have 4 minutes remaining. Jiang family. We are from the Jiang family. The intense pain racked Yuana, the remnants of the needle's flames searing her flesh. The one at the cave entrance is the young master of the Jiang family. I am his servant. Chapter 19. The Black Oil Mountain of the Jiang family. Once standing alongside the Long family on General Mountain, had coexisted harmoniously for a century without any disturbances. However, not long ago, a small vein of raw stone was unexpectedly discovered on the otherwise barren General Mountain. The raw stone holds immense significance in the cultivation of cultivators. Despite being a minor vein, it could yield at least 10 million raw stones. For either family, acquiring these stones would lead to a qualitative enhancement of their power. Human greed knows no bounds, and with such tempting profits at stake, the equilibrium on General Mountain became increasingly difficult to maintain, resulting in conflict between the two families. Initially, the strengths of the two families were comparable until a young boy from the Long family, while evading pursuit from the Jiang family, inadvertently stumbled into a dense forest. There, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a grievously injured third-tier magical beast. The boy took the beast back to the Long family, nursing it back to health with great care, ultimately earning its loyalty. This third-tier magical beast was comparable to a cultivator at the pulse refinement stage, and its unparalleled ferocity allowed it to shatter the Jiang family's defenses, leading the Long family into their territory. In the ensuing chaos, the Jiang family was forced to retreat, with the family head and elders sacrificing themselves to ensure the escape of Jiang Ming and a few others, agreeing to meet again in a cave should any of them survive. Xiao Tianhua pondered over what Yuan had said. In his previous life, he seemed to recall the conflict between these two families, culminating in the Long family head being captured and several elders becoming slaves to the Long family, while the fates of Jiang Ming and the others remained unknown. However, he had heard whispers about the young boy who tamed the third-tier magical beast. His name was Long Yutian. In Xiao Tianhua's past life, when he heard of Long Yutian, he was already a formidable figure at the Cloud Sea stage, known for his mastery over beasts and commanding an army of countless magical creatures, earning the title of Beast King. At that time, Xiao Tianhua was merely at the 5th level of the pulse refinement stage and, after being expelled from Twilight City, had fortuitously joined a merchant caravan, which allowed him to safely arrive at Cloud City and begin to carve out a living. The Beast King, Long Yutian. Xiao Tianhua bit into a piece of rabbit meat, contemplating his next steps. Yuan huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, her eyes wide as she watched Xiao Tianhua feast, too afraid to make a sound. Xiao Tianhua glanced at Yuan and extended a rabbit leg towards her. Eat. Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as she hesitated to accept the offering. Eat. In a flurry, Yuan took the rabbit leg, disregarding the pain in her arm, and devoured it hastily, fearful of inciting the wrath of this madman. The rabbit leg disappeared quickly, and after Xiao Tianhua finished his meal, he stood up, letting out a satisfied burp, and approached Yuan with a gentle inquiry. Are you full? Yuan nodded earnestly. Xiao Tianhua smiled slightly. If you're full, then let us be on our way. Yuan's beautiful eyes widened in horror as Xiao Tianhua crushed Jiang Ming's throat, leaving her lifeless, unable to close her eyes in peace. He casually stripped Jiang Ming of his sword and jade pendant, seizing all possessions before setting the cave ablaze and slipping away into the night. Though in his past life the Jiang family had been entirely captured, there was no guarantee that this time would follow the same course. If the Jiang family head and elders managed to escape from the Long family and stumbled upon him here, it would spell considerable trouble. Unfortunately, without any means of soul-searching, he could not ascertain whether that woman had concealed anything. Xiao Tianhua sought refuge in a towering ancient tree, selecting a sturdy branch high above as his temporary shelter for the night. Gazing at the flickering flames in the distance, a manic smile crept across his face. Black Oil Mountain. As he beheld the inky landscape before him, the tattered youth felt a glimmer of hope spark within his eyes. He extended his hand, reaching out, but ultimately exhausted his last ounce of strength and collapsed to the ground. The jade pendant hanging at his waist fell into the blackened earth, glinting vividly under the sun's rays. Yuan. The boy jolted awake, reaching forward with outstretched hands, his reddened eyes brimming with tears, unable to withstand the overwhelming pain within and choking back sobs. Ah, you are awake. The boy regained his composure as the door suddenly swung open, revealing a young woman clad in green, who entered with a bowl of hot porridge. Where is this? The boy's voice was hoarse, and he coughed up blood. This is the Black Oil Mountain, Black Family Village. We found you unconscious at the foot of the mountain this morning and brought you here. The physician said you were overly fatigued and needed rest. I made some medicinal porridge. Drinking it will help you feel better. The boy shook his head, then cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, young lady. It was but a small effort. My name is He Yan. May I ask who you are and why you fainted at the foot of our Black Oil Mountain? He Yan inquired. The boy sighed deeply. Sorrow etched across his face. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I am Jiang Ming, the young master of the Jiang family on General Mountain. Our family was attacked by the Long family, who sought to claim our resources. The Long family is powerful, and we were no match for them. In a moment of peril, the family head sent me and a few kin away, but alas, we were too weak and lost our way in the dense forest. Encountering danger, others sacrificed themselves to protect me. At this point, Xiao Tianhua was consumed by grief. Even my maid perished at the claws of a magical beast. I am truly a worthless being. Why am I the one who survived? They have all left me, and what purpose do I serve alone in this world? Do not speak like that. He Yan gently consoled. The more you think this way, the more you should strive to live on, carrying their beliefs with you. Perhaps one day you will grow strong enough to avenge them. Her words struck a chord within Xiao Tianhua, awakening a sense of determination within him. You are right. I will seek revenge. I will grow stronger. Thank you, He Yan. That is the spirit. First, drink this bowl of medicinal porridge and rest well. Only by taking care of your health can you seek vengeance. With that, He Yin turned and exited the room, gazing at the warm porridge at his bedside. Xiao Tianhua carefully lifted it and took a sip, gratitude flooding his heart. In the main residence of the Black family village, He Yin entered to find the family head and several elders awaiting her. Greetings, family head and esteemed elders. He Yin bowed before He Wujuan and the others, then reported on Xiao Tianhua's situation. Family head, the boy claims to be Jiang Ming, the young master of the Jiang family, on General Mountain. The Jiang family fell victim to an attack from the Long family, and he lost his way while fleeing, inadvertently arriving at our Black Oil Mountain. The Jiang family on General Mountain? He Wujuan stood with his back to He Yin, gazing out at the swaying black willow leaves with an impassive expression. The Jiang family and the Long family had coexisted on General Mountain for many years without such a significant conflict. For the time being, ensure that Jiang Ming is well cared for and extract the truth about the Long family's attack on the Jiang family from him. Chapter 20. Truths unveiled in intoxication. The Jiang and Long families stand on equal footing with my He family, both languishing among the most inconsequential clans in the northern region. This area is bereft of resources, and inter-family strife and annexation are commonplace. However, the sudden aggression of the Long family towards the Jiang family is undoubtedly suspect. As the saying goes, no one rises early for no profit. Without substantial gain, how could two equally matched families instigate conflict? He Wujuan turned. His tranquil gaze is profound as a still pond, betraying not a ripple of emotion. According to Jiang Ming, the Long family's absorption of the Jiang family was akin to a swift and merciless storm. Were it my He family launching an attack on the Jiang family, I would not dare to claim victory. What extraordinary capability does the Long family possess? Only Jiang Ming knows the intricacies involved. You must investigate. During these days, you have developed a rapport with him. Should the occasion demand, you may need to make certain sacrifices. Once the matter is resolved, the family will not neglect your contributions. As commanded by the family head, He Yin complied and exited the main residence. Since the moment Xiao Tianhua appeared at the foot of the Oil Mountain, the He family's practitioners had taken note of him. From his rescue to his ongoing assistance, all was part of He Wujuan's cunning strategy. Had a mere mortal fallen at the mountain's base, no one would have cared. Even if wild beasts carried him away before the He family, they would remain indifferent. For in this realm, the lives of mortals are worth less than weeds. In the expansive square of the He family, a lavish banquet was laid out to honor Xiao Tianhua. The hospitable members of the He family presented exquisite delicacies and fine wines, while the enchanting He maidens gathered around the bonfire, singing joyfully. Xiao Tianhua sat beside He Wujuan, having spent 6 days at He Oil Mountain. The warmth and meticulous care of the He family touched him deeply, gradually lowering his guard and allowing him to assimilate into this large family. Young Master Jiang, please sample our specialty, the black rock roasted lamb ribs. With a gentle wave, He Wujuan summoned a maid who attentively sliced a piece of steaming lamb rib for Xiao Tianhua. The freshly roasted meat exuded warmth, and upon tasting, it was tender and delectable, devoid of any gaminess. Paired with the He family's unique dipping sauce, it was a culinary delight. Yet, despite the exquisite fare, no trace of joy appeared on Xiao Tianhua's face. He Wujuan observed as Xiao Tianhua gazed at the merry He family by the bonfire, the sorrow in his eyes, though not fully revealed, could not be concealed from He Wujuan's perceptive gaze. He Wujuan understood that Xiao Tianhua was reminded of his homeland, displaced amidst tribulation, and feeling like an outsider at a foreign feast inevitably stirred emotions. Is the meat not to your liking? No, no, no. Xiao Tianhua snapped back from his reverie. The noble cuisine is sumptuous and delightful, and the warmth of your kin reminds me of my days at the Jiang family. As he gripped the knife and fork, his hands involuntarily tightened, veins protruding. Moments later, he deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping in his seat. I apologize for causing trouble to you and your family, he murmured. I shall depart tomorrow. I am grateful for your care during these days, and I have little of value left. But I wish to offer you the sword gifted to me by my father, if you do not find it unworthy. Why the sudden departure? He Wujuan feigned ignorance. Is it that my family has not treated young Master Jiang well? No, no, no. The nobles have granted me a lifeline. But I am now targeted by the Long family. If I remain with the He family, it would certainly bring trouble upon you. Ha! I wondered what it could be. It is merely the Long family. Since you have arrived at the He family, it is fate. Since you are here, make yourself comfortable. How can my He family fear the Long family? Come, young Master Jiang, let us drink together and cast aside our identities. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Not return until intoxicated. Xiao Tianhua, moved to tears, drank several cups with the He family, his cheeks flushed with drink. Fueled by alcohol, He Wujuan inquired about the true motives behind the Long family's assault on the Jiang family. Yet Xiao Tianhua spoke in vague terms, uttering curious phrases, frequently mentioning the Jiang family, but revealing nothing about the cause of the discord. He Wujuan felt helpless, but recognized the need for patience. It was only a matter of time before he extracted information from Xiao Tianhua. He instructed He Yin to escort the inebriated Jiang Ming back to his residence. Miss He Yin, Xiao Tianhua mumbled, supported by her. Thank you. He Yin paused momentarily. The The 6 days of interaction had allowed her to understand much about this boy who had lost his family. After helping him to bed and covering him with a blanket, she cast a lingering glance at him before departing. Once Xiao Tianhua had been seen off, He Wujuan engaged in discussions with several elders of the family over drinks. Exchanging views on Xiao Tianhua, Jiang Ming, though still young, had already reached the 7th level of the pulse condensation realm, showcasing exceptional talent, rivaling even He Shi. If he were to be integrated into the He family, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset in the future. Those not of our kin may harbor different intentions. Although Jiang Ming possesses great potential, he remains an outsider, and his heart does not belong to the He family. The spies we dispatched should return tomorrow, and I will determine Jiang Ming's fate then. Meanwhile, as Xiao Tianhua lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. A practitioner of the pulse condensation realm could not be rendered senseless by a mere few cups of wine. The notion of truths unveiled in intoxication was merely a ruse. Had Jiang Ming been present, he might have divulged some information, but such tactics were ineffective against Xiao Tianhua. 5 centuries of experience could not be matched by a mere clan leader. His performance at the banquet had already dulled the vigilance of He Wujuan and his associates. The next step was to gradually integrate into their ranks and seek the infernal wailing. Moreover, he needed to swiftly comprehend the 4th level of the true Phoenix Flame record, facilitating a clean escape once he obtained the infernal wailing. Early the next day, He Wujuan received news from the spies, confirming what Xiao Tianhua had said. The conflict between the 2 families on General Mountain had indeed taken place. The Long family had annexed the Jiang family, and the head of the Jiang family had sent the young master Jiang Ming away while he himself and several elders of the Long family remained to fend off the invasion, after which there was no further word. As for the reasons behind the conflict and the Long family's victory, all information had been tightly sealed. The spies could only return empty-handed. However, it was at least confirmed that Xiao Tianhua had not lied. With patience, it was only a matter of time before he would extract information from him. Upon waking from his drunken stupor, Xiao Tianhua accompanied He Yin to greet He Wujuan. After a conversation, He Yin took him on a tour of He Oil Mountain. He Oil Mountain was blanketed in black soil, with the predominant vegetation being the oil trees and oil grass. The lamb consumed the previous night was of the unique black rock sheep, whose fur was as dark and glossy as oil, with horns sharp as swords. Black rock sheep were naturally docile creatures. Despite their formidable horns, they never attacked anyone, and even mortals could raise them. The He family entrusted the raising of black rock sheep entirely to mortals, alleviating a great deal of trouble. Chapter 21. Blossoming affection in the domain of the Black Clan. The commoners are devoid of personal names, identified solely by numerical designations. The breeding ground for the black rock sheep, which Jiang Ming visited with He Yin, is overseen by a commoner designated as number 3. Greetings, esteemed lords. Upon the arrival of He Yin and Jiang Ming, the managing commoner hastily ceased his tasks, rushing to kneel before them, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground in a display of reverence. Despite being a man well past 50, he knelt before 2 youths barely in their 20s, illustrating the stark hierarchy within this realm. The pathway to becoming a cultivator is strictly controlled, held tightly by various families, rendering the chances of a commoner without lineage or opportunity achieving such status akin to scaling the heavens, no matter how exceptional one's talent may be. Without the ability to condense veins, one's fate remains unalterable. Number 301. Are all the black rock sheep healthy today? Have any ewes given birth? He Yin's demeanor was frosty as he looked down upon the bowed figure of 301. If even one black rock sheep goes missing, you should be well aware of the consequences. Esteemed lords, I assure you, 301's frail, aged body trembled uncontrollably. I have been diligent and will not lose a single sheep. Very well. He Yin turned to Jiang Ming with a faint smile. Let us proceed to another location. Upon hearing their intent to leave, 301 finally relaxed. Yet the subsequent words from Jiang Ming sent his heart racing once more. Scanning the flock, Jiang Ming spotted a thin, dark-skinned boy, perhaps in his early teens, dressed in patched cloth, with a face smeared with dirt, crouched among the sheep, timidly gazing at the 2 men. Is that child yours? Jiang Ming's voice was gentle, yet it caused 301 to break into a cold sweat. Reporting to my lords, he is my son, number 357. 357? Quite well. Jiang Ming smiled faintly, beckoning the boy closer. Did you not hear? Tell your son to come over here. He Yin scolded, ready to act, but Jiang Ming intervened. Dear He Yin, please do not be angry. We wouldn't want to frighten the child. Grateful, 301 quickly called for 357 to approach. Jiang Ming bent down, wiping the dirt from the boy's face with a silk handkerchief, then offered him a piece of candy. What a delightful child. When we were of his age, we too were innocent and carefree. Now go play. Jiang Ming pinched 357's cheek gently before rising and departing with He Yin. It was only when their figures vanished from sight that 301 dared to lift his head. Dad, 357 said, sucking on the candy with a hint of grievance. His pinch hurt a little. Oh dear. My son, you must not speak so. For a lord to pinch you is a blessing. That candy may not be to your liking, yet it is the kindness of this new lord. With others, we might have lost our heads. He Yin guided Jiang Ming through the Black Oil Mountain, where Jiang Ming exhibited a profound fondness for children, distributing candy to every child he encountered. The only price being a gentle squeeze of their cheeks. As dusk fell, the two sat at the edge of the cliff, admiring the sunset. Bathed in the golden hues of the waning sun, the black oil mountain appeared resplendent, resembling a magnificent golden scroll. He Yin, I am grateful for your care over these past days, for guiding me out of the shadows of hatred. Jiang Ming gazed affectionately at He Yin. Had my Jiang family not perished, I would have surely sent my father to propose marriage to your family. Such nonsense, He Yin retorted with a playful glare. I do not fancy you. In our Black Clan, we admire powerful heroes. Outsiders must challenge their peers from the Black Clan and triumph to have a chance at marrying their beloved. Even if we were to like each other, marrying me would not be so simple. The young girl, on the cusp of discovering love, was filled with beautiful fantasies. During her time with Jiang Ming, his refined demeanor set him apart in the passionate Black Clan. He remained dignified in the presence of He Wujun, and when alone, he regaled her with enchanting tales she had never heard, reminiscent of fairy tale princes and princesses. These delightful stories captivated He Yin and sparked a flicker of affection within her. Jiang Ming, with 500 years of experience, found it effortless to charm a girl barely 20. In terms of lineage, the Jiang and Black families were well matched. Despite the Jiang family's misfortunes, there was no evidence suggesting that their patriarch or elders had met with calamity. Their chances of survival were substantial. As long as the pillars of the family remained, the day of rebuilding would eventually come. Jiang Ming's concealed talents were not insignificant. Ranking among the best of the younger generation in the Black Clan, having earned He Wujun's approval. All these factors combined rendered him worthy of He Yin. Shall I challenge the peers of the Black Clan? Perhaps I shall give it a try, Jiang Ming mused softly. A gentle breeze swept across the cliff, tousling the girl's hair and stirring her emotions. Perhaps she herself did not realize that she had been drawn to Jiang Ming, forgetting the original purpose of her approach. That night, Jiang Ming sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind connecting through the phoenix blood spell to the children he had encountered throughout the day. Given his superior cultivation compared to He Yin, extracting a drop of blood from those children before her was not difficult. Especially since He Yin showed little concern for the commoners, thus failing to notice his subtle manipulations. Through the phoenix blood spell, Jiang Ming could perceive all the activities of the enchanted children. The child who had discovered the chilling wails of the underworld was among those ensorcelled. Unable to pinpoint the individual, Jiang Ming could only resort to a broad strategy. The continuous use of the phoenix blood spell drained his spiritual energy significantly. Although he faced vigilance from He Wujun, nothing comes without a cost. The chilling wails from the underworld would take time to uncover, and lingering in the Black Clan without contributing would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among others. Jiang Ming began to contemplate that perhaps he should reveal bits of information at the right moment to pique He Wujun's interest and thereby secure his position. Let it be so. With my current cultivation, even if my plans are exposed, I possess the means to retreat unscathed. More importantly, there is He Yin. A smile crept upon his face as he thought of that Na'vi girl. She would be his first pawn in the Black Clan, playing a crucial role in his continued presence there. For the next few days, he needed only to deepen his bond with her. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed, and Jiang Ming's relationship with He Yin grew increasingly intimate. He Wujun observed everything, even subtly facilitating opportunities for He Yin and Jiang Ming to spend time together. What better trade than to retain an exceptionally gifted young cultivator with an ordinary clan member? Furthermore, Jiang Ming had inadvertently revealed to He Yin the reason behind the conflict between the Long and Jiang families during their recent conversation, a small-scale original stone mine. Chapter 22. Fighting for love. The primordial stone serves as the currency of this realm, allowing cultivators to draw upon the pure spiritual energy contained within to enhance their abilities. A substantial amount of primordial stone is also required to procure cultivation resources. However, once one attains the status of a realm master, the need for primordial stones diminishes, as they transcend the mundane and seldom tread upon the earthly plane, thus rendering such worldly currency unnecessary. Among realm masters, a distinct form of currency exists. A small primordial stone vein can yield upwards of 10 million stones, yet in the resource-scarce northern domain, only the most powerful clans possess access to these veins. Therefore, when Xiao Tianhua inadvertently leaked news of a primordial stone vein atop General Mountain to He Wujun, the usually composed head of the He clan, he momentarily lost his composure. A primordial stone vein. He Wujun was agitated. It was no wonder the Long clan had suddenly targeted the Jiang clan. Such a vein could be theirs. If it fell into the hands of the He clan, the wealth of primordial stones could forge countless formidable cultivators, elevating the He clan from its status as a lesser power. Despite his overwhelming desire, He Wujun remained level-headed, recognizing the perilous allure of such immense profit. The primordial stone vein, though precious, was unfamiliar territory, and the Long clan's ability to effortlessly annihilate the Jiang clan indicated they possessed hidden strengths. In the meeting room, He Wujun furrowed his brow. The absence of previous contact with the Long clan made any rash declaration of war suspicious. If news of the primordial stone vein were to spread, it would spell trouble. A declaration of war without just cause, even under the pretext of territorial disputes, was tenuous at best. Given the considerable distance between Heyu Mountain and General Mountain, Worry clouded He Wujuan's mind, without knowledge of the Long clan's true strength and lacking a legitimate excuse. The temptation of the primordial stone vein left him at an impasse. Master, who says we lack a legitimate reason? An elder of the He clan suddenly interjected. Jiang Ming lost everything due to the Long clan. Now that our He clan is recuperating, and given the growing bond with He Yin, why not unite them? Should Jiang Ming become one of us, we would have a valid reason to confront General Mountain while also seeking vengeance against the Jiang clan. Brilliant. The elder's words resonated deeply with He Wujuan. Over the past few days, he had observed Jiang Ming's admirable qualities. And He Yin had been getting along splendidly with him as per his arrangements. All he needed to do was further orchestrate events, and this plan would come to fruition. Thus, the course was set. In the following days, Xiao Tianhua engaged in merriment with He Yin in the mornings, participating in the various activities of the He clan's grand hunting competition, while dedicating his afternoons to rigorous training. In truth, he was using the Phoenix Blood Curse to monitor the movements of the children. Of course, the prolonged usage of the Phoenix Blood Curse severely drained Xiao Tianhua's soul power, prompting him to retire early each night to recuperate. The time was drawing nearer to when the shepherd boy from his previous life would discover the shrieking ghosts, and Xiao Tianhua dared not afford any negligence. The information he had received from the Ghost Flame Monarch was not necessarily reliable, thus he had to exercise patience. The next morning, the raucous sounds from outside roused Xiao Tianhua from his slumber. Members of the He clan had gathered in the square, the young men brimming with vigor, while the maidens stood gracefully, akin to flowers poised to bloom, their lovely faces adorned with a hint of shyness. Today marked the He clan's annual martial arts competition for courtship, where the daughters of the He clan would only fall for the strong. The gallant youths would ascend to the platform to compete against their beloved's peers, with the requirement of winning 2 consecutive bouts to unite with their cherished maidens. At noon, the sun bathed the scene in warmth, its rays gentle rather than blinding. The sky was a deep blue, reminiscent of the ocean's depths, as birds occasionally soared overhead, their calls echoing through the mountains. A gentle mountain breeze carried the sweet scent of fruits. The head elder of the He clan sat high above, observing the festivities, which were solely for the youth. They were merely spectators to the excitement. Upon arriving at the venue, Xiao Tianhua noticed a young man from the He clan already on the platform. Mingyue, I shall prove to you that I am a true and powerful man. He Yuan bellowed, his gaze fixed on the maiden he adored, a fervor igniting within him. Which brother is willing to spar with me? He Yuan called out, scanning the youthful faces below the platform. The martial arts competition was meant for peer-to-peer challenges, intended to be friendly and non-lethal. Thus, the bouts typically relied on physical prowess, eschewing spiritual energy. Driven by love, He Yuan was unyielding, and naturally, the relatives of He Mingyue could not let their spirits wane. A young man promptly stepped onto the stage, shedding his shirt to reveal a physique honed by strength, his bronzed skin glistening in the sunlight. My name is He Mingshan. If you wish to be part of our He Ming lineage, you must first overcome me. Then let us begin. He Yuan laughed heartily, assuming a combat stance. As the gong signaled the start of the match, He Yuan surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, reaching He Mingshan in mere seconds. Despite the considerable distance between them, how swift! The crowd gasped in astonishment as He Yuan closed the gap in just 2 seconds. With a powerful swing of his right arm, he unleashed a fist aimed squarely at He Mingshan's chest, intent on achieving an immediate victory. He Mingshan, startled yet composed, leaned back dramatically as he felt the impact, using the momentum to deliver a swift kick to He Yuan's waist. The pain coursing through He Yuan's midsection caused his expression to shift, but he quickly regained his balance. What a quick response. Although they were opponents, He Yuan couldn't help but admire He Mingshan's skill. To become part of our He Ming lineage, you must strive even harder. Indeed, I shall marry no one but Mingyue in this lifetime. He Yuan removed the constraints of his shirt, revealing the scars upon his robust physique, marks of battles fought against ferocious beasts. The 2 young men engaged once more in a spectacular display of physical combat, exchanging blows that ignited the enthusiasm of the spectators below, who yearned to join the fray themselves. Unlike the others, Xiao Tianhua found little interest in the spectacle before him. But he could not exhibit his disinterest. After all, he was to win He Yan's heart through this competition. Seated in a corner, he outwardly displayed admiration for the battles unfolding on the platform, occasionally glancing at He Yan nearby, feigning a semblance of conflict within himself. In truth, his thoughts were elsewhere. The He clan's martial arts competition bore no relation to the mundane world, and the children remained unperturbed in their shepherding. He needed to divide his attention to keep an eye on those young shepherds. He Wujuan observed the changes in Xiao Tianhua's expression, pondering the implications of his behavior. Chapter 23. Jiang Ming battles Haishi. Sensing the gaze of He Wujuan, Xiao Tianhua displayed no reaction, maintaining a serious focus on the battle unfolding in the arena. Previously, He Yuan had achieved 2 consecutive victories, earning the recognition of the He Ming lineage. Though exhausted and injured as he descended from the platform, he could not suppress the excitement swelling within him. His beloved awaited anxiously below, her bright eyes shimmering with tears of anticipation. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the 2 embraced, and in that moment, the world fell silent. All that existed was one another, with the external chaos entirely shut out. The fervor of youthful love is invariably pure. They held each other for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly parting. New warriors on the platform pursued love, fighting valiantly for its sake. Xiao Tianhua looked on with yearning, yet his heart felt like a solid block of ice. In his past life, such untainted love would have deeply moved him, igniting aspirations within him. Yet in this life, he had been fortunate enough to wed a beautiful wife and father a lovely son, only to have it all mercilessly stripped away on that fateful day. When the previous Xiao Tianhua returned from a hunt to find the wooden house he had built with his wife ablaze at the hands of bandits, his son's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, and his wife lying in a pool of blood, unseeing that day marked his demise. He knelt, weeping uncontrollably as he buried his wife and child, entombing his own spirit alongside theirs. The man who once brimmed with hope for the world, yearning to carve out a legacy of heroism, perished that day, buried in the same grave as his beloved family. Now, what traverses the world is a demon clad in human skin, intent solely on annihilating this heart-wrenching world, employing any means necessary. As memories faded, Xiao Tianhua cast a glance at the distant figure of Haiyan, realizing that she was surreptitiously observing him as well. He understood that she must be hoping for him to ascend the stage, to publicly declare his affections before challenging a youth from her lineage to win her favor. Reluctantly, after the conclusion of a battle on the platform, Xiao Tianhua rose and respectfully addressed He Wujuan, esteemed Elder He. I dare to challenge your noble lineage and request that you grant me the hand of Miss He Yin in marriage. Upon hearing this, the arena fell into silence. He Yin covered her lips, her gem-like eyes sparkling with emotion. He Wujuan feigned astonishment, yet inwardly rejoiced. Nephew, have you truly considered this? The matter of marriage is not to be trifled with. Any outsider seeking to wed a maiden of the He family must first face the strongest of their peers and challenge. Only upon gaining the opponent's acknowledgement may one be deemed worthy. However, mere worthiness is insufficient. The lady must also consent. At this point, He Wujuan turned to He Yin. He Yin, do you wish to marry Jiang Xinzi? Do not be afraid. Express your true feelings, and I shall support you. He Yin spoke, gazing at Xiao Tianhua's figure. Memories of their interactions flooding her mind. His courteous, gentle, and reliable demeanor had left an indelible mark on her heart. Today, with everyone watching, he stood resolute. How could she falter? I am willing. He Yin proclaimed loudly. Excellent. He Wujuan nodded and gestured. Then let my nephew ascend the platform to accept the challenge from our clan's prodigy. Xiao Tianhua, filled with excitement, resolutely stepped onto the stage under the scrutiny of all. His opponent being the formidable He Shi, the leading youth of the He family. At merely 17, He Shi had already attained the 8th level of the condensation realm, embodying both offensive and defensive prowess with earth's spiritual veins, drawing strength from the very earth beneath his feet. Even without the mastery of spiritual energy, the innate advantage of his earth's spiritual veins bestowed upon him a physical strength surpassing that of other cultivators. As he assessed his adversary, Xiao Tianhua felt an overwhelming weight of seriousness settle upon him. He understood that this would be a grueling battle that required utmost caution. The disparity in strength pressed heavily upon him, for a misstep could easily lead to He Shi's demise. Jiang Ming, be careful. He Shi is formidable. In this contest of martial prowess for courtship, the He family will show no mercy to outsiders. Do not push yourself. Know when to concede. He Yin cautioned from the edge of the platform. Xiao Tianhua, slender in form and clad in a black robe, his long hair tied back, appeared as a delicate scholar. In stark contrast, He Shi stood robust and muscular, exuding an aura of raw power. The odds seemed overwhelmingly against Xiao Tianhua. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits. Xiao Tianhua assured He Yin with a reassuring glance, then took a deep breath, centering himself in preparation. As the gong sounded, the battle commenced. The two opponents closed in, and at a critical distance, He Shi abruptly halted, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Xiao Tianhua's face. Xiao Tianhua countered, redirecting the force with a deft block, ensnaring He Shi's arm like a constricting serpent, rendering him momentarily trapped. He Shi's strikes were fierce, yet Xiao Tianhua sought to avoid direct confrontation, opting instead for a strategy of yielding to overcome. He wrapped his left arm around He Shi's right, using the latter's own momentum to pivot and deliver a swift spinning kick to He Shi's chest. The blow was powerful and swift, causing He Shi to stagger back several steps before regaining his footing, the dull ache in his chest signaling the shift in their contest. The once dismissive expression on He Shi's face transformed as he regarded his seemingly frail opponent with newfound respect. Jiang Ming possesses remarkable skill, managing to hold his ground against He Shi, murmured the onlookers as He Yan's heart raced with concern, while others fixated on the outcome of the duel. She was far more anxious about Jiang Ming's safety. On the platform, the two engaged fiercely, He Shi launching another punch towards Xiao Tianhua's face, which was parried, only for the former to switch tactics and strike down upon Xiao Tianhua's left shoulder. In this contest of raw physical prowess, technique reigned supreme. Though He Shi's size and strength eclipsed Xiao Tianhua's, the latter's agile movements, honed over 5 centuries, made the battle feel like child's play. From the moment He Shi stepped onto the stage, he had unwittingly fallen into Xiao Tianhua's carefully crafted scheme. During the bout, When Xiao Tianhua left himself open, He Shi seized the opportunity, landing a heavy punch to his abdomen, forcing him to retreat several steps before collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Jiang Ming. He Yin gasped, her heart racing as she prepared to rush onto the stage, only to be restrained by her kin. The rules of combat dictated that no one could interrupt the duel unless a contestant conceded or was rendered incapable of continuing. Concede. Do not fight any longer. He Yin shouted desperately, but Xiao Tianhua appeared oblivious, struggling to rise once more. Chapter 24. A narrow victory over Blackstone. The black smoke lingered as Xiao Tianhua slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I, Jiang Ming, have vowed to take you as my wife. To concede now would be to betray that promise. Enough. Do not strike again. The black smoke glistened with tears. He Wujuan remained silent, observing the unwavering stance of Xiao Tianhua on the stage, and his admiration for him grew. Blackstone, though you are formidable, you are not worthy to obstruct my love for black smoke. Xiao Tianhua roared, charging at Blackstone with the ferocity of an enraged tiger. The two engaged once more, their fists clashing in a fierce exchange, leaving the spectators entranced, unable to discern who held the upper hand. Now is the moment. After a brief entanglement, Xiao Tianhua deemed the performance sufficient, seizing Blackstone's incoming punch. Transforming his palm into a claw, he grazed Blackstone's arm, striking toward his face. Blackstone sidestepped, but Xiao Tianhua seized the opportunity, swinging his right arm and delivering a crushing elbow strike directly to Blackstone's jaw. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The series of attacks were executed with exquisite precision, almost flawless. With a single blow, Blackstone was sent sprawling to the ground, his mind ringing. Stripped of the ability to continue fighting. What just transpired? How did Blackstone fall so suddenly? Incredible. He truly won. Xiao Tianhua struggled to turn, offering a warm smile to Black Smoke before collapsing onto the stage, unconscious. The victor of this contest was Jiang Ming. The audience erupted in cheers. The Black family revered strength, and with Xiao Tianhua's triumph, he garnered universal recognition, even eliciting praise from He Wujuan. He had witnessed the battle until its conclusion, and Xiao Tianhua's final blow could only be described as perfect, a last-ditch effort. At that moment, he had already been pushed to his limits. Had that final strike failed to fell Blackstone, defeat would have been his only fate. Thankfully, he succeeded. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Black Smoke rushed onto the stage, unimpeded by anyone. Though Blackstone had lost, no one belittled him. He remained a leader of the younger generation of the Black clan. This defeat should not discourage him. Instead, it should serve as a moment of reflection to recognize and amend his shortcomings, propelling him toward greater heights. Though Blackstone was exceptionally gifted, he still required refinement. A gem must be polished to shine. Despite Jiang Ming's clever tactics, defeat is defeat. The sons of the Black family must not wither in the face of minor setbacks. Reviving from his momentary haze, Blackstone found himself alone on the stage, understanding that he had lost the contest. Listening to He Wujuan's calm voice, he clenched his fists and gradually stood up. Golden sunlight bathed him, as if adorning him with a suit of golden armor. Blackstone's spirit soared, through failure. He would grow stronger. The clansmen below were fervent, cheering for him. Press on, Blackstone. Under Black Smoke's tender care, Xiao Tianhua soon regained consciousness. The girl gently wiped the blood from his body with a handkerchief, applied herbs to his wounds, and fed him a bowl of warm soup until he regained some vitality. At which point Black Smoke finally felt at ease. You were far too reckless. Thankfully, Blackstone held back, granting you a chance. Otherwise, how much worse would your injuries have been? Black Smoke chastised, though her heart ached. Jiang Ming merely smiled dreamily. To be able to marry you, it is worth any price. You. Black Smoke was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to say, and simply began to massage Jiang Ming's shoulders. The contest for selecting a spouse continued with fervor until the afternoon. Black Smoke was summoned by He Wujuan, leaving only Xiao Tianhua alone in the room. Once again, using the Phoenix Blood spell to connect with the perspective of the children, he finally achieved a breakthrough. While tending sheep on the back mountain, 357 was suddenly ambushed by a black moonwolf, causing the black rock sheep to scatter. In the chaos, 357 was thrown from the back of a sheep, rolling down a black slope and tumbling into a ravine. By fortune, 357 landed on a massive petal of a black oil flower, cushioning his fall and ensuring his safety. This is it. As 357 stood and brushed the dust from his clothes, Xiao Tianhua immediately took action, employing the Phoenix Blood spell to completely control his body. The soul power of an ordinary child could not compare to Xiao Tianhua's. In an instant, he was subdued, beginning the exploration beneath the dark cliff. The dim light below reduced visibility to less than 5 meters. With 357's frail body, Xiao Tianhua had to exercise caution, but aside from the uneven ground, there were no other immediate dangers. The chilly mountain wind tousled the child's disheveled hair, and his thin clothing offered little protection against the biting cold, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The deeper he ventured, the narrower the space became. After about 100 steps, faint cries began to echo in his ears. The sounds tugged at the soul, piercing the heart. The agonizing wails, reminiscent of tormented spirits, grew clearer as the child pressed on. through 357's eyes. Xiao Tianhua distinctly observed a dark flame flickering upon a rock. At last, he had found it. The Xian-grade spirit fire, the wailing of the nether. Xiao Tianhua suppressed his elation, awaiting the perfect moment. Nightfall silently approached, and the day's contest finally drew to a close. As everyone prepared to rest, 301 suddenly burst into the courtyard, kneeling before the Black Klansman in tears. "Sir, my son 357 has gone missing after being attacked by a Black Moon Wolf while shepherding. I implore you to assist me." "What?" The expression of the Klansman responsible for overseeing 301 changed drastically as he gazed at the prostrated figure of 301. A glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he kicked 301, hurling insults. "You wretched servant. You can't even handle something as simple as herding sheep. Yet you dare to come here and disgrace yourself. I ask you, did any Blackrock sheep go missing?" 301, already a frail mortal and now aged, crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony from the kick. Despite his suffering, he dared not resist, enduring the pain and kneeling once more before the Klansman. "Sir, not a single Blackrock sheep has gone missing. But my child, no missing Blackrock sheep? That is good. A servant like you is worth less than a dozen Blackrock sheep. Please, sir, save my child. You insolent servant, I am showing you mercy by not punishing you. Your child's fate is of no concern to me. Now be gone." 301 trembled, raising his head to scan the surroundings, desperately seeking the kind-hearted youth who had once given his child sweets. His search yielded only the indifferent and mocking gazes of the Black Klansmen, their stares piercing him like needles, inflicting unbearable pain while he remained silent. Chapter 25, Mountain Spirit in despair, he returned to the dilapidated hut. His emaciated form curled up on the frigid wooden floor. In this merciless world, the lives of mortals were as insignificant as grass. In the dead of night, the Black Oil Mountain fell silent. After a day of toil, the majority of the Black Clan members had long since retired for the night. Before settling down, He Yin returned to cast a glance at Xiao Tianhua, bringing some food and engaging in a few casual words before leaving. Suddenly, Xiao Tianhua's eyes snapped open from his slumber. After lying in wait for several days, the moment had finally arrived. With his cultivation at the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, he was on par with He Wujuan. On this Black Oil Mountain, apart from He Wujuan and a few elders of the Black Clan, no one could detect his movements. Under the cloak of night, Xiao Tianhua swiftly approached the location of 357, who remained obediently standing under the control of the Phoenix Blood Curse. The eerie wails of the Nether Screech, indeed a name befitting its terror, echoed like a malevolent spirit. With a casual motion, Xiao Tianhua crushed 357's throat and discarded him like refuse. Stepping closer to the flickering Nether Screech in the darkness. In this pitch-black environment, the Nether Screech appeared even more pronounced than during the day. Its flames more profound than the night itself, resembling a host of ghastly faces, its sound terrifying in the stillness. Xiao Tianhua halted at a distance of half a step from the Nether Screech, refraining from advancing any further. In this realm, where all things possessed a spirit, the naturally born strange fire of the Nether Screech was extraordinary, making it difficult to harness for oneself. However, with the soul-devouring magic, which consumed all, even this peculiar fire was not beyond his reach. As he extended his palm, ready to grasp the Nether Screech, he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura. Turning to the left, he glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of white light within the cliff face. Could there be yet another opportunity? His heart raced at the thought, and he pondered for a moment before making his way toward the spot where the white light had flashed. Touching the uneven cliff face, he found nothing remarkable. Yet he was convinced that he had not been mistaken. Something lay hidden behind this wall. With this in mind, he summoned the Tiangang blade to manifest in his palm and began to slice into the cliff. The Tiangang blade could sever anything, and even the stubborn cliff yielded easily, as if it were mere tofu. As the white light burst forth, he slightly closed his eyes. With each cut of the Tiangang blade, a section of the cliff was cleaved away, revealing the hidden marvel within. It was a flawless white egg, radiating a gentle luminescence, illuminating Xiao Tianhua's profound gaze. The egg floated in the air, its size comparable to that of a normal human head. The thin shell was nearly transparent, allowing him to clearly see a tiny creature curled up and sleeping inside. This was the mountain spirit. Xiao Tianhua's pupils dilated in shock. The belief that all things possess a spirit implies that mountains, earth, rivers, and oceans accumulate over time to give birth to conscious entities. These entities, nurtured by the heavens and earth, become favored children of nature. Once matured, they could command the forces of their surroundings, wielding power unmatched by ordinary cultivators. To think that a mountain spirit had been born within the Black Oil Mountain, observing the turtle-like creature within the egg, which was in harmony with the dark terrain of the Black Oil Mountain, its glossy black form and smooth yet sturdy shell were evident. This mountain spirit had yet to fully mature and posed no threat to Xiao Tianhua. Were it to have hatched, it would become the undisputed sovereign of the Black Oil Mountain, even causing hesitation among those at the Void Heaven realm. Thus, it became clear why the Nether Flame Lord had drawn so much ire in his previous life, provoking a coalition of cultivators who, despite their efforts, could not subdue the Black Oil Mountain. Xiao Tianhua recalled the Nether Flame Lord's audacious rise, outshining all during the contest for the demonic Buddha's legacy at the Sleeping Buddha Mountain, recklessly inciting the wrath of both righteous and demonic cultivators, only to be pursued back to the Black Oil Mountain. Even 6 Cloud Sea Realm cultivators had returned empty-handed after assaulting the Black Oil Mountain, and inquiries from outsiders yielded no information. The mountain spirit glimmered in Xiao Tianhua's eyes. Its birth was a result of the Black Oil Mountain's absorption of the spiritual energies of the world, making it an ideal supplement for someone like him with the soul-devouring pulse. Should he manage to consume it entirely, it might propel him directly into the Meridian Fusion realm. Faced with such monumental benefits, Xiao Tianhua remained composed. While the mountain spirit was enticing, any aggressive action against it would entail significant consequences. The mountain spirit was the lifeblood of the Black Oil Mountain. Disturbing it could set off a chain reaction that would alert the Black Clan, especially since he was absent from his dwelling at this hour. Even the simplest of the Black Clan could discern the anomaly of the Black Oil Mountain and his involvement. Should he find himself trapped here, the missed opportunity to seize the Nether Screech would result in a grievous loss. It was prudent to first refine the Nether Screech before contemplating the mountain spirit. With a final lingering glance at the burgeoning mountain spirit, he turned towards the Nether Screech, sensing the threat posed by the soul-devouring pulse within Xiao Tianhua. The Nether Screech ignited with greater ferocity, as if countless malevolent spirits were clawing their way out, their wails echoing in his ears. Xiao Tianhua's expression remained calm as he reached out to touch the Nether Screech. Although it was fire, it radiated a chilling aura. Merely drawing near caused a thin layer of frost to form on his palm. Still wishing to resist? Xiao Tianhua scoffed coldly, channeling the soul-devouring magic. In an instant, an invisible force converged at his chest, like a vortex, ripping at the Nether Screech. The flames twisted and were drawn into Xiao Tianhua's body, the bone-deep chill causing his entire form to tremble, the flow of blood within him slowing as his body temperature plummeted to near freezing. Under the influence of the Nether Screech, Xiao Tianhua's skin turned pale, and the wails of vengeful spirits echoed in his mind. "Refine for me," he bellowed. And the soul-devouring pulse unleashed its might, gradually refining the Nether Screech and assimilating it into a secondary meridian. This process lasted over 10 minutes, transforming the originally crimson secondary meridian into a dark, profound hue, marked with grotesque faces. The experience was not painful, merely cold. With the Nether Screech now integrated, the power of the true Phoenix Fire record could potentially double, as the might of the Xian Grade spiritual fire far surpassed that of ordinary flames. Having refined the Nether Screech, Xiao Tianhua turned his attention to the nearby mountain spirit. Without a shred of hesitation, he activated the soul-devouring magic to consume the mountain spirit, which, still immature, was exceedingly vulnerable and unable to resist his invasion. The mountain spirit trembled slightly, and the entire Black Oil Mountain began to tremble restlessly. A tremendous roar resounded through the mountains, a lament of the Black Oil Mountain. Violent tremors triggered a series of fissures and collapses, as the very essence of the Black Oil Mountain began to fade. Vegetation withered, rivers gradually dried up, and the mountains cracked and stones shattered. The Black Clan's stronghold crumbled, awakening all from the sudden upheaval. Chapter 26. The anomaly. The turbulent Black Oil Mountain, beset by the passage of life, witnessed a vast expanse of vegetation withering and dying. The creatures dwelling within the mountains scattered in frantic flight, while birds took to the skies in alarm. Haiwujin urgently summoned all members of the Heizu clan to investigate the cause of the upheaval on Black Oil Mountain. Heiyun arrived belatedly, bringing news of Xiao Tianyua's absence from his dwelling. Jiangming is not here. Haiwujin's expression darkened. This sudden turn of events on Black Oil Mountain is surely linked to Jiangming. How could this be? Heiyun stammered in confusion. He was in his room when we went to sleep last night. Calm yourself, Haiwujin admonished, gazing intently at Heiyun. The reason behind this chaos can only be uncovered once we locate Jiangming. I understand your affections for him, but remember, you are a member of the He family. You must discern what is of greater importance. The He family mobilized entirely, scouring every corner of Black Oil Mountain for traces of Xiao Tianyua. That Jiangming must have some ulterior motive for coming to my Black Oil Mountain. We have been deceived by his facade from the very beginning. Haiwujin pondered relentlessly about what treasures might exist on Black Oil Mountain that he was unaware of, while also marveling at Xiao Tianyua's prolonged disguise. Had it not been for the sudden anomaly tonight and his coincidental disappearance, I would not have harbored any doubts about him. The visage that Xiao Tianyua had crafted over time had ingrained itself in their minds, leading them to subconsciously perceive him as an upright, kind-hearted, and eloquent scion of a wealthy family. His valiant effort during the martial competition against Haishi, where he dared to challenge formidable foes for love, had won Heiyun's heart and earned the young men of the He clan's respect. The more Haiwujin contemplated, the more he felt a sense of dread. Is this fellow truly just an innocent youth of less than 20, so adept at masquerading? The Jiang family had fallen to the Long family, and with the head of the family and the elders missing, could they be covertly aiding Jiangming? Haiwujin speculated. Indeed, even if Jiangming is remarkably astute, he remains just a child in his teens. In the entirely unfamiliar environment of Black Oil Mountain, his actions would undoubtedly reveal some flaw, especially regarding his gaze towards Heiyun. Hai Wujin had witnessed the unmistakable admiration in Xiao Tianyua's eyes when he interacted with He Yun. Such unabashed affection could not be feigned. So it is as I suspected. The Jiang family harbors grand ambitions. Seeking to lay claim to my Black Oil Mountain after losing Junshan to the Long family? Hai Wujin's thoughts turned to mockery. The Long family is formidable. But does that mean the He family is easy prey? If you dare approach, I shall ensure you never return. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianyua was relentlessly absorbing the spiritual energy of the mountain spirit. The upheaval on Black Oil Mountain had already drawn the attention of the He family. It was merely a matter of time before they located him. At this rate, fully devouring the mountain spirit would take at least half an hour. Xiao Tianyua calculated that the pure spiritual energy contained within the mountain spirit was immense and would greatly aid him. However, now that he had been discovered by the He family, lingering here posed significant danger. With just Hai Wujin alone, he felt confident he could escape unscathed. The other elders of the He family were only at the third level of the meridian opening stage, posing little threat. Should a confrontation arise, they would not be able to detain him. Xiao Tianyua was certain he could extricate himself with ease. The arrival of the Yuming Jiao had already been secured, and the mountain spirit was merely an embellishment. After a brief interval, several members of the He clan found the cliff where Xiao Tianyua resided. Witnessing the flickering white light emanating from within the crevice, they immediately alerted all clan members to converge. Under Hai Wujin's leadership, the He clan surged into the cliff, delving deeper until they beheld Xiao Tianyua, who was consuming the mountain spirit. Jiang Ming, you are indeed here. What have you done? Did your actions provoke the turmoil of Black Oil Mountain? Wait. Hai Wujin's eyes widened as he fixated on the mountain spirit radiating white light in Xiao Tianyua's grasp. That is, the mountain spirit. Our Black Oil Mountain has birthed a mountain spirit. You wretch. Release the mountain spirit at once. A mere meridian opening cultivator dares to covet the mountain spirit? Are you not afraid of inciting the wrath of heaven and earth? Hai Wujin strode forward, intent on capturing Xiao Tianyua. Do not approach. Xiao Tianyua brandished the mountain spirit, declaring, if you dare take another step closer, I shall crush it. The unborn mountain spirit was exceedingly fragile. Even a commoner could harm it, let alone a cultivator. Upon hearing this, Hai Wujin halted, warily observing Xiao Tianyua. Jiang Ming, do not act impulsively. The He family has treated you well these past days. Why must you treat us this way? Jiang Ming, what are you doing? Why have you suddenly changed so? He Yun emerged from the crowd, step by step approaching Xiao Tianyua. Come with me, release the mountain spirit, and the clan leader will not blame you. Shall we not marry? Indeed. Jiang Ming, do not act foolishly. You and He Yun share mutual affection, and having triumphed over Hai Shi, if you relinquish the mountain spirit, I will immediately prepare your wedding. Hai Wujin scrutinized Xiao Tianyua, attempting to discern something from his expression. Yet, Xiao Tianyua maintained a placid demeanor, one hand firmly clutching the mountain spirit as he addressed the advancing He Yun in a soft voice. Take another step closer, and I will shatter it, just as I would with you. Xiao Tianyua's calm tone struck like a hammer upon He Yun's heart. Gazing into his eyes, she felt a sudden pang of anguish. Love renders one foolish. Under Xiao Tianyua's machinations, the young woman had unwittingly fallen into the desert of love, blind to the fact that from the moment she entered his vision, she had become a mere pawn in his game. The comfort of their interactions in recent days, coupled with Xiao Tianyua's every gesture tugging at her heartstrings, had made her believe he was the perfect partner bestowed upon her by the heavens. Yet, unbeknownst to her, all of this was but a fade crafted by Xiao Tianyua. Even the fervent affection in his eyes was but an illusion. Why? He Yun was taken aback, staring at this familiar yet strangely alien figure before her. Jiang Ming, He Yun, you are kind and easily manipulated. Even now, you still hold some value for me, Xiao Tianyua remarked leisurely, clutching the mountain spirit. Hai Wujin, if you wish to prevent me from shattering this mountain spirit, you shall command your people to disperse, otherwise. Boom. The mountain spirit suddenly detonated, catching Xiao Tianyua off guard. The hand that grasped the spirit was shattered, blood splattering forth as excruciating pain washed over him, causing his expression to shift. The mountain spirit soared outward, landing safely in Hai Wujin's hands, entirely unscathed. What just happened? Everyone was momentarily bewildered. Xiao Tianyua staggered backward from the explosive shockwave, quickly sealing his mangled wrist with the Yuming Jiao. How could the mountain spirit have exploded so suddenly? Xiao Tianyua pondered in confusion, observing the mountain spirit in Hai Wujin's grasp. It remained in a dormant state, yet why had it exploded without warning? Chapter 27, The Death of Hai Shi Ha. Heaven has favored me. Observing the luminous mountain spirit in his grasp, He Wujin was elated. The mountain spirit, a cherished offspring of the heavens and earth, was coveted by a mere child who dared to lay hands upon it. Now that he has angered the heavens, he possesses no means to counter my might. With eyes gleaming, He Wujin gazed at the egg nurturing the mountain spirit, his heart brimming with excitement. Once this spirit matured, Heiyu Mountain and the He family would attain renown in the northern region. With the spirit as protection, he would no longer live in fear and could venture out to explore the world. Everyone attack. Tear this ignorant child to shreds. He Wujin commanded, and several elders from the He family were poised to charge forward. Wait. In a moment of urgency, Hai Shi burst forth from the crowd. blocking the elders of the He family. Master of the family, Haishi, volunteered to fight. His gaze fixed on Xiao Tianhua. Anger flared within him. Yesterday, I showed mercy in the arena due to the affection shown by the black smoke towards him, allowing him to win through trickery. Yet, I never anticipated he would be such a treacherous individual, harboring ulterior motives for our He family's mountain spirit. Now, he has nowhere to retreat. I request the family head grant me the opportunity to prove myself by battling him once more. This time, I shall not hold back. Haishi's impassioned declaration reached its zenith, stirring the hearts of the He family members and even bringing solace to He Wujuan. Excellent. Truly a commendable son of our He family. He Wujuan praised loudly, patting Haishi on the shoulder. Go forth. Eliminate Jiang Ming and uphold the prestige of our family. He Wujuan held no concern regarding Haishi's ability to confront Xiao Tianhua, for in his eyes, Xiao Tianhua was merely a small practitioner at the 7th realm of pulse condensation, while Haishi stood at a higher realm. Haishi, kill him. The shouts of the younger clan members invigorated Haishi as he stepped forward, inching closer to Xiao Tianhua. Jiang Ming, today marks your death. Remember the name of the one who slays you. Haishi. Ha! Xiao Tianhua scoffed, having concealed his true cultivation level with the Tiangang blade before arriving at Heyu Mountain. The Tiangang blade, one of the 3 malevolent weapons, was born from the first malevolent energy at the world's creation, possessing the ability to conceal one's true power. At present, his actual cultivation was at the 8th realm of pulse condensation, with physical strength on par with a practitioner at the 9th realm. How dare a mere 8th realm practitioner claim he could slay him? It was utterly ludicrous. Haishi, prepare to die. Haishi roared, channeling the earth's spirit pulse to summon spiritual power, transforming it into solid rock that encased his arms. He struck with all his might. A powerful punch surged forward, the wind howling ferociously. Xiao Tianhua, his face betraying fear, retreated repeatedly, yet the cliff's narrow confines left him no escape. The He family members seemed to envision the grim fate of Xiao Tianhua being pulverized by a single blow. Black Smoke turned away, unable to witness such a scene. Though she had chosen family over love, she still harbored feelings, making it unbearable to witness Jiang Ming's demise. Jiang Ming, you shall perish. Haishi charged toward Xiao Tianhua. The rock-encrusted fist barely half a foot from his head, excitement swelling in Haishi as he observed the terror on Xiao Tianhua's face. Suddenly, Xiao Tianhua suppressed his fear, replaced by a manic grin. Raising his remaining left hand, he reached for Haishi's fist. An act that seemed to Haishi akin to an insect trying to halt a chariot. It was only upon contact that Haishi realized something was amiss. Yet, it was too late. With a gentle squeeze, the hardened rock enveloping Haishi's fist shattered instantly. A terrifying force gripped his hand. Xiao Tianhua's palm was like a vice, clasping Haishi's wrist and applying pressure, the sound of bones fracturing ringing clear. The excruciating pain compelled Haishi to scream. But Xiao Tianhua showed no mercy, transforming his hand into a claw that clutched Haishi's throat. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes as the sound of crushing bones echoed. Haishi's throat crushed utterly. He was dead. The once-spirited youth now dangled lifelessly in Xiao Tianhua's grasp, akin to a discarded rag. Death is an inevitable fate for all. Whether as weighty as a mountain or as light as a feather, Haishi's demise was devoid of grandeur, extinguished effortlessly by Xiao Tianhua. Such a death was akin to a bucket of cold water dousing the fervor of every young member of the He family, extinguishing their spirited ambitions. You shall pay for this. He Wujuan roared in fury, while an elder beside him was consumed by grief, for Haishi was his son, the sole heir of his lineage. Wretch, you shall pay with your life for Haishi. The elder bellowed, charging toward Xiao Tianhua, prompting He Wujuan to order the other elders to join the fray. Xiao Tianhua's strength was formidable, and even a coalition of several elders could not subdue him. He Wujuan grew anxious. For the mountain spirit could not be stored in a storage ring. With his right hand broken, Xiao Tianhua could only wield the foreign blade with his left. Engaging the elders in battle, his 500 years of experience rendered his martial prowess exceptional, and as weaponry was an extension of martial skill, he had no trouble handling it. The foreign blade swept through the air, unstoppable, the wind howling as its edge captivated the hearts of those who beheld it. Defying the odds, he stood firm against the onslaught. Damn it, how can this beast be so powerful? He Wujuan cursed loudly, entrusting the mountain spirit to Black Smoke and roaring as he joined the battle. He Wujuan, also a practitioner at the 8th realm of pulse condensation and blessed with an earth-grade earth spirit pulse, wielded considerable power, combining forces with several elders to challenge Xiao Tianhua. This situation could not continue. Xiao Tianhua fought while retreating, maneuvering through the encirclement of He Wujuan and the others as he sought a way out of the cliff. Die! Xiao Tianhua leaped into the air, raising the foreign blade in a mighty strike aimed downwards. One of the He family elders, unable to evade due to the cliff's obstruction, could only brace for impact, crossing 2 swords to block. Bang! Crack! Blood splattered as the foreign blade cleaved down, severing both the swords and the elder in half. Wretch, accept your demise. He Wujuan's eyes blazed with rage as he charged forward, a fist aimed at Xiao Tianhua's brow. The force distorting his face, should it connect, the consequences would be dire. A piercing cry of a phoenix echoed through the skies, exploding in the minds of He Wujuan and his companions, their gazes glazing over as they staggered back a few paces to regain their composure. The phoenix's cry echoed through the heavens. Enduring this strike left their minds ringing, and it took 2 breaths before they could regain their senses. Looking around, they found no trace of Xiao Tianhua. Suddenly, screams erupted from outside the cliff, and He Wujuan's expression darkened as he cursed Xiao Tianhua for his shamelessness. Immediately dashing out of the cliff in pursuit, taking advantage of the moment when He Wujuan and the others were stunned by the phoenix's cry, Xiao Tianhua leapt from the cliff and plunged into the midst of the He family members, without He Wujuan and the others to impede him. The remaining members of the He family were no match for Xiao Tianhua. He moved through them as a wolf among sheep, slaughtering at will. By the time He Wujuan and his companions arrived, dozens of clan members had already fallen to Xiao Tianhua's blade. Chapter 28, The Fourth Form, Jiangming. I swear to capture you alive, to feast upon your flesh, and to wear your skin. Heavenly Demon, the heart of the Black Army bleeds, while Xiao Tianhua, with his 8-fold meridians, is unparalleled and as slippery as an eel, refusing to engage in battle with them. Instead, unleashing a massacre upon the other members of the Black Clan. These mere ants dare to obstruct my path. Phoenix Feather Needle. Xiao Tianhua laughed maniacally, as the true Phoenix Flame record activated. With a single hand gesture, numerous ethereal needles, coalescing from the eerie wails of the underworld, shot out in all directions from Xiao Tianhua's center. The Phoenix Feather Needles pierced the bodies of the Black Clan members, igniting the eerie wails into fiery screams that mingled with the cries of the Black Clan, creating a chilling cacophony under the cloak of night. You beast! Heavenly Demon roared in fury, desperately channeling the spiritual energy stored within the Earth's veins. Earthrock Blade. Heavenly Demon struck the ground with his fist, and sharp, hardstone spikes erupted from the earth. Xiao Tianhua evaded them with agility, wielding his blade to sever the spikes. But this delay allowed several elders of the Black Clan to close in on him, encircling him once more. Heavenly Demon and the elders of the Black Clan alternated in their assault, wearing down Xiao Tianhua's stamina. The situation is unfavorable. I must escape quickly. Prolonging this standoff will lead to disaster. While entangled with Heavenly Demon and his cohorts, Xiao Tianhua searched for the location of Haiyan. Previously, Heavenly Demon had entrusted the mountain spirit to Haiyan, and after breaking through the cliff, the Black Clan members surged forward to cover Haiyan, causing him to lose her trail. Yet, having spent considerable time in the Black Clan to earn Haiyan's trust, was it all in vain? Xiao Tianhua had already placed the Phoenix Blood Curse upon Haiyan. But as a cultivator with a certain standing in the Black Clan, he had only marked her to locate her area, fearing unforeseen circumstances. At present, Haiyan was sprinting towards the summit of Black Oil Mountain. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tianhua sneered, forcing back an attacking elder of the Black Clan and once more activating the Phoenix's cry in the 9 heavens. The soaring cry resonated in the minds of Heavenly Demon and his companions, but they quickly regained their senses. Compared to the first invocation, the effect of this second Phoenix's cry was significantly diminished. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for Xiao Tianhua to break through the encirclement. Damn it! This brat and Appos, as soul attacks are truly insidious. Heavenly Demon seethed with fury, yet felt helpless. The Black Clan's techniques offered no defense against soul attacks. Fortunately, Xiao Tianhua's soul power was not overwhelmingly stronger than his. Otherwise, they would have already met their demise. Xiao Tianhua, disinterested in prolonging the fight, pursued the location of Haiyan, cutting down any Black Clan members foolish enough to obstruct his path. His white robe was drenched in blood, predominantly that of the Black Clan. With some of his own, Heavenly Demon matched his strength, and with the Elder's support, even with Xiao Tianhua's formidable prowess, injuries were inevitable. The stone blade in Heavenly Demon's hand was no trifling matter, and as he exploited Xiao Tianhua's moment of vulnerability, a strike landed, causing blood to splatter. As he broke free from the encirclement and ran, the gaping wound on his chest, deep enough to reveal bone, sent jolts of pain through him, leaving Xiao Tianhua pale. Dawn is approaching. The sun gradually rose, illuminating the desolate Black Oil Mountain, where Haiyan sat alone at the edge of a cliff, quietly awaiting the mountain spirit in her hands. Xiao Tianhua caught up, his hair disheveled by the mountain winds, his bloodied robe in tatters, his right hand shattered, and a ghastly scar on his chest, alongside countless other wounds. Do you remember? We once came here to gaze at the stars, and you promised to love me, to take me as your wife. Haiyan regarded Xiao Tianhua, her obsidian-like eyes remarkably serene. You came here merely to utter those words? Xiao Tianhua chuckled coldly, dragging his blade as he approached, leaving a scar upon the ground. Give me the mountain spirit. For the sake of our past affection, I can grant you a swift death. Ignoring Xiao Tianhua's threat, Haiyan continued, I once believed you truly loved me. You feigned it so well, too convincingly. Only now do I realize that even eyes can deceive. The mountain wind howled, stirring the girl's garments. Haiyan stood at the cliff's edge, a single step backward leading to an abyss. At this moment, Heavenly Demon and his companions also arrived, surprised to find Haiyan there, and upon seeing Xiao Tianhua, their fury surged. Jiangming, where else can you flee? Surrender now. Master, Haiyan suddenly cried out. Haiyan is a member of the Black Clan, destined to be loyal to the Black Clan for eternity, never to betray. But I once loved Jiang Ming. Master, forgive Hyan's selfishness. Tears streamed from the corners of Hyan's eyes as she wept. I have brought Jiang Ming here. He has nowhere else to retreat. This is my final assistance to the Black Clan. Hyan turned her gaze to Xiao Tianhua. Jiang Ming, perhaps you are not Jiang Ming at all. But that no longer matters. Since we met, though the conclusion may be tragic, the journey has brought me joy. You are a ruthless murderer. Yet I do not wish to see you perish. Hyan took a step back. If I could relive it, I would never wish to encounter you again. I seek the Jiang Ming from our first meeting. Hyan's body fell straight into the abyss, the howling mountain winds cradling her like a withered leaf drifting away. A few crystalline tears ascended with the wind, reflecting her figure as it intertwined with Xiao Tianhua's on the cliff. The mountain spirit clung silently to her as they plunged into the depths, the sacred light ultimately consumed by darkness. On the cliff, Xiao Tianhua's expression remained inscrutable as he gazed into the abyss, a cold smile gracing his lips. Truly foolish, what a pity for that mountain spirit. If only I had a little more time. Jiang Ming, Heavenly Demon's voice trembled. In just half a day, the Black Clan had suffered severe losses. The most outstanding Haishi had been slain. Hyan leaped from the cliff. Countless clan members were killed. And Black Oil Mountain was nearly obliterated, all attributable to Xiao Tianhua, who now stood before them. Now, you have nowhere to escape. I shall tear you to pieces. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianhua sneered. This scene evoking memories of the moment at the Cliff of Absolute Immortals 500 years ago. No way out. Xiao Tianhua retreated to the cliff's edge. You worthless beings think you can force me into a corner? I dared to come here. Do you think I fear your encirclement? Since Hyan has bravely chosen death, then I, Jiang Ming, shall accompany her. With that, Xiao Tianhua leaped into the abyss. What? Heavenly Demon and the others rushed to the cliff's edge, but there was no trace of Xiao Tianhua. Damn it. To let him die like this would only benefit him. Heavenly Demon pounded the ground in anger. Hey. Phoenix soars, wings of heaven. Chapter 29, The Black Mountain as dark as ink, the fourth style of the true Phoenix's fiery departure. The Phoenix wings that shake the heavens. A shadowy, profound flame surged from the precipice into the sky, while the anguished cries of vengeful spirits echoed atop the mountain. The black, blazing wings of fire spread through the air, propelling Xiao Tianhua upward. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to leap to my own demise? Xiao Tianhua's face was a mask of derision as he stood aloft, the wings formed from the howling of the underworld. Gazing down upon the figures of Black Wujuan on Black Oil Mountain. Black Oil Mountain lay in ruin, its spirit in black smoke plummeting into the abyss. Though it would not perish, it had been drained of much of its spiritual power, and restoration would take hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Jiang Ming. Black Wujuan's heart felt as though it were being torn apart. He was utterly powerless. Xiao Tianhua soared like a majestic eagle, rendering all his attacks mere jest. Even the combined efforts of several elders fell short of touching the hem of Xiao Tianhua's garment. Farewell, Black Oil Mountain. Farewell, Black Wujuan. Farewell, Black Smoke. Love is but a desire of ordinary mortals, while a true demon needs none of this. Xiao Tianhua laughed heartily, his thoughts transforming into a poem within his heart. The few individuals on Black Oil Mountain could only hear his voice cascading down from the heavens. The Black Mountain as dark as ink buries deep affection. Battle garments stained with blood, suspended in the windless night. A beauty stands forlorn upon the cliff, with a leap, her fragrant soul is lost. The demon reaches the precipice. With no path left in the dead end, wings unfurl to claim the throne. The phoenix flaps its wings, traversing 10,000 miles from henceforth. I shall tread upon clouds and shatter the Milky Way. Henceforth, the skies were free for the birds to soar. The wings of the underworld's fire flapped vigorously, carrying Xiao Tianhua into the distance. The members of the He family could only stand at the cliff's edge, watching helplessly as he vanished from sight. The sun hung high in the sky, akin to a furnace suspended in the azure expanse, causing sweat to pour from their bodies. With the aid of the phoenix wings that shake the heavens and the howling winds of the underworld, Xiao Tianhua swept across the sky. Even as the spiritual power stored within his veins rapidly diminished. During the battle with Black Wujuan, he had seldom employed techniques like the phoenix feather needle, conserving his energy to execute this fourth style of the true phoenix's fiery departure. Having flown 1,000 miles from Black Oil Mountain, Xiao Tianhua's spiritual power was exhausted, and he plummeted into a dense forest. This desolate place, devoid of human presence, served as a suitable refuge. Although he had departed with elegance, Xiao Tianhua bore considerable injuries. His right hand, shattered by the mountain spirit, was beyond healing, and the remaining wounds were temporarily staunched by his dwindling spiritual power. Full recovery would necessitate healing techniques or medicinal elixirs, neither of which he possessed. His only recourse was the devouring spirit magic, which allowed him to consume the life force of living beings to restore himself. After resting briefly to regain some spiritual energy, Xiao Tianhua began to seek out a target within the dense woods. Fortune smiled upon him. After walking approximately 100 meters, he discovered a doe giving birth. Without hesitation, he dispatched the creature and utilized the devouring spirit magic to drain its blood essence, healing the gravest wound on his chest. The minor injuries elsewhere were of little consequence. Having completed this, Xiao Tianhua wandered the forest until he found a cave to serve as a shelter for the night. The cave was dark and damp, Yet this was of little concern. He kindled a fire and shattered the rock sealing the entrance with a punch before sinking into a deep slumber. The previous night's battle had depleted much of his strength. As a practitioner of the channeling realm, he had yet to free himself from the constraints of his body and still required sleep to restore his vitality. The night passed without incident, and dawn arrived swiftly. Upon waking, Xiao Tianhua stretched, retrieved some food from his storage ring, and began to ponder the cause of the mountain spirit's sudden explosion the previous night. Why had the mountain spirit, still unhatched, erupted without reason? Xiao Tianhua found himself perplexed, even in his past life. He had not encountered any records of spiritual entities exploding before hatching, yet he had emerged unscathed while sustaining injuries. The more he thought, the more unsettling it became. Suddenly, an unbearable thought crossed his mind. Could it be that someone had tampered with that mountain spirit? Who could it be? The He family? Unlikely. They had absolutely no knowledge of the mountain spirit's existence prior. Who else could it be? Could it be that wise elder? Xiao Tianhua recalled the mention of the wise elder in the family histories of the three clans in Twilight City, and now he seemed the most suspicious. If it were indeed he, how powerful must he be to have predicted Xiao Tianhua's arrival at Black Oil Mountain in search of the howling winds of the underworld? If the mountain spirit had indeed been manipulated by him, what could his intentions possibly be? Xiao Tianhua's brow furrowed in contemplation, only to relax after a while. How intriguing. Emerging from the thicket, Xiao Tianhua found it was already afternoon. Gazing into the distance, he spotted thin wisps of smoke. Upon approaching, he discovered a village nestled in a plain, beside which a river flowed gently. The afternoon sun blazed overhead, mercilessly beating down upon the villagers as they toiled in the fields, their bare backs suffering sunburn. Yet, despite the harsh conditions, the villagers bore it stoically. If they did not cultivate and sow now, there would be nothing to eat come winter when snow blocked the roads. I shall rest here for a while before heading to Cloud City in a few days, Xiao Tianhua mused. Picking up some dirt from the ground to smear on his face, tousling his hair into disarray, and donning a patched garment. He concealed any conspicuous items from his storage ring into his pockets before making his way toward the village. As for Jiang Ming's jade pendant and sword, he had already disposed of them, leaving no traces behind. Xiao Tianhua's appearance immediately drew the attention of the villagers. Seeing the disheveled youth in tattered clothes, they were curious yet hesitant to approach. Eventually, a woman of apparent higher status in the village stepped forward to intercept him with inquiries. Child, where do you come from? What brings you to our village? Auntie. Xiao Tianhua's voice trembled, as if years of pent-up emotion had suddenly found an outlet, and he broke into tears. I hail from a village beyond the mountain. Not long ago, a band of robbers invaded our village, oppressing us, committing heinous acts of murder and plunder. Look at these wounds on my body. They are all the work of those robbers. Xiao Tianhua rolled up his sleeve, revealing distressing scars on his arms, while his shattered right hand appeared particularly tragic. Oh dear, this child. The woman, upon hearing Xiao Tianhua's tale and witnessing the scars, instantly believed him. I escaped while those robbers were distracted, but lost my sense of direction. I wandered through the forest for several days before finally arriving here. Auntie, I implore you to take me in. I am young and capable of hard work. If you provide me with some food, I can do anything. The woman hesitated. While Xiao Tianhua was pitiful, her village was not affluent either. The villagers barely managed to feed themselves, and taking him in would mean one more mouth to feed. Auntie, I can stay for a few days, right? I can fish in the river for you. Xiao Tianhua pleaded earnestly. The woman's heart softened, and she eventually agreed to let him stay for a few days. Child, I do not yet know your name. Xiao Tianhua turned back with a smile. I am Fang Yuan. Chapter 30. My name is Fang Yuan. The common folk are kind-hearted, and the villagers are simple and sincere. Upon hearing the tale fabricated by the elder regarding Xiao Tianhua, they expressed profound sympathy towards him, vehemently denouncing the brigands for their shamelessness. An elderly woman, well past her 70s, kindly took Xiao Tianhua in. Tragically, her son had suffered a grievous fate during a hunting expedition, encountering a tiger that mangled both his legs. Fortunately, the villagers arrived just in time to save his life. Yet, without the use of his legs, he could no longer hunt, leaving only the elderly woman to fend for herself. Their days became increasingly strained, often going hungry despite the goodwill of their neighbors. With Xiao Tianhua's arrival, though he had lost his right hand, he was still able to contribute by catching fish and tending to the vegetables that the old woman had planted. He was nimble and hard-working, fetching water and chopping wood, which filled the old woman with joy, prompting her to express her gratitude repeatedly. Dear elder, it is I who should be thankful to you for providing me with a place to rest. Without your kindness, I would have been utterly lost, Xiao Tianhua chuckled innocently, filling a tub with water as he began to prepare dinner. The old woman's pantry was meager, containing only a few wild vegetables and a small quantity of rice. Thus, Xiao Tianhua ventured to the riverbank, hoping to catch a few fish. The village was situated near water, yet few villagers possessed the skill to fish. Sunlight poured through the clear river, revealing the darting fish beneath the surface. With a sudden plunge, Xiao Tianhua dove into the water, and soon emerged with a hefty carp weighing over 3 pounds. This catch transformed the family's dinner into a feast. The old woman's son, slightly older than Xiao Tianhua, was affectionately referred to as Big Brother by him. Brother Chu, You are in need of nourishment for your recovery. Please eat heartily, and if it is insufficient, I shall catch another. Xiao Tianhua beamed, observing the sturdy young man. Chu Xie felt a wave of emotion, having lived in this village all his life. He understood the immense difficulty Xiao Tianhua faced in securing this fish. The fish in the river were far stronger than when caught on land. And with Xiao Tianhua's missing hand, his success was indeed fortunate. Observing the numerous wounds on Xiao Tianhua's body, Chu Xie felt a pang of guilt. Countless words swirled in his heart, yet only one remained. Brother Fang Yuan, thank you. Xiao Tianhua paused, scratching his head with a simple smile. Big brother Chu. It is I who should thank the elder for taking me in. Night fell abruptly, cloaking the sky like a curtain. The village quieted, the gentle sound of the flowing river mingling with the occasional croak of frogs. Xiao Tianhua sat cross-legged on the bed, a simple straw mat laid atop a mud-constructed frame. Though humble, he found it far superior to sleeping outdoors in the elements. In the adjacent room, Chu Xie and the old woman had already succumbed to slumber, while Xiao Tianhua remained wide awake, channeling his energy through the soul-devouring magic to absorb the surrounding spiritual essence for cultivation. As the spiritual energy coursed through his final meridian, it gradually surged and connected. With the last meridian opened, he began to accumulate spiritual energy, ultimately advancing his cultivation to the 9th level of the meridian realm. His next goal was to fuse the 8 secondary meridians into the primary meridian, reaching the so-called fusion meridian realm. Only by achieving this would he possess the means to carve out a foothold in the tumultuous northern region, with the higher realms being elusive and shrouded in mystery. Having cultivated the true Phoenix Fire scripture to the 4th technique, he had mastered 4 abilities: Phoenix Feather Needle, Phoenix Blood Curse, Phoenix Crying to the Heavens, and Phoenix Soaring Wings. However, only the Phoenix Feather Needle could be employed offensively, while the Phoenix Crying to the Heavens diminished in potency with each use. Xiao Tianhua reflected on his capabilities, although he had consumed Xiao Yunyao's Fire Spirit Meridian, granting him control over fire-based attacks, and possessed the Yinming Wailing to amplify his fire techniques. These were merely rudimentary, offensive methods. The true power lay in advanced techniques like the Phoenix Feather Needle, which far surpassed the basic methods, albeit at a significant cost to spiritual energy. In his previous life, he had merely reached the 1st level of the Void Sky realm, with his offensive techniques being overly diverse and lacking substance. Now, his ambition was set on Yun City. Recalling his past experiences, Xiao Tianhua remembered being driven from the Xiao family and fortuitously joining a merchant caravan that led into Yun City. This city was established during the reign of the Empress of Misty Clouds, a formidable figure in the realm of the Divine Emperor, known for dominating an era and being one of the 2 female emperors throughout history, founding the Dream One Path. Originally a peach grove where the Empress had resided during her cultivation, Yun City gradually transformed as countless cultivators flocked there, hoping to glean insights from her practices. As more people arrived, the city developed, attracting various factions. It was said that upon learning of this, the Empress descended from the heavens, leaving behind a dream within Yun City, proclaiming that those who could comprehend it would gain her legacy. The veracity of this tale remained uncertain, as no one had ever claimed to have witnessed this so-called dream. Over the years, Yun City amassed numerous factions from the northern region, with the largest merchant association, the Yiqing Merchant Association, headquartered there. Founded by the Yi family, the association welcomed all trades. If one dared to sell, they would buy. They also operated various ventures, including a martial arena, auction house, and stone gambling den, establishing the Yi family as the preeminent financial power in the northern region. The current head of the Yi family, Yu Long, had reached the 5th level of the Void Sky realm, making him a formidable figure. What intrigued Xiao Tianhua was a particular reward in the Yi family's martial arena. A chance to select any treasure from the 8th floor of the Yiqing Merchant Association or to become an honorary elder of the Yi family after winning 6 consecutive matches in the advanced martial arena. Most would opt for the latter reward, as aligning with the Yi family, a dominant force in the northern region, was akin to having a powerful ally, far more valuable than any trinket. However, achieving 6 consecutive victories in the advanced arena was no simple feat. One must first register for the lower-level arena, win 6 matches to advance to the intermediate arena, and then win another 6 to qualify for the advanced arena. Those who reached the advanced arena were anything but ordinary, making it exceedingly difficult to secure 6 victories. The 8th floor of the Yiqing Merchant Association might hold the items I seek. To obtain them, I must participate in the martial tournament. Upon entering Yun City, I will first seek a cultivation technique to bridge my progress and gather materials for body refinement, preparing for the inheritance of the Demon Buddha on Mount Wofu. Chapter 31. The caravan at present, my cultivation has just reached the 9th level of meridian opening, and my physical strength remains unchanged, matching my cultivation level. Under the resplendent moonlight, Xiao Tianhua sat on his bed, deep in contemplation. The Devouring Spirit magic art, which condenses the Devouring Spirit vein as its main channel, allows my training speed to surpass that of other celestial vein bearers. However, the Devouring Spirit magic art can only absorb the spiritual energy of deceased cultivators and cannot directly plunder the energy of opponents during battle. Xiao Tianhua was troubled. The 10,000 Spirits Demon King had crafted such a stunning technique yet imposed limitations upon it. He had not fully grasped its potential and had fallen while still merely in the rainbow transformation realm. The true Phoenix Flame record and the devouring spirit magic art are indeed rare and powerful techniques, but ultimately, they are creations of others. If I rely solely on these, I shall merely tread the path already walked by others. Shao Tianhua began to ponder which path he should take. In my previous life, my spiritual veins were subpar, compelling me to follow a rather ordinary path focused on the Flame Dao and influenced by others. I also dabbled in the Refinement Dao, crafting the Heavenly Gang Blade. For me in this life, the Refinement Dao is worth exploring, but the Flame Dao seems rather mundane. The Heavenly Gang Blade has fused with my soul, providing me with its protection, rendering my soul nearly invulnerable. Perhaps the Soul Dao could be a viable path, yet I have no thoughts regarding it. Shao Tianhua mused. Why not prioritize the Strength Dao? In the Yunqing Yeqing Merchant Association's Stone Gambling Arena, there happens to be an item that greatly enhances physical strength. And if I obtain it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. In ancient times, Empress Hongtian established the Battle Dao with strength as a supplement, growing stronger through each battle. Now, I too can use strength as a foundation to forge a new path. In my previous life, I practiced a mid-tier yellow-grade technique, the Gale Palm, which, albeit of lower rank, had its merits. By building upon it and incorporating the Spectral Whale, I could create a new technique truly suited to me. Having set my goal, Shao Tianhua laid down and fell into a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, Shao Tianhua had been in this village for 6 days. With his assistance, the Chu Xie family's circumstances had improved, and they no longer worried about daily sustenance. Shao Tianhua's honest and hardworking demeanor endeared him greatly to the elderly woman. In the forest, as leaves drifted down, Shao Tianhua held his breath, extending his left hand to gather spiritual energy in his palm. With a swift rotation of his hand, a howling wind arose. Gale Palm. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike, the invisible force surging like a tempest, lifting the fallen leaves from the ground and striking a large tree 10 meters away. With a resounding crack, the sturdy tree broke under the force and crashed to the ground, its deep thud echoing through the woods, startling the birds into flight. Having mastered the Gale Palm in his previous life, he found its power lacking compared to higher-tier techniques due to its inferior rank. The Gale Palm primarily harnesses the Wind Dao and secondarily the Strength Dao. With a slight adjustment and enhancement, it could yield tremendous results. Ding-ling-a-ling, the sound of camel bells echoed from the mountains below. Shao Tianhua stood at the forest's edge, gazing downwards as a caravan slowly approached along the mountain path. A caravan. Memories of his past life flooded back. He had left the city of Twilight following a caravan to Yunqing. Though that caravan was significantly larger than the one now appearing, the timing was ripe. It was time to join this caravan. Shao Tianhua contemplated ways to integrate himself into the group. Such caravans are typically composed of several family factions, with few rogue cultivators. Traveling merchants face numerous dangers. Traversing mountains and rivers, they contend with rampant beasts and the occasional bandit eyeing their goods. Only through mutual aid among the caravan cultivators can they overcome such challenges. For a stranger to join a caravan is no simple feat, while it is relatively easier for commoners, who are more easily managed and willing to perform any labor for a slight benefit. While he pondered, the caravan reached the village. As night had fallen and with a village nearby, it signified a lesser danger, prompting the caravan to prepare to rest for the night and set off again in the morning. The arrival of the caravan piqued the curiosity of the village children, for the beasts transporting the goods were mostly gentle in nature. Among them was the 100-herb serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length. Its massive emerald head comparable to a small wooden house, with its slender, green scales resembling tender grass. Despite its size, it was merely a first-tier magical beast. The serpent carried the cargo securely tied with ropes. Caravans often face challenging terrains where horses struggled to navigate, making the 100-herb serpent invaluable. In addition to the 100-herb serpent, there were also the ground lizard, marching spider, and tentworm. These magical beasts were large yet gentle, cared for by specialized caretakers within the caravan. The villagers, seeing these creatures, were filled with fear and hid in their homes, peeking out cautiously through cracks in the doors. Be careful. Protect the goods well. Feed the magical beasts well tonight. We depart early tomorrow. The cultivators in the caravan shouted, directing the commoners to work, while the other cultivators retreated into the tent worms to rest. The tent worm resembles a centipede, with segments connected together, each segment serving as an independent room for the cultivators to rest. The tent worm was not born this way. It had been genetically modified by cultivators, making it a favored choice among various caravans. Miss, there's a small river over there, teeming with fish. Shall we go take a look? A young lady emerged from a tent worm, adorned in a moon-white long dress. She was stunningly beautiful, with a delicate oval face that glistened like jade, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters, a refined nose, and lips like unpainted cherries. When she smiled, dimples appeared on her cheeks, and her skin was as smooth as cream, exuding an air of grace and elegance, unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy family. As she stepped out of the tent worm, a maid followed closely behind. Miss, it's been so stuffy inside the tent worm. Finally, We can step out for some fresh air. You little rascal. Always complaining about being cooped up in the tent worm. If you were to travel with the caravan outside, you would find even more to grumble about. Yiling gently flicked Xiao Tao's forehead and remarked, Hui Qian has been protecting us outside. It's not much harder than being in the tent worm, is it? Xiao Tao playfully stuck out her tongue, watching a young man in black directing others in the caravan to set up camp. Hui Qian, a 6th-level meridian opening cultivator, would surely not tire from such trivial matters. You little girl. Yiling sighed, attributing her maid's behavior to her own indulgence. It had been 3 years since she last returned home due to her travels. Although the journey had been arduous, it had also been fruitful, and it was time to return to Yunqing for a reunion with her family. Yiling was the 6th daughter of the Yi family, kind-hearted and unwilling to partake in the rivalry among her siblings. Therefore, 3 years prior, she had left Yunqing with a caravan, concealing her identity as she gradually established her own merchant group. Chapter 32. Yiling. The merchant caravan initially faced numerous challenges. Yiling, possessing merely the cultivation of the 7th level of pulse condensation, and her maid Xiaodao, merely at the 3rd level, found survival in the northern region quite arduous, especially given the treacherous conditions along trade routes. It was not until a year prior that Yiling encountered the severely injured and unconscious Hui Qian in a secluded valley. Compassionate by nature, Yiling selflessly sold her caravan's goods at a reduced price to procure healing medicines for Hui Qian. Upon regaining consciousness, Hui Qian, deeply moved by her kindness, willingly became Yiling's protector. Hui Qian, a practitioner at the 5th level of pulse connection, possessed the experience necessary for survival in the northern region. With Hui Qian's presence, Yiling's benevolent demeanor quickly attracted several homeless wandering cultivators to her side. Although these cultivators lacked significant power, they displayed unwavering loyalty, which Yiling gladly accepted. In a quiet corner, Xiao Tianhua's gaze fell upon Yiling and her companion playing by the riverbank, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his profound eyes. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. This journey to Cloud City now possesses an added layer of security. In Yiling's previous life, the revelation of her identity as the daughter of Yi Long became common knowledge upon her return to Cloud City. Yi Long felt immense guilt towards this daughter, aware of her desire to abstain from the conflicts among the 9 sons of the Yi family. After she stealthily fled Cloud City, he dispatched individuals to search for her. Yet locating a practitioner of unremarkable prowess who deliberately concealed her presence in the vast northern region proved exceedingly challenging. Upon her return, Yi Long, unwilling to neglect his daughter, paused his secluded cultivation to accompany her, cautioning his other 8 sons to engage in their rivalries, but to never involve Yiling. In her previous life, Yiling's innate talents were mediocre. Even with Yi Long's investment of exceptional resources, she barely attained the Cloud Sea realm. When Xiao Tianhua met his demise at the Cliff of the Immortal, Yiling was already aged and nearing death, though inherently kind-hearted and averse to conflict. This lifetime demanded that Xiao Tianhua compel her to undergo transformation. The Yiqing Chamber of Commerce could prove beneficial to me, and Yiling could serve as a valuable pawn. Ordinary individuals typically dared not approach practitioners, as mortals were often viewed as less than insignificant in the eyes of cultivators. Consequently, the sudden arrival of the caravan caused the villagers to shutter their doors in trepidation. While the caravan could engage in barter, the villagers possessed little of value to offer. Strolling through the village accompanied by Xiaodao, Yiling observed the tightly shut doors, acutely sensing the villagers' fear towards her. This sensation was displeasing to her. Unlike other cultivators, she believed in the fundamental equality of all beings, whether cultivators or mortals. During the reign of the Empress Yunyan, an edict was proclaimed. In the 5 realms, all spirits are equal. The divine decree was respected by all, establishing the most harmonious era in the 5 realms. However, following the Empress Yunyan's disappearance, foreign tribes shattered this equality, waging war against humanity, leading to a bloody tempest ravaging the 5 realms. The most tragic victims were the powerless mortals, who, when provoked by enraged cultivators, had no means to defend themselves. If the Empress Yunyan were still alive, how would she react to witnessing the 5 realms revert to their former state? Yiling sighed inwardly, reflecting on the subsequent emergence of the Empress Hong Tian, who established a path of war, triumphantly suppressing foreign tribes while simultaneously encouraging mutual competition among all beings to enhance their strength. Thus, during the Hong Tian Empress's reign, although humanity was not oppressed, the incessant conflicts led to countless casualties. Time, like a colossal wheel, continued to turn. After the Hong Tian Empress, several divine emperors emerged, each managing the 5 realms in their unique manner. As the era of divine emperors came to a close, the 5 realms inexplicably returned to their original state. Returning to the elderly woman's home, Xiao Tianhua began to prepare dinner. The elderly woman, too frail for strenuous labor, could only assist in minor tasks. Auntie, what are those people outside doing? I saw many terrifying beasts. They can't be bad people, can they? Xiao Tianhua inquired while scaling a carp. Ha ha ha, fear not. The elderly woman chuckled, explaining, I have lived long enough to witness such scenes multiple times. They are merchants traveling from afar. They have set up camp here for the night as it grows late. They are not malicious. Ah, I see. You know so much, Auntie. Xiao Tianhua smiled foolishly. Where are they headed next? Next, they should be going to Cloud City. Cloud City. A gleam of excitement sparked in Xiao Tianhua and Appo's eyes, noticed by the elderly woman. If only I could travel with the caravan to Cloud City, I could find my cousin and avenge my family. His voice was barely above a whisper. But the elderly woman, adding firewood, caught the words, momentarily pausing. The room fell silent, and although Xiao Tianhua continued to scale the fish, he seemed distracted. Observing his demeanor, the elderly woman felt a pang of sympathy and made a silent resolution. After dinner, the elderly woman left the house, returning after a brief interval with Yi Ling, followed by Xiao Tao and Hu Qian. Upon entering, Hu Qian scrutinized Xiao Tianhua from head to toe before nodding at Yi Ling. Fang Yuan, quickly call for people. This is Miss Yi from the merchant caravan, the elderly woman urged. Why Yi, Mississippi? Xiao Tianhua stammered, his gaze evasive and somewhat anxious, exhibiting fear towards the sudden arrival of Yi Ling and her companions. This reaction was all too familiar to Yi Ling and her companions. Ordinary people often displayed such trepidation in the presence of practitioners. Fang Yuan, you wish to go to Cloud City to seek your cousin. Miss Yi possesses a kind heart. Upon hearing your story, she sympathizes with you and is willing to take you along to Cloud City. You should express your gratitude to Miss Yi. What? Xiao Tianhua appeared flustered. Auntie, how can this be? I still need to look after you and Brother Chu. If I leave, what will happen to you and Brother Chu? Silly child, you have already helped Annie enough. Your efforts in chopping wood and constructing that water wheel have alleviated my burdens immensely. Both Auntie and Brother Chu are grateful to you. The elderly woman gently patted Xiao Tianhua's shoulder, her tone earnest. Child, pursue your own path. You can always return to visit Auntie and Brother Chu later. Brother Fang Yuan, go with Miss Yi. You are still young and should not squander your life here. Chu Xia added, urging him. Thank you for everything these past days. Without you, we would have been at a loss. You have already done more than enough. Now, go and follow your own destiny. Brother Chu. Xiao Tianhua's voice cracked with emotion, and he nearly knelt, only to be swiftly supported by the elderly woman. You child. The elderly woman felt her heart ache. After these days together, she had come to regard Xiao Tianhua as her own. The reluctance was palpable as Xiao Tianhua, the elderly woman, and Chu Xia exchanged glances, each feeling a profound bond. This poignant scene moved Yi Ling and her companions as well. Ultimately, under the elderly woman and Appo's insistence, Xiao Tianhua bid farewell and joined Yi Ling's caravan. Chapter 33. Entering the caravan. Miss, is it truly wise to invite a stranger into our caravan? Xiao Tao expressed her concerns within the confines of the tent. We have quite a distance to travel to Yun City, especially as we must pass through Misty Cliff. Should we encounter magical beasts, Hu Qian will scarcely have the time to protect a mere mortal. I understand, Yi Ling sighed. Yet, that woman pleaded so earnestly. I could not bring myself to refuse. Thus, she resolved to bring Xiao Tianhua along. Being an outsider without a place to stay, Xiao Tianhua had no choice but to squeeze into a tent filled with cargo. Hu Qian, having little patience for the newly joined mortal, often directed Xiao Tianhua to perform various tasks. To this, Xiao Tianhua bore no resentment. His willingness to endure hardship earned Hu Qian's begrudging respect. A century later, the renowned sword master Hu Qian. Xiao Tianhua's gaze flickered, briefly assessing Hu Qian's unique left eye, a striking azure orb, cold and profound, reminiscent of a glacial expanse radiating an eerie blue light, concealing a latent sharpness beneath its calm exterior. Born with spiritual eyes, the frost sword's gaze. Xiao Tianhua pondered. In his previous life, Yi Ling was a person of little ambition, yet her protector, Hu Qian, was extraordinary. Upon reaching Yun City, the awakening of his frost sword's gaze propelled his comprehension of swordsmanship to new heights, allowing him to unleash azure sword shadows in combat, catching adversaries unawares. Moreover, empowered by the frost sword's gaze, he could mimic his opponent's sword techniques, gaining an upper hand against fellow sword practitioners. Some beings are inherently exceptional at birth, possessing unique constitutions like the space Tao body, attuned to the realms of space. The frost sword's gaze, similarly, harmonizes with the sword and ice paths, surpassing ordinary cultivators. Though not quite reaching the status of the sword's saint body, the mountain path was treacherous, shrouded in mist. The caravan gradually entered the tranquil depths of the mountains, the crisp sound of camel bells resonating in the stillness. The rugged road beneath was muddy, littered with decaying leaves and flowers, making it easy to stumble. The caravan's arrival disturbed hidden predators in the forest, and a sense of danger began to loom. Towering ancient trees rose from the earth, their robust trunks and lush foliage allowing warm sunlight to filter through, casting a silken glow upon the caravan's members. As the caravan ventured deeper, a dense mist began to rise, obscuring the path ahead. The already difficult terrain became increasingly obscured by the thickening fog, rendering the way ahead nearly invisible. Only the distant mountains and nearby trees were faintly discernible within the mists. This heavy fog is indeed unfortunate. Let us send some mortals ahead to clear the way. Each merchant group dispatched several individuals. The caravan was comprised of the Jin, Su, and Yi families, with Jin Biao, the leader of the Jin family, possessing the highest cultivation at the 7th level of Meridian Opening, followed by Su Da of the Su family at the 5th level, on par with Hu Qian. In this hierarchy of strength, Jin Biao's superior cultivation granted him greater authority, and as he commanded the mortals to scout ahead, Su De offered no objections. In this world, mortals were regarded as the lowest form of labor. Their lives were expendable. Quickly, the Jin and Su families selected several frail, elderly mortals who had accompanied the caravan for an extended period, now relegated to the role of scouts. Has Yiling not sent her mortals yet? Jin Biao's tone was indifferent. That girl is overly kind to the point of foolishness. Were it not for Hu Qian, she would hardly be worthy to join our ranks. The two leaders exchanged disdainful glances when discussing Yiling, deeming excessive kindness as a sign of folly. Miss, you must decide swiftly. Hesitation is not an option. The Jin and Su families have already expressed their discontent. If you continue to waver, we risk inciting their hostility. In the open tent, Hu Qian urged Yiling. Having accompanied her for some time, he admired many of her virtues, but her excessive compassion was a source of frustration. Miss, Hu Qian is right. Now is not the time for indecision. Perhaps we should send that Feng Yuan ahead to scout. He has just joined the caravan and shares no deep ties with us. Should he perish, it would matter little. Xiao Tao chimed in supportively. After a moment's deliberation, Yiling reluctantly acquiesced, allowing Hu Qian to take charge. Upon exiting the tent, Hu Qian wasted no time selecting 4 mortals, including Xiao Tianhua, to venture to the forefront of the caravan. Tasked with this perilous mission, Xiao Tianhua internally scoffed. Venturing ahead in such conditions was akin to courting death. The dense fog obscured everything, and the path ahead could very well lead to a sheer cliff. Invisible to the mortals, navigating through this fog-covered terrain would require the mortals to carve a bloody path with their lives. Mortals, fearing the wrath of cultivators, cautiously advanced through the mist, praying for divine protection. Yet, in the next moment, one misstep sent a mortal plummeting into the abyss, their terrified screams fading into the fog. The death of one instilled dread among the others, urging them to tread even more carefully. Xiao Tianhua feigned terror, yet within, he remained unfazed. Some scouting mortals fell into the chasm or became ensnared in mud. Only after much trial and error did they finally break free from the mist. The sound of a babbling brook reached their ears, and a glimmer of a clear stream appeared in the distance, accompanied by the melodious calls of birds, instilling a sense of calm among the survivors. The mortals who survived the harrowing journey finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their fortune compared to their fallen companions. Yiling summoned Xiao Tianhua into her tent, feeling deep remorse upon witnessing his trembling body. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately retrieving a piece of raw stone from her pocket and offering it to him. In the cramped quarters of the cargo, Xiao Tianhua held the stone with an indifferent expression. For cultivators, a raw stone was of little value, yet for mortals, it could sustain them for half a year. Among mortals, currency was merely fragments of raw stones. Although the mist had dissipated, the path ahead remained treacherous. As dusk approached, the caravan had yet to escape the dense forest. Seeing the sun dip low without sight of the forest's end, the 3 leaders ordered the caravan to halt for the night. The nighttime forest was fraught with danger, as magical beasts roamed in search of prey, necessitating a watchman. Undoubtedly, the most formidable among them were Jin Biao, Su De, and Hu Qian. They divided the night into 3 shifts, each taking turns to safeguard their respective groups. Su De would stand guard during the first half of the night, followed by Jin Biao and Hu Qian alternating thereafter. Chapter 34. The Beast Mountain. A peaceful night passed uneventfully, despite the occasional prowling of magical beasts, their crimson eyes lurking upon the caravan. Yet they refrained from launching an attack. The night watch remained vigilant until dawn, finally able to relax their guard. Xiao Tianhua nestled amidst the cargo, indulging in a deep slumber, for he required the restoration of his strength to face the challenges ahead. During the days spent traveling with the caravan, he had diligently masqueraded as an ordinary mortal, ensuring that he was not detected by Hu Qian and his companions. This left him with no time for cultivation. Yet he gradually formed bonds with the other ordinary travelers in the caravan. Some elder peers, during moments of safety, imparted clever tricks to avoid detection by the cultivators of the caravan, significantly reducing their daily workload. However, among the mortals, there existed those who were less amiable, loyal hounds of the cultivators, tasked with supervising the labor of their fellow mortals. The caravan journeyed onward, finally emerging from the fog-laden mountains. The passage through the dense mist had claimed the lives of many ordinary members of the caravan, yet Xiao Tianhua was fortunate enough to survive each time. Once out of the mountains, the caravan did not pause for a moment, continuing until evening when they halted at an abandoned village. The village they encountered was even more destitute than the one where Xiao Tianhua had previously sought refuge. Most of the homes were thatched huts, and the villagers were scantily clad and barely nourished. The children appeared gaunt and emaciated, their skin stretched thin over their bones. Upon the arrival of the caravan, the villagers emerged from their homes, kneeling before the travelers in desperate supplication for food or money. The majority of the caravan's members regarded their pleas with indifference, while a few ordinary folk, moved by compassion for their fellow mortals, shared what little food they had. Yiling, possessing a kind heart, wished to distribute a portion of her goods to these impoverished souls but was halted by Xiao Tao and Hua Qian. Miss, sharing our goods with these mortals will yield no benefit. It will only teach them to expect more, Hua Qian urged vehemently. This is not the time for compassion. You and Xiao Tao lack sufficient cultivation and desperately need to exchange these goods for resources to enhance your strength. We cannot afford to give anything away. Yes, miss. Their suffering is unrelated to us. Why should we share our provisions? The Jin and Su families have not given away even a crumb, Xiao Tao echoed in agreement. Seeing their plight, I cannot bear it, Yiling lamented. If you wish to alleviate their suffering, miss, I could simply end their lives. And they would no longer endure pain, Hua Qian replied earnestly. For cultivators, mortals were fragile and insignificant. Slaughtering an entire village was but a trivial task for him. Alas, Yiling sighed, recognizing the validity in Hua Qian's words. I too require a wealth of resources for my cultivation, having fled the Yi family all these years. The resources obtained through commerce have proven insufficient for my training. If I were to give away our goods, I would be neglecting my responsibilities to Xiao Tao and the others. It is clear that my strength is still lacking. Yiling mused. If only I possessed the formidable power and vast influence of my father, rescuing these people would be effortless. If I could emulate the Empress of Yuyan and bring peace to the 5 domains, such human suffering would not exist. Having swayed Yiling's resolve, Hua Qian and the others felt a sense of triumph. With her tacit approval, Hua Qian swiftly ordered the mortals encircling the Yi family caravan to disperse. Fearing the might of the cultivators, the villagers fled in all directions upon witnessing Hua Qian's fury. Xiao Tianhua observed Hua Qian's actions with a knowing eye. He was accustomed to such occurrences. Hua Qian's behavior was still relatively benevolent. The cultivators from the Jin and Su families, irritated by the villagers' presence, unleashed their frustrations without restraint, resulting in violent confrontations that left one villager dead, blood splattering upon the onlookers, finally revealing their true nature as cultivators. Tomorrow, we shall reach the Beast Mountain. Everyone must rest well tonight to prepare for the arduous journey ahead, declared the leader, Jin Biao. The Beast Mountain is teeming with magical beasts, including formidable beast kings comparable to cultivators of the Meridian realm. Traversing the mountain will take at least 2 days and nights. And we must not be careless. At dawn, the caravan departed the village, the melodious sound of camel bells echoing in the air. The surviving mortals from the previous night dared to emerge from their hiding places. The Beast Mountain was infested with countless magical beasts, making the passage perilous. The best strategy was to enter at dawn, avoiding the beasts' hunting hours. The caravan moved with utmost stealth, silencing the camel bells. While those cultivators skilled in concealing their presence exerted their utmost efforts to mask the caravan's aura. Even so, they could not evade an encounter with the magical beasts. With a thunderous roar, a towering silver-armored lion stood in the caravan's path, its bellow echoing ominously in all directions. Countless copper-armored lions emerged from the dense foliage, their roars creating a cacophony. The silver-armored lion was a second-tier beast king, commanding nearly 200 copper-armored lions. The caravan members braced themselves for battle, swiftly reacting to the onslaught of the copper-armored lions. The cultivators rallied to protect their respective sections of the caravan, engaging the fierce beasts in combat. The copper-armored lions, being first-tier magical beasts, boasted a thick layer of bronze armor that rendered ordinary attacks nearly ineffective, their claws and fangs sharp as blades. Just as they entered the mountain, they were confronted by such formidable foes, plunging the caravan into a fierce struggle. The roars of lions mingled with the cries of men. Xiao Tianhua concealed himself amidst the cargo, peering through a crack in the door to observe the unfolding chaos. Ordinary cultivators fended off the copper-armored lions, while Jin Biao, Suda, and Hua Qian quickly devised a plan to decapitate the Beast King. The 3 of them charged through the encirclement of copper-armored lions, targeting the silver-armored lion with fervor. All 3 were cultivators of the Meridian realm, and the copper-armored lion's bronze armor proved as fragile as paper under their onslaught. The decapitation strategy was indeed the most prudent choice. Without the Beast King's leadership, the beast horde resembled headless flies, lacking direction. Once the Beast King fell, the beasts would lose their will to fight and scatter in fear. Xiao Tianhua acknowledged the actions of Jin Biao and his companions. Under such circumstances, decapitation was undoubtedly the optimal choice. The silver-armored lion, larger and more resilient than its copper-armored counterparts, was no match for the combined might of Jin Biao and his allies, all of whom were mid-tier cultivators of the Meridian realm. Within a mere span of time, they managed to slay the silver-armored lion, deprived of their leader. The copper-armored lions promptly abandoned their assault on the caravan as cultivators, retreating into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. This sudden attack, despite the caravan's prior precautions, resulted in significant losses. Many ordinary folk perished at the jaws of the lions. The 3 families of Meridian cultivators suffered injuries, with over a dozen losing their lives, while the wounded numbered in the hundreds. Chapter 35. The Azure Rhinoceros. Nevertheless, the caravan dared not entertain the slightest notion of pause. Lingering even a moment longer within the perilous 100-Beast Mountain was exceedingly hazardous. During the ensuing journey, the caravan encountered numerous assaults from magical beasts. No fewer than 6 times, with 3 of those assaults led by the Beast King, resulting in substantial losses for the caravan. Yet, they were still a day and a night away from exiting the 100 Beasts Mountain. Cursed be it. Have the magical beasts within this mountain gone mad? Jin Biao sat upon a chair, while the physician attended to the wounds upon his arm. Ordinarily, magical beasts would shun daylight, emerging only under the veil of night to hunt. Yet today, they seemed utterly deranged. If this continues, the caravan would suffer catastrophic losses. Suda, seated across from him, bore a bitter expression. In merely a day's time, his caravan had lost numerous ordinary folk, alongside many cultivators who were grievously wounded. In days past, the 100 Beasts Mountain was indeed treacherous, yet caravans had traversed it without facing such dire peril. Could it be that heaven is conspiring against us? Should this persist, the night ahead may prove even more perilous. They must rally their spirits and prepare for the impending tide of beasts. Once the tide arrives, we shall have no time to spare and will have to abandon some of our cargo. A glint of cold determination flickered in Jin Biao's eyes. If necessary, we shall forsake the Yi family caravan. After all, apart from Huqian, their caravan lacks even a single dignified cultivator. It would be prudent to use them as bait, securing our opportunity to escape. Suda remained silent, his eyes reflecting a tempest of thoughts. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yi family caravan's tent, Yiling was diligently tending to Huqian's injuries. Yiling was not a healer. The original healing cultivator had perished during a previous beast attack, leaving her with no choice but to use herbal remedies to treat Huqian's wounds. Miss, the 100 Beasts Mountain is far more perilous than we initially estimated. Our Yi family is weak, and the Jin and Su family seem to harbor intentions of abandoning us, Huqian remarked earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Yiling. We must prepare early. Should an unforeseen event occur, it will be too late. With my cultivation, I cannot protect the caravan within this mountain, but I can ensure your safety and that of Miss Xiao Tao. When the time comes, we may need to relinquish certain belongings. Yiling remained silent, focusing intently on Huqian's bandaging. Miss, I understand your reluctance, but in dire circumstances, abandoning the caravan for a timely escape may indeed be our best choice. The others in the caravan will not cling to the cargo. Their chances of survival would increase. But, Yiling lifted her gaze, if we leave, the ordinary folk in the caravan will undoubtedly meet their demise. These individuals have accompanied us through thick and thin, toiling without complaint. Miss, I know you are compassionate and kind-hearted. You would not abandon them unless absolutely necessary. They have never been mistreated by our caravan, but times have changed. Huqian sighed heavily. I will do my utmost. If it comes to that, I can only take the 2 of you with me. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Xiao Tao opened it to reveal Xiao Tianhua standing outside, his expression one of naive sincerity. Feng Yuan? Xiao Tao exclaimed in surprise. I thought you had perished during this time apart. Not at all. I hid in a cargo box. Those magical beasts nearly terrified me to death, but fortunately they did not discover me. Xiao Tianhua chuckled sheepishly as he peered into the tent. Upon seeing Yiling, a spark of light ignited in his eyes, and he bypassed Xiao Tao to enter. Feng Yuan, what brings you here? Huqian's displeasure was evident upon seeing Xiao Tianhua. The latter's cowardly demeanor had earned his disdain. Miss Yi, I noticed many in the caravan were injured due to the numerous beast attacks during the day, and a considerable amount of cargo was damaged. You must have suffered substantial losses. I thought perhaps you could kindly take me to Yun City, and in gratitude, I would like to present you with this jade pendant. Xiao Tianhua said, producing a fiery red jade pendant. This, Yiling hesitated to refuse, when Huqian suddenly interjected, taking the pendant from Xiao Tianhua's hands. This pendant, Huqian examined it closely, sensing a warmth emanating from it, as if it stored a trace of spiritual energy. Where did you acquire this? He inquired, scrutinizing Xiao Tianhua. This was no ordinary jade pendant. It was crafted from raw stone and nurtured by fire-type spiritual energy to attain this form. It is my family heirloom. Xiao Tianhua scratched his head, puzzled. My mother told me that she found this pendant 10 years ago when she picked me up. Your mother? Picked you up 10 years ago? Xiao Tianhua's explanation left Huqian and the others exchanging bewildered glances. Their curiosity piqued as they awaited further clarification. The place where I previously stayed was not my original home, and my mother is not my biological mother. She said she found me 10 years ago by a stone near the riverbank. I had a head injury and was unconscious. She carried me home and sought the village doctor, who revived me. However, after awakening, I had no recollection of my past. I remained by her side until I fled due to bandits and arrived at the village where Auntie and Brother Chu were, and then I met you. Through Xiao Tianhua's explanation, Huqian and the others began to comprehend that his background was not ordinary. He may have been a cultivator once. Huqian speculated silently, then attempted to discern any fluctuations of spiritual energy from Xiao Tianhua. Yet, regrettably, he found nothing unusual. For an ordinary person, this jade pendant may hold value. But for Yiling, it was inconsequential. Xiao Tianhua's sincerity moved her greatly, and Huqian sighed inwardly. With this gesture, it would be even harder for Yiling to resolutely abandon the caravan. Exiting the tent, a fleeting cold smile crossed Xiao Tianhua's face as he passed through the caravan, casually brushing away some scattered purple powder from the rear of a cart. A night passed without incident. The excessive tranquility left the caravan members in disbelief. They had spent the night on edge, fearing an attack from magical beasts, yet dawn arrived with them unscathed. How strange. Have these magical beasts altered their habits? Hunting by day and resting by night? Jean Biao pondered, then commanded the caravan to remain vigilant, cautioning against complacency due to the tranquility of the night. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them began to tremble, shadows of trees swayed, and the wind howled ominously. Jean Biao abruptly lifted his gaze forward, witnessing a wave of azure beasts surging towards them. The azure rhinoceros. The caravan sounded the alarm, with all cultivators converging at one point, bracing for battle. The azure rhinoceros was a second-tier magical beast, each one as massive as a mountain, their charge unstoppable. Chapter 36. The death of Hua Qian. The azure rhinoceros beast was enveloped in a lush green grass, its limbs sturdy like pillars, and its horns shaped like crescent moon blades, long and sharp. This formidable creature belonged to the category of powerful magical beasts, born at the second tier. A group of at least 20 of them charged towards the merchant convoy, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Scatter! Jean Biao shouted urgently, but it was too late. The azure rhinoceros beast barreled into the convoy, scattering people and goods alike. The mortal cultivators fled in all directions, unable to withstand the onslaught of the azure rhinoceros. In the blink of an eye, hundreds perished beneath their merciless trampling. The serpentine creatures of the 100 grasses were impaled by the sharp horns of the beasts, while the tent caterpillars were left in tatters. It was a scene of relentless destruction. It's over. All is lost. Jean Biao's eyes burned with rage. Realizing that there was no turning back, everyone run into the forest. Before the colossal azure rhinoceros, humans were no different from ants. Seeking refuge in the dense woods was their only hope for survival. Miss, hurry. Hua Qian exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the azure rhinoceros attacks, shielding Yi Ling and the others as they made their escape. He, along with Jean Biao, was among the most powerful cultivators in the convoy, making them prime targets for the beasts. 3 azure rhinoceroses charged at Hua Qian from different directions, intent on crushing him. Xiao Tao, take the miss and go ahead. I'll hold these monsters back. Realizing he was singled out by the azure rhinoceroses, Hua Qian had no choice but to temporarily separate from Yi Ling, striving to buy them time to escape. Damn beasts, come at me if you dare. Hua Qian unleashed a wave of sword energy, the blade slicing through the air, grazing one azure rhinoceros while decapitating another's snout. Enraged by their companion's injury, the remaining azure rhinoceroses surged towards him, following him into the forest. Several of the beasts rampaged through the woods, uprooting sturdy trees as Hua Qian darted among them, occasionally turning to unleash another strike of sword energy. Damn it! Why are the azure rhinoceroses targeting the merchant convoy? Hua Qian cursed as he ran. Typically docile herbivorous magical beasts, these creatures appeared frenzied, their eyes bloodshot, as if possessed by a bloodlust. Their horns were stained with the blood of the cultivators, and the grass that cloaked their bodies was spattered with crimson, resembling a horde of bloodthirsty demons. In his frantic escape, Hua Qian found himself at the base of a sheer cliff. Unfazed by the steep rock face, he pressed onward. And as one azure rhinoceros charged at him, he propelled himself upward. The beast collided with the cliff, creating a massive dent in the hard stone. Its horn wedged tightly and rendered immobile. Hua Qian landed firmly on the back of the incapacitated beast, gathering his sword energy and delivering a fatal blow. Blood erupting as the creature let out a mournful cry. However, he only managed to slice its throat partially. It's tough, Hua Qian grumbled, as another azure rhinoceros pursued him. What a nuisance. Hua Qian frowned, delivering another blow that severed the head of the beast beneath him. Though the azure rhinoceros was a second-tier magical beast, its strength was comparable to lower-tier cultivators. Hua Qian, a 6th-tier cultivator, could handle them, but it would take time. I wonder how the miss is faring. Aware that he could not afford to linger, Hua Qian resolved to quickly reach Yi Ling's side. Damn azure rhinoceroses. He began to gather sword energy once more, just as a sound of slicing air reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned to see a thin black needle flying toward him. Swish. The needle effortlessly pierced Hua Qian's head, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Uft. A blood-soaked hand erupted from his back, piercing through his chest, gripping a still-beating heart. Hua Qian froze, disbelief etched across his pale face. Slowly, he turned his head, desperate to discern the identity of his assailant. But the figure behind him had no intention of revealing themselves. With a swift motion, a blood-red blade severed Hua Qian's head, which fell to the ground. His wide-open eyes now fixed upon the dirt. He died, oblivious to the identity of his murderer. Behind him, Xiao Tian washed his Tiangang blade, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his hands as he gazed mockingly at Hua Qian's head rolling on the ground. The surrounding azure rhinoceroses lingered, yet dared not approach. The effect of the Yuan Yang flower's powder was significantly diminished on second-tier magical beasts. Lacking the frenzied influence of the Yuan Yang flower and sensing the terrifying aura of Xiao Tianhua, they naturally refrained from coming closer. Xiao Tianhua hoisted Hua Qian's corpse, activating his devouring spirit technique to absorb all of Hua Qian's spiritual energy. As the last vestiges of energy were drained, the opportunity for a breakthrough presented itself. A secondary meridian fused with the primary one, and Xiao Tianhua successfully advanced to the realm of meridian fusion. The The renowned Ling Shuang sword master had fallen. Xiao Tianhua grasped Hu Qian's head, unreservedly extracting the blue eyeball. Examining the sapphire-like orb in his hand, a smile crept across Xiao Tianhua's lips. As the effects of the Yuan Yang flower waned, the azure rhinoceroses retreated, leaving behind a merchant convoy ravaged and largely destroyed, though some remnants remained relatively intact. The muddy ground was littered with severed limbs and crushed bodies, the long form of the 100 grasses serpent squashed flat, its blood mingling with the earth to form small crimson pools. The air resonated with the anguished cries of the people. Some fortunate souls survived, yet were left with shattered legs. Jin Biao and Su De bore some injuries, but none were fatal. Observing the devastation of the merchant convoy, their expressions darkened with despair. Xiao Tianhua had encountered Yiling and the others earlier, guiding them back to safety. Yiling had twisted her ankle while fleeing, and Xiao Tianhua had no choice but to carry her. Witnessing the wreckage of the merchant convoy and the wails of the wounded, Yiling felt a profound sense of helplessness, loathing her inability to protect those innocent lives. Quickly, regroup and leave. The stench of blood will attract other magical beasts, and it will become even more troublesome. Jin Biao hastily rallied the remaining survivors to gather the goods and depart, leaving behind those incapacitated. Take me with you. I can recover quickly. I don't want to be left here. Please, I can pay you to take me away. Miss Yi, you're the kindest person. Aren't you? You can't just stand by and watch. Please, save me. Yiling, resting on Xiao Tianhua's back, trembled as she heard the desperate pleas around her. Biting her lip, she pressed her forehead tightly against his back. Xiao Tao followed closely beside Xiao Tianhua. Her head bowed in silence. Noticing Hu Qian's absence from the merchant convoy, Yiling feared the worst. To protect them, he had drawn away so many azure rhinoceroses. Tears streamed down her face as she mourned for Hu Qian in her heart, soaking Xiao Tianhua's clothes. Miss Yi, are you crying? Xiao Tianhua gently inquired, his voice soft and comforting. Everything will be all right. You must be strong. Chapter 37. I understand now. Yiling swiftly adjusted her emotions, the fear and sorrow in her eyes dissipating, replaced by determination. Fang Yuan, thank you. If you hadn't arrived just in time, both Xiao Tao and I would have. Yiling recalled the recent events. After Hu Qian led the group of blue rhinoceros beasts away, she and Xiao Tao fled into the dense forest. The anguished cries of others echoed in the air, accompanied by the furious roars of the blue rhinoceros beasts, instilling terror in their hearts. Exhausted from their flight, they finally paused to catch their breath. Just as they rested, a blue rhinoceros beast suddenly leapt out from the thicket. This beast was smaller than its kin, seemingly still in its juvenile stage, yet it was not something they could contend with. With no other choice, they continued to flee, the beast pursuing them leisurely, roaring occasionally to intimidate them. The two were driven to a cliff, with no escape in sight, and the blue rhinoceros beast, seemingly tired of its game, charged at them with full force. At that critical moment, Xiao Tianhua descended from above, delivering a single punch that drove the beast's head deep into the ground. A decisive blow. Recalling Xiao Tianhua's terrifying strength, Yiling felt as though she were dreaming. Fang Yuan, you possess such formidable power. Have you been concealing it all along? No, I just remembered recently. I was a cultivator 10 years ago, but I was severely injured and lost my memory. Only when I accidentally bumped my head while evading the blue rhinoceros beast did I recover my memories and realize I was a cultivator, Xiao Tianhua gently explained. Yiling noticed the wound on his forehead, still seeping blood. If only I had regained my memories sooner, perhaps I could have saved Brother Hua, Xiao Tianhua lamented. Upon seeing this, Yiling's admiration for him grew. Despite Hu Qian's mistreatment of him during his amnesia, forcing him to risk his life to scout through the fog, Xiao Tianhua, now stronger than Hu Qian, burned no resentment towards him. Instead, he regretted not being able to save him sooner. Such a cultivator exemplifies boundless love, one who does not belittle others just because of their superior strength. How wonderful it would be if the world had more cultivators like Fang Yuan, Yiling mused. The three merchant caravans suffered significant losses, with the Yi family feeling as though they had been amputated with Hu Qian's departure. The remaining cultivators were merely at the condensation realm, only slightly stronger than ordinary folk. Jin Biao and Su De felt their hearts bleed. The losses were too great. The caravan hastily regrouped and prepared to depart with the few remaining goods. Yiling, Xiao Tao, and Xiao Tianhua huddled in a tent. Peering through the window at the shadows of passing trees, Yiling's mind raced with thoughts. I understand now, she finally spoke after a long silence. This world is inherently unfair. Only with immense power can one have a voice. During the reign of the Empress Yunyan, the peace across the 5 domains was due to their fear of her. To protect all that I cherish, I must possess sufficient strength. In that moment, Yiling underwent a transformation. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. Well said. Xiao Tianhua applauded. Miss Yi, you have done me a favor. Now that my memory has returned and my cultivation restored, I must repay your kindness. I will ensure your safe passage to Yun City. Until then, I am at your service. Simply ask. Thank you, Fang Yuan. Yiling expressed her heartfelt gratitude, realizing that it was not a time for politeness. Then I entrust you to safely escort Xiao Tao and me to Yun City. Certainly. Xiao Tianhua clasped his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his deep gaze. In the evening, the caravan finally emerged safely from the 100-Beast Mountain, and the weight on everyone's hearts was lifted, though they had lost many goods and countless lives. Some had survived to leave. I will never return to the 100-Beast Mountain again, unless I break through to the Merging Pulse realm, people shouted. Releasing the pent-up stress within, Xiao Tao's eyes brimmed with tears, missing the one who had always protected her, Hu Qian. Once they exited the 100-Beast Mountain, the caravan's path became wide and secure, free from the threat of beast attacks. That night, the caravan halted to rest, lighting a bonfire by the roadside. The survivors gathered around the fire, singing and dancing, their joy momentarily easing the sorrow of the day. Yiling sat quietly in the tent. Even the once restless Xiao Tao remained silent, simply keeping her mistress company. The firelight illuminated Yuling's exquisite face, her bright eyes heavy with sorrow. Memories of the years spent with Hu Qian flashed through her mind, recalling the words he had once spoken to her. Gradually, Hu Qian's figure became blurred, ultimately transforming into another familiar silhouette. He smiled with such innocence, radiating warmth like the sun. Feng Yuan. The pure moonlight streamed into the room where Xiao Tianhua sat. He sat composed at the table, which was draped in soft silk. Before him lay a bowl of clear water, alongside a blue gem-like eye. The Ling Frost Sword Eye, a naturally gifted spiritual eye, is now mine. Xiao Tianhua's expression remained calm as he extended 2 fingers, unhesitatingly reaching for his right eye. Warm blood flowed from the hollow socket, an indescribable agony causing his body to tremble. Blood trickled through his fingers, yet Xiao Tianhua hesitated not for a moment. He immersed the freshly extracted eye into the clear water and, taking the Ling Frost Sword Eye, pressed it into his eye socket. The spiritual eye returned to its place, rapidly sprouting flesh that intertwined with the blood and tissue of Xiao Tianhua's eye socket. The spirit pulse surged, merging with the Ling Frost Sword Eye. Before long, the Ling Frost Sword Eye seamlessly integrated into Xiao Tianhua's body, the blue eye returning to normalcy. To an observer, it would appear indistinguishable from the original eye. After the integration of the Ling Frost Sword Eye, Xiao Tianhua's vision significantly enhanced, allowing him to perceive even the slightest movements within a 50-meter radius. Gazing at the bowl of water stained red with his blood, along with the eye submerged within, Xiao Tianhua smiled faintly. He lifted the bloodied water and drank it all. Swallowing the eye whole, he would leave no trace for anyone to follow. Such was the only way to ensure all was tidily resolved. Now my cultivation stands at the Merging Pulse realm, with my physical strength remaining the same, yet still with room for improvement. Upon reaching Yin City, I must procure some body-refining materials. I also need to sell the remains of the Prajna Panda. It could fetch a substantial amount of raw stones. As my relationship with Yiling deepens, Hu Qian's death has already initiated a butterfly effect. In this life, she will inevitably cease her pursuit of worldly disputes, aiding her ascent to the position of the Yi family's heir, to my future benefit. Chapter 38. The death of Jin Yo. The merchant caravan gathered around the campfire, reveling in merriment as the hardships of the journey dissipated with the evening breeze. Laughter filled the air, a stark contrast to the trials they had endured. Brother Biao, we truly suffered a great loss this time. It was unfortunate to encounter a herd of Qingxi beasts on the Baisho Mountain. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly, or I would have met the same fate as the others, a casually dressed, sharp-featured youth said, raising a cup of wine beside Jin Biao. Indulging in aimless chatter as the intoxication set in, Jin Biao frowned at the incessant prattle but remained silent, for the boy was a kin of his clan, sharing a faint blood relation. The one who suffered the most has to be that girl from the Yi family. I doubt we will see Hu Qian again. He likely perished in the mountains. Without Hu Qian, the remaining members of that caravan are nothing of significance, Jin Yo continued, his thoughts drifting to Yiling. Recalling her graceful figure and stunning visage, as well as her equally charming maid, Xiao Tao. Emboldened by the wine, he could not restrain his thoughts any longer. Yiling and her maid were now without protection, surely feeling despondent and vulnerable. It was the perfect opportunity for him to offer solace. A lewd grin spread across Jin Yo's face as he envisioned Yiling and Xiao Tao expressing their gratitude, perhaps even surrendering themselves to him. Brother Biao, I need to relieve myself. Continue enjoying your drink. Jin Yo, increasingly exhilarated by his fantasies, downed his cup and rose, heading towards Yiling and Appo's tent. Jin Biao observed his actions, fully aware of his intentions, yet he chose not to intervene. As Jin Yo noted, Yiling was indeed cornered without Hu Qian. A merchant caravan without a powerful cultivator was akin to a lamb for slaughter. If Hu Qian were still alive, Jin Biao would have certainly stopped Jin Yo, who would not have dared to provoke Hu Qian. But now, what reason did he have to hinder a relative seeking to aid someone outside their clan? The tent glowed with light as Yiling sat quietly by the window when a sudden knock echoed. Xiao Tao glanced at Yiling, and upon receiving her nod, opened the door. What greeted them was Jin Yo's lascivious countenance, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol. What do you want? Xiao Tao frowned, having a poor impression of Jin Yo, who had been surreptitiously watching her mistress with unabashed greed during their time together. Is Miss Yiling resting? Jin Yo burped, leaning against the door frame while unexpectedly grasping Xiao Tao's hand. What are you doing? Xiao Tao gasped, attempting to withdraw her hand. But her cultivation was no match for Jin Yo's strength, making her struggles futile. Do not be afraid, Miss Xiaotao. With Huqian gone, I thought you two might be lonely, so I came to check on you. Jin Yo leered, his intentions unmistakable. Jin Yo, release Xiaotao. Yi Ling's heart raced with anxiety, aware that together they were no match for Jin Yo, especially with Jin Biao, the strongest in the caravan, as his ally. Fear not. Ladies, I only wish to offer my comfort. Jin Yo's lewd laughter echoed, and those around them could hear it clearly, yet none dared to intervene, choosing instead to avert their gazes and avoid involvement. The indifference of the others left Yi Ling feeling desolate. Their previous mutual aid now felt hollow, revealing her solitary concern for others. If only Huqian were still here. Xiaotao's eyes brimmed with tears, realizing the value of what was lost only after it was gone. My lovely beauty, why not surrender to me? If you become mine, the Jin family shall protect you. Jin Yo taunted, preparing to make his move. Just then, a powerful hand seized Jin Yo's wrist, the grip as firm as a vice, causing him to yelp in pain. Are you all right? Xiao Tianhua turned to Yi Ling and Xiaotao, his voice gentle. Is that you, Huqian? Xiaotao was momentarily stunned, feeling an uncanny similarity between Xiao Tianhua and Huqian. I arrived late, Xiao Tianhua said softly, his grip unwavering. Show me your resolve. Who are you? Let go of me. Jin Biao is my brother. How dare you offend me? I'll have him deal with you. Jin Yo shouted, drawing attention from the crowd who began to gather, scrutinizing the scene. Who is this? I've never seen him before. Is he trying to support Yi Ling? He doesn't fear offending Jin Biao. Whispers circulated among the onlookers as the crowd thickened, bolstering Jin Yo's confidence, especially as his name was mentioned. Did you hear that? Release me now. About twice, and I might spare you. Jin Yo boasted, his bravado unyielding. Suddenly, Yi Ling lifted her head. Feng Yuan, please help me kill him. Now you're speaking my language. Xiao Tianhua laughed, releasing Jin Yo's wrist and seizing his face, exerting pressure until blood and brain matter oozed forth. With a disdainful flick of his hand, he kicked Jin Yo's lifeless corpse away, sending it sprawling many feet from them. Silence enveloped the scene as onlookers held their breath, fearing repercussions. Jin Yo lay dead, his body unattended throughout the night. Jin Biao, renowned as the strongest in the caravan, remained oblivious, continuing to issue commands as if nothing had transpired, while no one dared to mention Jin Yo's fate. The caravan members exchanged whispers, speculating about the sudden appearance of Xiao Tianhua, who had not made a notable impression on them until now. Only Jin Biao recognized him as the mortal who had recently joined the caravan through Yi Ling, having scouted the mist-laden mountain path for them. What was the connection between him and Yi Ling? Having concealed his strength within the caravan for so long, it was only last night that he revealed his true capabilities. Jin Biao pondered, his unease growing at the thought of Xiao Tianhua's overwhelming aura from the previous night, far surpassing his own. Thus, he had silently witnessed Jin Yo's demise without intervening. But Jin Biao could not fathom why someone with such power would willingly scout for the caravan, nor why he remained indifferent when Huqian was besieged by the Qingxi beasts. His motives seemed dubious. Jin Biao mused, glancing toward the tent where Xiao Tianhua resided. Taking a deep breath, he could not allow Jin Yo's vendetta to go unavenged, but now was not the time. He was no match for Xiao Tianhua. All he could do was bide his time, waiting to return to his clan to report the incident, for surely, others would seek retribution on his behalf. Chapter 39, Cloud City. The death of Jin Yo had a profound impact on Jin Biao, as he had perished within his own merchant caravan, right under Jin Biao's watchful eyes. When the family inevitably questioned him, he knew he could not evade responsibility. As the caravan traversed its route, Jin Biao grew increasingly agitated. The Jin family, while not among the preeminent forces in the northern domain, held a mid-tier position, with the strongest member barely reaching the realm of Yanhai. Jin Biao observed Xiao Tianhua, a young man whose prowess was already at the level of meridian fusion, indicating a background of significance. Either he was backed by a formidable power or had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. At this juncture, Jin Biao could only endure. As the caravan that had once been under the Jin family's auspices began to gravitate towards Yi Ling Suda, who had formerly referred to Jin Biao as a brother, also fell silent. Thus, the caravan proceeded under an unusual atmosphere. As for Xiao Tianhua's true identity, Yi Ling remained vague, publicly claiming he was merely an elder brother on a journey. Those present scoffed at such assertions, but refrained from voicing their dissent. For to see through the facade is one thing, yet to articulate it could invite trouble. The caravan continued its journey without incident until one fateful night when they passed a desolate village, only to be discovered by local bandits. Several bandits of the Meridian Fusion stage brazenly demanded the caravan surrender its goods and insisted that all the women be left for their amusement. The inevitable outcome was their complete eradication. Both Jin Biao and Suda looked down upon these mere pests and did not deign to intervene. However, Xiao Tianhua, brimming with enthusiasm, charged into the fray, effortlessly dismantling the bandits with a single strike that left their bodies in tatters, blood and flesh scattering in every direction. Even the smallest of insects possess flesh, and having just ascended to the realm of Meridian Fusion, Xiao Tianhua required a vast amount of spiritual energy to stabilize his newly acquired strength. The essence of heaven and earth was embodied in these bandits, who unwittingly became a bountiful source of spiritual energy for him, which he accepted without reservation. His brutal demeanor only served to heighten the awe the others in the caravan felt towards him. "Miss, Brother Fong is exceptionally bloodthirsty," Xiao Tao exclaimed, peering through the window at the sight of Xiao Tian while gripping the bandit leader's head with one hand, surrounded by a field of fallen foes. The scene sent chills down her spine. In the past, Hua Qian had also taken lives, yet never with such a savage fervor. It was nothing short of a massacre. Yi Ling's beautiful eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. In days gone by, she might have intervened on behalf of the bandits, arguing that they had merely spoken boastfully and had not yet harmed anyone. However, her sentiments had shifted. Brother Fong acted rightly. These bandits posed a threat to passing merchants, especially ordinary travelers who would surely fall victim to their malevolence. Thus, Brother Fong's actions were a service to the people. "Miss you." Xiao Tao was taken aback, gazing at Yi Ling's icy countenance, scarcely able to believe that this was the same gentle and kind-hearted young lady she knew. After a tumultuous journey, they finally arrived at Cloud City, renowned for its peach orchards, the place where the Empress Yunyan once attained enlightenment. The city walls loomed majestically, resembling a colossal beast from primordial times, while clouds drifted dreamily across the sky above, creating a surreal atmosphere. As the caravan entered Cloud City, they were greeted by wide avenues paved with pristine white jade, flanked by towering buildings. Every 20 meters stood a peach tree, its blossoms resplendent in their beauty. Each tree seemed to tell an ancient tale, alive with history. The streets were devoid of vendors, replaced instead by opulent inns and merchant establishments with their doors flung wide, welcoming guests. Venturing further in, they beheld a finely crafted stone pedestal upon which stood a statue of a woman, exquisitely carved from luxurious jade. Sunlight danced upon the statue, imparting a warm glow. The figure bore delicate features, her brows and eyes reminiscent of a crescent moon, with a gentle expression that seemed to radiate kindness. Clad in a flowing gown adorned with precious gems, the fabric's folds were sculpted as if they could sway in the breeze. This jade statue, a revered likeness of the Empress Yunyan, inspired veneration among the inhabitants of Cloud City. Yi Ling, Jin Biao, and Su De had parted ways, the trio having reached their destination in silence, casting each other a glance before turning away, uncertain whether they would meet again as allies or adversaries. As Xiao Tianhua bid farewell to Yi Ling, he knew their paths would soon diverge. Yet, Yi Ling insisted he accompany her for just one more day, for he had imparted invaluable lessons and offered protection throughout their journey. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. After much persuasion, Xiao Tianhua reluctantly acquiesced. Returning to the familiar city, Yi Ling was overwhelmed with emotions she could scarcely articulate. She was not yet ready to return to the Yi family, and instead chose to explore the city with Xiao Tianhua and Xiao Tao. At the heart of Cloud City lay the famed peach orchard where the Empress Yunyan had once meditated, now a private domain of the Yi family, accessible only with their permission. Despite this, there existed a notable observation deck within the city, where one could ascend to admire the blossoms for a mere 20 original stones, a venture also owned by the Yi family. To cultivators, 20 original stones were a trifling sum. Yet for ordinary folk, it represented a fortune unattainable in a lifetime. From the viewing platform, the resplendent peach orchard unfolded before them, each tree flourishing under meticulous care, its blossoms lush and vibrant. As the gentle breeze caressed the orchard, it transformed into a sea of pink, waves of petals rising and dancing like delicate butterflies in the wind. Once an ordinary grove, it now drew attention solely due to the illustrious name of the Empress Yunyan. In her youth, when her father devoted himself entirely to cultivation, it was her mother who took her into that very orchard to admire the flowers. Recounting the tales of the Empress Yunyan, gazing at the swaying trees, Yi Ling envisioned herself as a child, strolling through the blossoms with her mother. It was said that the Empress Yunyan had left behind a dream within this orchard, and those who could comprehend it would be granted a chance at fortune. Yet, in all these years, no one had unearthed that dream, leaving the truth of the legend shrouded in mystery. Descending from the platform, Xiao Tianhua regarded Yi Ling quietly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke gently, "Miss Yi, we have arrived in Cloud City. It is time for us to part ways." Yi Ling's body trembled slightly. Words caught in her throat. Through their shared experiences, she had grown to understand Xiao Tianhua better. He had aided her immensely, and his presence had ensured her safety amidst the myriad dangers. He had also enlightened her on various truths. In life, all gatherings must eventually dissolve, and Yi Ling recognized that Xiao Tianhua had his own path to follow. She had no justification to hold him back. Yet, she had not anticipated their separation would arrive so swiftly, leaving her feeling hollow, as if something precious had been lost. "Brother Fong, will we meet again?" Yi Ling bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of reluctance. "Perhaps," Xiao Tianhua replied with a smile, embodying a spirit of openness. "Mountains and rivers may separate us, yet fate will bring us together again. I hope you grow strong and capable enough to stand on your own. Farewell." Chapter 40. The vaporization palm. Xiao Tianhua turned and slipped into the crowd, gradually vanishing among the throng of passers-by. Yi Ling stood at a distance, Gazing into the vastness of this world, the northern region alone was immensely expansive, and the chance of their reunion was exceedingly slim. Perhaps the two would never cross paths again in their lifetimes. Miss, has he truly left? Xiao Tao pressed against Yiling, clutching her arm. Brother Fan Yuan is so young, yet already a formidable master in the realm of channeling. Yun City is merely his starting point. His future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of the Yi family. I wish to follow in his footsteps, but I must first contend with my brothers. Yiling's eyes glimmered. She had never intended to involve herself in the Yi family strife, yet the recent merchant journey, orchestrated by Xiao Tianhua, had exposed her to the profound suffering of humanity. The pain of wanting to assist, yet feeling utterly powerless, tormented her deeply. As the sixth young lady of the Yi family, she could live a life of ease without effort, but to truly help others, she required a higher status and greater strength. This time, I shall not shy away. Yiling's gaze hardened. One day, Yilong would relinquish his position, ceding the power of the Yi family. In the power struggles among the six sons of the Yi family, only the victor could ascend as the head of the clan. Now, Yiling too would join the fray and measure her strength against her brothers. Miss, I believe in you. I will always stand by your side. In the shadows, Xiao Tianhua watched as the two women departed. His seemingly carefree farewell was but a calculated maneuver, although he had earned the trust of Yiling and her companion. Yiling was ultimately the daughter of Yilong. Yilong was a formidable figure in the realm of void, and any practitioner who reached such heights was astute. Ultimately, his schemes could only deceive a naive girl like Yiling. If a genuine investigation were to take place, discovering even the slightest clue could lead to trouble. His joining the merchant caravan and regaining his memory seemed abrupt and could withstand scrutiny if he continued to linger around Yiling. It might arouse Yilong's suspicions regarding his intentions toward the Yi family. Therefore, he concluded that he must temporarily distance himself from Yiling, asserting that he harbored no ulterior motives and sought nothing from her. Everything he did was merely to repay her kindness for allowing him to join the caravan. In doing so, he could cultivate a closer relationship with Yiling, planting a seed in her heart. When father and daughter eventually reunited, Yilong would undoubtedly learn of these matters and would likely send someone to search for him, conveniently placing him back in Yun City. To his astonishment, he discovered that Yiling was indeed the sixth young lady of the Yiqing Commerce Association. With this connection established and with nowhere else to turn, the young practitioner sought experience, and the Yi family's martial arena presented an excellent opportunity. Everything unfolded seamlessly without a hitch. His immediate concern was to find a merchant to sell the items from the Pandas of Wisdom and to select a suitable cultivation technique, as well as to locate a temporary place to stay, including the items from the Gambling Stone Market. The largest trading house in Yun City was undoubtedly the Yi family business. Half an hour later, Xiao Tianhua halted before a six-story trading house, the Qingyun Trading House. Another of the Yi family's enterprises was located in the southern part of Yun City, constructed entirely of azure and gold jade, exuding grandeur. Upon entering, he was promptly greeted by the staff. Though dressed modestly, appearing less distinguished than the attendants, they showed him no disrespect. They bowed and inquired patiently about his needs. Welcome to the Qingyun Trading House. How may we assist you today? Do you accept items for sale? Xiao Tianhua replied, his expression unruffled as his gaze swept over the array of ordinary merchandise displayed on the first floor, lacking anything of true value. Of course. What treasures do you wish to part with? Indeed, I possess treasures, but it depends on your courage to accept them. Surely, sir. There is nothing in this world that we would shy away from accepting, provided it is for sale. How about the eyes of the Pandas of Wisdom? Xiao Tianhua raised his hand and produced two bright, gem-like eyeballs from his storage ring. Ah, the eyes of the Pandas of Wisdom. You are indeed generous, sir. Such items are rare indeed, and your fortune is remarkable to have stumbled upon such treasures. And not just that. Without hesitation, Xiao Tianhua extracted the hide of the Panda of Wisdom, feeling no concern that the trading house would covet these items. The Yi family was wealthy enough not to tarnish their reputation over such trivial gains. An intact hide of the Panda of Wisdom. The attendant's eyes gleamed as he quickly remarked, "You are truly fortunate, sir, to have encountered a deceased Panda of Wisdom, devoured by other beasts, leaving only the skin and its eyes for you to find, correct?" Indeed, Xiao Tianhua chuckled lightly. You are quite astute. Naturally, sir. These two items are indeed treasures. Might I inquire if you seek to exchange them for goods or prefer a direct trade for raw stones? I am in need of a suitable technique for my cultivation. I came here hoping to find something worthwhile. I require a technique for the vaporization palm. Please show me what you have. Certainly. Please follow me. The first floor yielded no suitable techniques for Xiao Tianhua, and the two items he presented garnered the attendant's increased respect, leading him directly to the third floor. Along the way, other staff members bowed respectfully to him without reservation. Sir, may I suggest this one? The mid-grade Xian technique, 8 Extremes Palm, is robust and domineering, channeling all one's energy into both palms for a powerful strike. With the addition of your mastery in the energy path, its might becomes even more exceptional. Quite impressive, yet it lacks the essence I seek. Xiao Tianhua shook his head. While the technique was commendable, it did not align with his vision. This one is quite good. Xiao Tianhua picked up a mid-grade Xian technique, Vaporization Palm, which gathers energy in the palm to form a hand for strikes, expending a considerable amount of spiritual power. The more abundant the energy, the more formidable the force. This technique suits my needs perfectly. I can blend it with the wind and death palm, along with that item, to create a new technique tailored to me. You have an excellent eye. This technique is widely practiced, especially among those skilled in the energy path. It is a fundamental requirement for almost all practitioners. The 2 eyeballs you possess can be exchanged for this technique. Then I shall proceed with the exchange. And for the remainder, I would like raw stones. Xiao Tianhua showed no hesitation, and the attendant was elated. This was indeed a substantial transaction. The pandas of wisdom were prized, particularly among the young masters of prominent families and beauty-seeking female practitioners. The eyeballs would fetch a high price, and the attendant could expect a generous commission. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Tianhua exited the trading house with the vaporization palm and the exchanged raw stones. He checked into a tavern and began to research the fusion of techniques. The wind and death palm bore some resemblance to the vaporization palm by integrating their strengths. Remarkable results were sure to follow. Chapter 41. Xiao Fei and Yi Long sat cross-legged in the peach grove, surrounded by a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon's fierce and dignified head loomed over them, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly as they danced around Yi Long. As the current patriarch of the Yi family and a powerful figure of the Void Heaven realm, he was among the elite of this realm, specializing in the art of gold-based combat. The responsibilities that accompanied his esteemed position were countless, with familial disputes among his children adding to his burdens. Consequently, his time for cultivation had become increasingly scarce, compelling him to cherish every fleeting moment. A familiar pulse of bloodline resonance stirred within him, prompting Yi Long to open his eyes, his golden gaze radiating an innate authority. The golden dragon roared and soared into the clouds. Lingo, you have finally returned. His divine consciousness enveloped the entire cloud city in an instant. Within a single breath, he located Yi Ling. With a mere thought, he vanished from his spot. On the bustling street, a handsome man in a blue robe with ink-black hair suddenly materialized, his golden eyes locking onto a familiar figure before him. Greetings, Patriarchy. The others present immediately knelt in reverence upon sensing Yi Long's presence, yet Yi Ling remained steadfast, her bright eyes meeting his gaze. Father, there is no need for words. Yi Long gently embraced Yi Ling, his voice imbued with profound tenderness. It is enough that you have returned, enough that you are safe. Linger, your kind-hearted nature has kept you from becoming embroiled in the disputes among Yi Zhu and the others. As your father, I assure you, if it is your wish to live a peaceful and stable life, it shall be so. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to suffer any injustice. His youngest daughter was the object of his utmost affection. Her mother, an ordinary woman whom he loved deeply, had given birth to Yi Ling but had perished due to the passage of time. Despite his formidable powers as a Void Heaven realm master, he could not extend her life. The loss of Yi Ling's mother left him with a lingering sense of guilt. 3 years prior, while he was in seclusion, Yi Ling had chosen to leave, but now that she had safely returned, he vowed never to let her endure hardship again. No, father, I have come to a realization. Yi Ling spoke softly, reflecting on her recent experiences. I no longer wish to live such a mundane life. I want to grow stronger and face my brothers in combat. You need not go out of your way for my sake. A flower living in the shade of a tree cannot flourish. Lingo, you. Yi Long's expression shifted in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard her. Yet, upon locking eyes with her, he recognized the determination glimmering within. Very well. No matter what you wish to pursue, I shall support you. Pursue your dreams freely. I will not assist you, but regardless of the outcome, you will always be my most cherished daughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhua sat at a table by the window in a bustling tavern, enjoying a sumptuous feast while gazing down at the lively street below. Across the road, a stone gambling venue buzzed with excitement. The stones there were categorized into 5 grades. The higher the grade, the greater the price and the likelihood of revealing treasures. Conversely, the lowest grade stones often yielded nothing but waste, with even 100 yielding no treasures at all. As the dishes were served, fragrant and visually appealing, Xiao Tianhua continued to observe the gambling venue. He was determined to find what he sought within its confines. In his previous life, a man named Xiao Fei had lived a lackluster existence as a mere minor cultivator, with 2 primary passions, drinking and gambling on stones. He would often run to the gambling venue after acquiring a piece of raw stone, and with a stroke of luck, he would uncover a treasure, trading it for more drink while reinvesting the rest in further gambling. Everyone assumed he would continue this way indefinitely, yet one day, he exchanged his last few raw stones for a low-grade stone, which, upon opening, revealed a flash of golden light. Spectators could only watch as a golden aura surged into his body. In that instant, Xiao Fei's aura multiplied exponentially, and with a single punch, he could shatter stubborn rocks. He had unearthed a fragment of the law of strength. With the aid of this fragment, Xiao Fei's power underwent a qualitative transformation, shedding his previous lethargy. He entered the martial arena competition, charging through the ranks and becoming a formidable figure. He even caught the attention of Yi Long, who recruited him as a personal guard. Yet, Xiao Fei proclaimed, A true man born between heaven and earth cannot languish in obscurity. After the emergence of the demon Buddha legacy on Mount Reclining Buddha, Xiaofei departed from the Yi family to seize the inheritance, only to be captured by a demonic cultivator who forcibly extracted the law fragment from within him. Xiaofei's sudden rise from the depths to prominence was short-lived, culminating in his tragic demise, with his life story retold to caution future generations. Now, Xiaofei likely remained an ineffectual figure, drowning his days in drink and gambling, the law of strength yet to reveal itself. Time was on his side. With the myriad laws of the Great Tao, time and space were the most formidable. Cultivators in this realm, bound by their own understanding of the Tao, remained subordinate to the laws. The law of strength, in contrast to the law of power, was the source of Xiaofei's might. Yet the origins of that law fragment remained shrouded in mystery, known to no one in his previous life. Upon overhearing the townsfolk discussing Yi Long's recent appearance on the streets of Cloud City, Xiao Tianhua realized his plans were unfolding seamlessly, mirroring the events of his past life. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the Yi family's invitation. Meanwhile, within the Yi family estate, Yi Long had learned from Yi Ling about the events of recent days. Hearing of the injustices his beloved daughter had suffered pierced his heart like a blade. Investigate the background of Fong Yuan that Lingo mentioned. If he is clean, attempt to win him over. If he harbors ulterior motives, deal with him accordingly. Yi Long's expression remained stoic. To reach his current position, it required a firm hand to keep the family's predatory elements at bay. He was also well-versed in human nature. Upon learning that Hu Qian had sacrificed himself to protect Yi Ling by diverting the Qingxi beast, he honored Hu Qian in front of Yi Ling, bestowing upon him the title of an elder from the outer family and constructing a mausoleum for him, conducting the highest rites. The gambling venue was alive with excitement. A cacophony of voices, some filled with exhilaration, others tinged with despair. Many sought to strike it rich through stone gambling, yet the truly successful were few and far between. Excuse me, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our gambling venue? Would you like me to explain the rules? Xiao Tianhua waved his hand dismissively. Weighing a stone placed upon the second grade table, I would advise against purchasing stones below the third grade. For your first attempt, you might consider trying a third grade stone. They are relatively affordable, and the probability of uncovering treasures is quite balanced. Chapter 42. Betting on stones, just these two, Xiao Tianhua stated. Selecting one stone of grade 1 and one of grade 5, which he promptly handed over to the attendant. The stone gambling venue boasted the presence of skilled masters for on-site stone appraisal, and as a newcomer, Xiao Tianhua's selections were entrusted to an elderly man with a white beard. The murmurs around suggested that this elder held a significant status and commanded great respect in the art of stone appraisal. As the elder commenced his work, it was evident whether the stones held value or not. Witnessing his expertise was a delight. He gently placed the grade 5 stone upon a cotton pad, his palm radiating a subtle energy, conjuring a delicate breeze. Utilizing this ethereal wind as a tool, he meticulously polished the stone, gradually eliminating any worthless impurities. The elder's mastery over the spiritual energy was remarkable, ensuring that the treasures hidden within remained undamaged throughout the process. However, regardless of the finesse involved, the revelation of an empty stone was inevitable. The grade 5 stone selected by Xiao Tianhua yielded no treasures, merely revealing itself as an ordinary rock. The grade 1 stone proved equally unremarkable, culminating in the extraction of a palm-sized piece of coal. My apologies, esteemed guest, the attendant offered with a smile. But such is the nature of stone betting. It is a matter of luck, and we are powerless in this regard. This statement, however, seemed to imply Xiao Tianhua's misfortune. And had it been anyone else, they might have been provoked into spending exorbitant amounts on further appraisals. Xiao Tianhua, however, harbored no such intentions. His visit today was merely a prelude. Indeed, it appears fortune is not on my side today. I shall return after some time to try my luck again. He replied with a smile. Shopkeeper, quickly summon the elder. He called out, turning to see a disheveled middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol and sweat, stride into the gambling hall. A wound adorning his forehead. Xiaofei, you're here to gamble again? Given your injuries, I presume you've been up to no good? The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, and Xiao Tianhua scrutinized the newly arrived man. This was indeed Xiaofei. In a past life, he had uncovered fragments of the law of force through stone betting, leading to his meteoric rise, albeit with a disastrous fall from grace. Unfazed by the jeers, Xiaofei rummaged through the stones in the third-grade area, proclaiming loudly, I, a man of stature, live with integrity and would never engage in petty theft. Yet, you lot, dressed to the nines, could very well be hiding all manner of fiends beneath your attire. Hey, you only dare to boast with your tongue. The crowd fumed. Though powerless to act, for the city of Yun strictly forbade violence, a rule as old as time itself, unless both parties consented to the arena. The stakes were life and death. It was precisely this regulation that afforded lowly cultivators like Xiaofei a modicum of survival. After some time, Xiaofei found a stone to his liking, weighed it with satisfaction, and tossed it to the attendant. This one. Open it for me. Very well, please wait a moment. The attendant replied, maintaining his professionalism despite Xiaofei's brash demeanor. However, it was not the elder wielding the tools. Rather, it was a young appraiser. The youth, earnest in his efforts, ultimately fell short of the elder's skill, taking longer and producing thicker layers of stone skin. As the third-grade stone was revealed, a pile of stone skin remained. Laughter erupted, leaving Xiao Fei dumbfounded as he stormed to the appraisal table, enraged by the debris scattered about. How could this happen? Did you package my stone? Dear guest, please do not tarnish the reputation of our establishment. You were present the entire time. Other patrons can attest that the stone you chose was indeed ordinary. Why is my luck so dreadful today? It must be your presence that has cursed my fortune. If I had known, I would have opted for a drink instead. Furious, Xiao Fei cursed under his breath as he exited the stone gambling venue, the laughter of the crowd trailing behind him. As Xiao Fei's figure faded from view, Xiao Tianhua's gaze flickered, lost in contemplation. Upon leaving the venue, he was intercepted by a man clad in a crimson robe, his face partially obscured by golden armor. Young Master Fong requests your presence at his residence, the man announced. Surprised, Xiao Tianhua felt the formidable aura emanating from the man and complied, following him to meet the so-called master of the house. Within the Yi family estate, Yilong sat quietly by the pond's pavilion, facing the newly arrived Xiao Tianhua. Young friend Fong Yuan, I trust you are well, Yilong remarked, pushing a cup of tea toward Xiao Tianhua. I have long admired the Yi family's reputation, but I am curious as to why I have been summoned here. Xiao Tianhua said, lifting the cup but hesitating to drink, his steady gaze fixed on Yilong. Despite knowing the man was the current patriarch of the Yi family, a significant figure in Yun City, he displayed no signs of trepidation, maintaining an air of composure and dignity. This initial impression piqued Yilong's interest. Observing Xiao Tianhua, it was evident that he was no more than 30, yet already a practitioner of the meridian-connecting realm, a true prodigy. Prodigies often possess an inherent pride, refusing to demean themselves before those of higher status. I have called you here to express my gratitude for ensuring my daughter, Yiling, arrived safely in Yun City. What? Xiao Tianhua exclaimed, taken aback. Yiling is your daughter? Then why was she reduced to forming a merchant caravan, lacking even a single guard? Such matters are lengthy to explain. Let us not dwell on them, Yilong replied, gesturing as a maid approached, bearing a wooden box adorned with precious gems. Opening the box revealed a storage ring. This ring contains 10 million original stones, a token of appreciation for escorting my daughter. You are still young, and resources are essential for your cultivation, so please accept it. Xiao Tianhua stared at the storage ring, momentarily taken aback. 10 million original stones constituted a fortune for a wandering cultivator, and to claim indifference would be disingenuous. The Yi family truly lived up to its reputation as a premier family in the northern region. He refocused his gaze. 10 million original stones is indeed a considerable sum. But I adhere to my principles. My escort of Yiling was motivated by gratitude for her kindness in sheltering me, with no ulterior motives. Kindly take back this wealth. A gentleman does not partake in unsolicited gifts. I was unaware of Yiling's lineage before, but it appears you are not a fitting father. Xiao Tianhua rose. Do you think that wealth can resolve everything? I do not require your charity. With that, he turned to leave. Yilong merely observed in silence, finding a flicker of admiration for him. Rebellious and passionate, such qualities were emblematic of a gifted youth. Xiao Tianhua's actions underscored his proud spirit. Had he accepted the 10 million original stones, Yilong would have deemed him unworthy. Chapter 43. The initial combat exchange. Young friend, please stay. Yilong smiled as he intercepted Xiao Tianhua, addressing him in a more amiable manner. Earlier, he had merely been testing the waters. For the martial world is fraught with peril. Linger, with her innate purity and kindness, may unfortunately cross paths with some ill-intentioned individuals. I hope, young friend, you can understand my position. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhua's expression softened, and he returned to engage in conversation with Yilong. After half an hour, Xiao Tianhua took his leave, while Yilong sat in the pavilion, gazing at the retreating figure of Xiao Tianhua, his smile gradually fading. Yu Qing, observe that Fong Yuan closely in the coming days and strive to befriend him. That young man is quite combative. Let him engage in some activities at the martial arts arena. Understood. Yu Qing, the man with the golden armor obscuring half his face, serves as one of Yilong's 5 elite guards. Known as the Golden-Faced Yu Qing, he is a cultivator of the Golden Dao, possessing the 6th level of cultivation in the Cloud Sea realm, and holds considerable prestige in the city. Upon exiting the Yi residence, Xiao Tianhua did not linger but proceeded directly to the inn he had reserved. His current cultivation level was merely at the first stage of the Meridian Fusion realm, placing him among the mid-tier cultivators in Cloud City, just sufficient to qualify for participation in the martial arts competition. The arena is filled with hidden talents, and to emerge victorious, one must rely solely on their formidable strength. At present, I possess the true Phoenix Fire record and the soul-devouring demonic art, primarily focusing on the Fire Dao while also cultivating the Qi Dao. Once I acquire the fragments of the Power Dao laws, I shall shift my primary focus to that. The true Phoenix Fire record features the Phoenix crying in the 9 heavens as a soul attack. My soul has fused with the Tiangang blade, allowing for exceptional defense, though my offensive capabilities require enhancement. With the Tiangang blade by my side, any soul-based attack is rendered ineffective against me. I have made some progress in the realm of soul techniques. I have begun to merge the deadly wind palm with the wind transformation palm, and the technique I aspired to create has already taken shape, now merely awaiting the power Dao loss. Xiao Tianhua has already named this technique, the Dragon Sealing Palm. The Dragon Sealing Palm, one palm to seal the dragon. Xiao Tianhua locked himself in his room to begin his cultivation. Cloud City is indeed a place of divine enlightenment, rich in spiritual energy. Under the influence of the soul-devouring demonic art, the spiritual power within a 100-mile radius converged toward him, flooding into his body as if a divine blessing gathering within his meridians. He cultivated for 3 days and nights, and due to the spirit-gathering formation laid by some underground force in Cloud City, the spiritual energy he consumed was trivial. After 3 days and nights of relentless cultivation, he finally managed to integrate the second auxiliary meridian into the primary one, stepping into the second stage of the meridian fusion realm. Upon exiting his room, he ordered some food and devoured it hungrily at a table, having not had a drop of water for 3 days and nights. It was only possible for a cultivator to endure such deprivation. After consuming the delicious meal, Xiao Tianhua felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A cultivator in the meridian fusion realm still requires sustenance to replenish their strength, but upon reaching the Cloud Sea realm, one could go a month without food or drink without any adverse effects. As he left the inn, Xiao Tianhua spotted a familiar figure waiting at the entrance. Is it you? He recognized Yu Qing. What brings you here? Is the head of the Yi family suspicious of me again? Not at all, Yu Qing replied coldly. The head of the family deeply regrets his earlier doubts about you. Aware of your combative spirit and youthful fervor, he has asked me to bring you to the martial arts arena for a visit. Should you be interested, you may also register to participate. The martial arts arena? A spark of battle intent ignited in Xiao Tianhua's eyes. If that is the case, what are we waiting for? Yu Qing said little more. The two walked in silence until they entered the martial arts arena. Within, the air was filled with the sounds of fervent discussions, as numerous young cultivators gathered to either observe or compete. The arena sprawled over a vast area, boasting more than 100 platforms, the smallest of which had a radius of 50 meters. Upon entering, Xiao Tianhua was immediately struck by the intense and thrilling battles taking place on the platforms. Stirring his own battle spirit, he felt every cell in his body roar with a yearning for an exhilarating fight. Yu Qing observed Xiao Tianhua's demeanor, his indifferent eyes betraying no thoughts. Lord Yu Qing, I did not expect to see you here. A young man in the crowd, easily identifiable by his red robe and golden armor, rushed forward. This young man, Xiao Long, was of a similar age to Xiao Tianhua, exuding a fierce and determined aura. Xiao Long, Yu Qing patted the young man's shoulder. This is Fang Yuan, who is of similar age and cultivation level to you. Lord Yu Qing, I have advanced to the intermediate martial arts arena. You are my inspiration, and I have always followed in your footsteps. Xiao Long gazed up at Yu Qing with unabashed admiration. In the past, you were merely at the Meridian Fusion realm. Yet you dominated the lower martial arts arena like a tiger unleashed, defeating all contenders and advancing smoothly to the intermediate arena. Those so-called geniuses could barely last 10 rounds against you. In the advanced martial arts arena, no one could match your prowess, and after a series of victories, the head of the Yi family personally approached you to recruit you as a guard. What an honor. Not quite so exaggerated, Yu Qing replied, his tone remaining even. With effort, you two can achieve such heights. Xiao Long, this young man, Fang Yuan, possesses considerable strength. Why not have a sparring match to learn from each other and improve together? Certainly, Xiao Tianhua, ever eager for a fight, agreed before Yu Qing's words even concluded. I have no objections. Let us begin. The three chose a small arena where the environment could be altered freely, resembling a forest, desert, or lake. They opted for the simplest and most common stone platform, which was level and unaffected by weather, providing a neutral and fair ground for both participants. Standing on the platform, Xiao Tianhua regulated his breathing. Yu Qing's encouragement of a spar also served as a test of his own strength. The stronger he appeared, the more valuable he would be for future endeavors involving the Yi family. Brother Fang Yuan, please. The sparring session was meant to be a test, with a focus on restraint. Yu Qing observed from the sidelines, ready to intervene should any issues arise. As the combat commenced, Xiao Tianhua swiftly dashed forward, unleashing a wind blade that sliced through the air with remarkable speed, aiming straight for Xiao Long. The wind transformation palm? Xiao Long, having spent considerable time in the arena and witnessed countless battles, immediately recognized the technique as it was executed. With a whoosh, a multitude of emerald bamboo shoots sprang from the ground, forming a dense wall that deflected the wind blade, leaving only a shallow gash. A wood element cultivator? Xiao Tianhua's eyes shone with intensity as, behind the bamboo wall, a thick vine surged upward. Xiao Long, leveraging the vine's height, leaped into the air, launching 3 bamboo spears toward Xiao Tianhua. Chapter 44. The dragon capturing palm. Xiao Tian's transformation was swift, akin to a fleeting breeze, as his bamboo spear grazed the edge of his garment and plunged deep into the arena. With the wind as his ally, he maneuvered around the stage, denying the young dragon any opportunity to close in, relying on the gusts to launch his wind blades in a ranged assault. Fang Yuan exhibited commendable strength, skillfully employing the wind transformation palm. Though combative, he was not reckless. The young dragon, with his balanced offense and defense, suffered from a notable limitation, his distance. Yu Qing observed the clash on the stage, and within his heart, he began to form an assessment of Xiao Tian's prowess. In merely 3 exchanges, Xiao Tian discerned the young dragon's vulnerabilities, employing evasive tactics to drain the dragon's spiritual energy. Both were at the 2nd level of the meridians. Yet Xiao Tian's techniques consumed more energy than the young dragon's direct spiritual attacks, compounded by his continuous movement, which also exhausted his stamina. Youth was indeed on his side. Yu Qing averted his gaze. The outcome of this sparring session had become inconsequential. Just by observing Xiao Tian's combat habits, it was clear that he was a naive youth, possessing strategy yet lacking the wisdom to utilize it effectively. What skill was there in perpetual evasion? The prolonged engagement began to frustrate the young dragon, as his attacks were consistently dodged by Xiao Tian. Although the wind blades posed no real threat, he felt a stinging sense of humiliation. Wood prison. The young dragon roared, and suddenly the arena trembled. Countless thick vines, as sturdy as barrels, surged from the ground, encircling Xiao Tian and blocking all avenues of escape, resembling a caged bird stripped of its freedom. It was over. The wood could stifle the wind. And unless Fang Yuan possessed the ability to fly, victory was already decided. With no path left to traverse, Xiao Tian chose to remain stationary, seemingly surrendering. Suddenly, he raised his palm to the heavens, and an overwhelming aura surged within the arena, swelling like a colossal wave. A massive phantom hand coalesced above his head. Its fingers as thick as pillars, the intricate lines of his palm visible, the aura ethereal, yet intimidating. The first strike of the dragon capturing palm, one strike to imprison the dragon. Xiao Tian clenched his hand, unleashing the colossal palm imprint he had gathered, instantly severing the encroaching vines. The hurricane-formed palm was unstoppable, shattering the stones of the arena and hurling the fragmented vines toward the young dragon. What a jest! The young dragon gazed up at the immense palm, his spirit trembling. He sensed he could not withstand this blow. All his previous efforts felt like a farce. His opponent, clearly possessing such formidable strength, had merely toyed with him like a plaything. The dragon-capturing palm halted half a meter before the young dragon, the fierce winds forcing him back several steps, his attire and hair in disarray. Xiao Tian stood his ground, observing his slightly trembling arm. The preceding strike had merely been a manifestation of the dragon-capturing palm's essence, yet had consumed half of his internal energy. Indeed, your prowess is commendable, my young friend, Yu Qing remarked as he descended from the arena's barrier, approaching Xiao Tian and the young dragon. The power behind Xiao Tian's previous strike astonished him. Its overwhelming force capable of obliterating the young dragon had it connected directly. It was merely a spar, a gentle reminder. Thank you, Xiao Tian responded humbly, displaying neither arrogance in victory nor despondency in defeat, eliciting a newfound respect from Yu Qing. Brother Fang, with such capabilities, why not participate in the martial arts tournament? Perhaps you might secure a place in the advanced competition. Winning 6 consecutive matches there would grant you the honor of becoming an elder of the Yi family. That is indeed my intention. However, my aspirations are not tied to that elder title. I am more eager to gauge the talents within Yun City. Xiao Tian replied with a carefree smile. With the assistance of the young dragon and Yu Qing, Xiao Tian successfully registered for the martial arts tournament. Grasping the jade token symbolizing his participation, he laughed heartily and invited the young dragon and Yu Qing to share in a drink. The young dragon, a man of temperament, though defeated by Xiao Tian, accepted the outcome graciously, and after a few bowls of wine, they became as brothers. Watching the two intoxicated youths, Yu Qing's eyes glimmered. Still pondering something, Fang Yuan's abilities were commendable, and the power behind that palm strike could likely defeat foes 2 minor realms above its wielder. Furthermore, having registered for the tournament, based on his current display of strength, he would likely have few rivals in the lower-tier arena. At the Yi residence, Yu Qing reported Xiao Tian's developments to Yi Long. After spending several days together, he had gleaned much about Xiao Tian, an ambitious soul with a competitive spirit, unrestrained by trivialities. Possessing strategy without deceit, a truly admirable individual. Moreover, his background appeared unblemished, with nothing to uncover. You seem to hold him in high regard. Yi Long expressed mild surprise. Over the years, Yu Qing had encountered numerous gifted cultivators, yet none had merited such commendation. An astute individual would not reveal all their cards in a simple spar. Fang Yuan and the young dragon primarily utilized the wind transformation palm, only deploying other techniques in the final blow. His mastery of the wind path is not to be underestimated. Yu Qing paused before continuing. If he specializes in the wind path, it would not be surprising. But if not, the truth shall reveal itself in the martial arts tournament. By the way, he has been frequenting the stone gambling venue lately. Though his gains have been modest, youth often seeks fortune without effort. Such endeavors seldom yield success, 9 losses to every 1 win. It remains to be seen if he possesses the luck for it. Seated in his chamber, Xiao Tian contemplated the dragon-capturing palm, still incomplete. Presently, it was merely a fusion of wind and a hint of energy, awaiting the acquisition of the force law remnants for refinement. During the day, he had visited the medical clinic to heal his fractured hand, and now with both hands restored, he needed to devise a method to enhance his physical strength. In Yun City, numerous methods existed to bolster physical power, yet their prices varied significantly, and with his current finances, his options were limited. Through his connection with blood, He sensed the growth of three individuals in Twilight City, with the most prominent being Hu Yin Man, who had reached the pinnacle of the Meridian stage. Merely a step away from the channeling stage. The fish is still small, the time has not yet arrived. Reflecting on the duration since his departure from Twilight City, Xiao Tian had only just settled in Yin City. Participating in the martial arts tournament was merely the beginning. Integrating into the Yi family was the first step. The crux lay in finding a way to enter the Peach Grove, overseen by the Yi family, where entry was nearly impossible for external cultivators. If no openings appeared through Yulong, he would have to seek opportunities through Yuling. In the martial arts tournament, he needed to establish a reputation, ideally making a name for himself throughout Yin City, reaching Yi Ling's ears. At that point, opportunities would naturally present themselves. There were myriad methods for body refinement, yet few held practical value for him. Many cultivators employed fierce flames for body tempering. Mundane fire proved ineffective. While the Yin fire of the netherworld could not achieve the desired results, he would have to explore unconventional avenues and devise something distinct. Chapter 45, Body Refinement. The Yi Family Commerce Association is all-encompassing, aptly embodying the adage, there is nothing you cannot conceive. There is nothing the Yi Family Commerce Association cannot procure, and if you cannot afford it, there is nothing the Yi Family Commerce Association dares not acquire. Xiao Tianhua expended over 100,000 primordial stones to purchase a nest of dragon scale worms, totaling more than 900. These worms, adorned with a glossy black golden exoskeleton, are roughly the size of an adult's pinky finger, their formidable mandibles resembling iron pincers. Presently, dragon scale worms are not deemed precious. They are typically acquired by slave cultivators to nourish their avian magical beasts. However, 2 centuries hence, a body cultivator fortuitously discovered that these worms release a neurotoxin during their biting, which can be absorbed by cultivators' physiques to enhance their corporeal refinement. Notably, this method surpasses traditional fire or lightning tempering, as spiritual flames and lightning are rare, while dragon scale worms are abundantly available. The sole drawback lies in the excruciating pain inflicted during the refinement process. The neurotoxin amplifies the victim's pain receptors manifold, and the formidable mandibles easily crush stones, making the agony of their bites unimaginable. Xiao Tianhua poured the nest of dragon scale worms into a vast jade tub designated for bathing. Startled, the writhing mass of worms scrambled within the slick confines of the tub. Their incessant squeaking was nauseating, highly aggressive. The worms hissed at Xiao Tianhua from the edge of the tub, revealing their formidable mandibles. Undeterred, Xiao Tianhua shed his garments, channeling spiritual energy to shield his heart meridians and orifices, and resolutely stepped into the tub. As the worms detected the scent of flesh and blood, they surged toward him like famished vagabonds spotting bread, climbing his body to bite savagely. A tempest of pain assailed him, causing him to stagger perilously close to falling into the tub. Despite his mental preparations, the reality of the agony far exceeded his expectations. The sensation of myriad insects gnawing at his flesh was more harrowing than extracting his own eyeballs, covered in dragon scale worms. Xiao Tianhua felt as if his very flesh was being methodically devoured. The pain, an indescribable torment, causing his body to convulse, sapping his strength to clench his fists, nearly allowing his spiritual energy to spiral out of control and breach the defenses of his heart meridians. Xiao Tianhua gritted his teeth, the sounds of the worms' movements echoing incessantly. For a full 2 hours, he observed as the worms ravaged his body, leaving it riddled with wounds. This ordeal was torturous. He had to maintain his composure, lest the pain overwhelm him and render him unconscious, which would result in the worms devouring him to the bone. It was starkly evident that he was being torn apart by the dragon scale worms. Yet, under the influence of the neurotoxin they released, his wounds rapidly healed. Flesh buds sprouted like threads, weaving his mangled body back together. Summoning his strength, he emerged from the jade tub, shaking off the remaining worms and watching as his body gradually restored itself. Standing unclothed in the chamber, he stretched his limbs, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to frying beans. After another 2 hours, his body had completely healed from the torment of the dragon scale worms, and he found himself even more robust than before. At present, his cultivation level stood at the 2nd stage of meridian integration. Yet the torment had elevated his physical strength to the 4th stage, albeit with a focus on defense rather than raw power. Once fully recovered, Xiao Tianhua incinerated the remaining dragon scale worms in the tub, for the body refinement method could only be utilized once, losing its efficacy thereafter. Aside from external forces, there was also the potential for internal enhancement. He retrieved a collection of peculiar insects, a blackhorn beetle, a mantis with gleaming blades for arms, and an assortment of other bizarre creatures. These 5 exotic insects, akin to the blood he had previously refined in Twilight City, were only discovered 3 centuries later. Now, Xiao Tianhua's ability to fuse them stemmed from the fortune of having lived a second life. The art of Gu, a new path that would only emerge 3 centuries hence, had been feeble when he perished, yet it possessed immense potential. He mused, pondering how far the art of Gu would evolve in the future. With a whisper to himself, he crushed the blackhorn beetle, releasing a wisp of black smoke that integrated into his being. The shattered mountain beetle Gu enhanced his overall strength, but its effect was singular. He distinctly perceived a qualitative leap in his power, enabling him to shatter a small mountain with a single punch. The Nightblade Gu empowered his slashing capability. The leaping sky grasshopper enhanced his jumping prowess, the exploding fish shrimp Gu bolstered his punching strength, and the horned beetle Gu amplified his impact force. As he crushed each of these Gu insects, their essences flowed into him, transforming him into a being of unparalleled strength. His physical prowess now equivalent to the 5th stage of Meridian integration. This was a staggering metric. For a cultivator at the 2nd stage of Meridian integration now possessed the strength comparable to that of the 5th stage. While his physical strength would remain stagnant until he discovered further methods of body refinement, he felt immensely powerful in the present moment. Having exhausted the resources available in his previous life, the legacy of the demonic Buddha from the sleeping Buddha mountain was merely something he had heard of. The specifics remained a mystery. Finding the 5 tribulations soul refining banner within would be ideal, but the journey ahead would necessitate his careful exploration. Tomorrow marked his inaugural battle at the low-level martial arena, a crucial opportunity for him to establish a reputation. Dressed and standing by the window, Xiao Tianhua gazed down at the bustling gambling stone market below, where the clamor of voices mingled with the excitement of the crowd. For the past few days, Xiao Fei had been a constant presence, occasionally extracting valuable refining materials that fetched handsome prices. According to records from his previous life, the day after tomorrow would witness Xiao Fei unveiling the law of strength. Xiao Tianhua recalled vividly that every renowned individual in this world had tales chronicled about them. Although Xiao Fei's narrative served as a cautionary tale, the details were meticulously documented. The Yi residence had been in disarray of late. Yiling was profoundly affected by the ordeal. Since returning to the Yi family after parting ways with Xiao Tianhua, she had sequestered herself in her room, devoting herself to relentless training day and night. Initially, Yilong felt a sense of pride, believing his daughter had finally grasped the importance of cultivation. However, after 5 days and nights without her emerging, he began to feel unease, fearing that such obsessive training might give rise to inner demons. Master, the young miss is quite stubborn. I cannot dissuade her, Xiao Tao remarked to Yilong. If Feng Yuan were here, perhaps there would be a way. His influence on the young miss has been significant, aiding her immensely, and she holds great gratitude towards him. If he were to counsel her, she might just come to realize her current missteps. Chapter 46. The first battle on the 2nd day. At dawn, Xiao Tianhua arrived early at the martial arts arena. Today marked his first combat match, and his opponent was a similarly aged young man, slender in build and clad in a green garment, who had just achieved the 7th level of Meridian opening. The two ascended the stage together, choosing a snowy venue where a thick blanket of soft, powdery snow had accumulated. Falling gently from the sky, Xiao Tianhua, at the 2nd level of Meridian fusion, faced an opponent who was only at the 7th level of Meridian opening. Rendering this battle devoid of suspense, the disparity between their realms was vast, and few cultivators could fight beyond their level. The opponents in the martial arts competition were matched randomly, a system both fair and yet not entirely equitable, ultimately relying on one's luck. Prior to the match, all cultivators kept their levels confidential, only revealing their true strength once the fight commenced. The young man on the stage, upon seeing Xiao Tianhua, thought to himself that despite Xiao's slightly more robust physique, they seemed evenly matched. My cultivation has reached the 7th level of Meridian opening, making me a standout among my peers. He doesn't look particularly strong. If I lose, I can always concede. If I win, it will be my second victory. The young man felt a surge of confidence as he contemplated his strategy. In the audience, a sudden appearance of a father-daughter pair drew considerable attention, particularly due to Yilongmo's striking golden eyes. I have seen the head of the Yi family. The crowd quickly bowed in respect, their admiration for Yilong evident. Please, rise. I have brought my daughter to witness this contest and learn from it. There is no need for formality. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. Yilong said with a warm smile, gesturing for the onlookers to relax. Spotting Xiao Tianhua stepping onto the stage, he wasted no time and led Yiling to the arena. Father, why must you interrupt my training? Yiling expressed her displeasure at being forcibly taken from her room. Yilong merely smiled and replied, Linger, immersing yourself solely in training is not beneficial. Today, I want you to observe the battles of others and learn from them. This is far more useful than monotonous practice. Trust me, you will find it interesting. Upon their arrival, Yilong pointed towards the stage, and Yiling's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Brother Feng Yuan, prepare. The match begins, where fists and feet hold no eyes. Life and death depend on one's strength. The contest concludes when one party is either dead or concedes. With the sound of a gong, the battle officially commenced. Xiao Tianhua stepped forward decisively, his body darting like an arrow, snowflakes scattering in his wake. So fast, the young man gasped, barely registering the moment before Xiao Tianhua's fist struck him. Crack! The sound echoed as pain surged through him, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, the world around him spinning wildly. A monster! There is no way I can win against such an opponent. Despair engulfed the young man as he realized Xiao Tianhua's single strike left him defenseless. Continuing would only lead to his demise. I must concede. Before the thought could fully form, as he flew backward, Xiao Tianhua suddenly halted his movement, seizing the young man's ankle, and delivered a devastating blow to his face. Blood and fragments of teeth mingled in his mouth, flooding him with indescribable agony. The impulse to concede was drowned out by the overwhelming pain. He attempted to speak, but the blood choking his throat silenced him. How brutal! The spectators, drawn by Yilong, were stunned by Xiao Tianhua's savage assault. While entering the arena amid accepting the potential for life and death, such a merciless display was unprecedented. With bloodied fists and a frenzied expression, Xiao Tianhua reveled in the rich scent of blood that permeated the air. A demon, a merciless fiend. The coldness in his eyes revealed his indifference to life. The outcome was clear. Xiao Tianhua discarded the young man's mangled body onto the ground, stretching his arms toward the sky and roaring. The blood on the snow resembled blooming plum blossoms, strikingly beautiful. This boy. Yilong raised an eyebrow. Xiao Tianhua's fighting style was undeniably brutal, yet the methods he employed to rise to his current status were perhaps even more ruthless. However, such a scene might leave a lasting shadow on Linger. Yilong pondered, only to find Yiling beaming with excitement. So that's how it is. Indeed. One should show kindness to others but be ruthless to adversaries. I understand now. Brother Fang Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation. Once on the stage, the battle was a fight for survival. Although Xiao Tianhua's actions were cruel, they did not breach any rules and bore no consequences. He could also leverage this battle to establish a name for himself, whether as a villain feared by the righteous or as a hero revered by the wicked, gaining notoriety. Good or bad, was all that mattered. As Xiao Tianhua exited the arena, he collided with Yiling, who had been waiting. Brother Fang Yuan, Miss Yi, what brings you here? Xiao Tianhua feigned surprise, discreetly hiding his bloodied hands behind his back. Did you see everything just now? Yiling had indeed witnessed his small gesture and found the fierce persona he had just displayed somewhat endearing. Brother Fang Yuan, I understand now. He is your opponent and enemy. Giving it your all is a sign of respect and a way to protect yourself. There is nothing wrong with that. Yiling's earnest expression made Xiao Tianhua smile sheepishly. Extending his hand, she produced a pink handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from his hands, prompting curiosity among the onlookers about the identity of this young man who could elicit such tenderness from the Yi family's daughter. Yilong, sensing the situation was amiss, interrupted their conversation, inviting Xiao Tianhua to a banquet at their home later, prompting him to leave with Yiling reluctant to part ways. Yiling insisted that Xiao Tianhua must attend the banquet. Watching the two depart, Xiao Tianhua felt a flicker of emotion. It seemed his brainwashing had succeeded, and Yiling's disposition was gradually transforming. His efforts during that period had not been in vain. When Hoqian had just passed, Yiling was vulnerable and alone, and he had taken advantage of her fragile state, creating small troubles to undermine her confidence. In that environment, she was on the brink of collapse. It was then that he appeared as her savior, helping her navigate her troubles and imparting wisdom. Before reincarnating into this world, Xiao Tianhua had spent half a lifetime serving others, and his mastery of persuasive rhetoric was second nature. It was child's play to apply it to a girl who had not experienced much of the world. Chapter 47. The Four Remnants. As the evening descended, Xiao Tianhua groomed himself meticulously, while Yilong's emissary awaited the guests outside the tavern. The banquet was to be held in a quaint courtyard nestled within Yi family South Peach Grove. Peach blossoms drifted gracefully to the ground, rendering the scenery breathtaking without the need for further embellishment. A gentle breeze carried the delicate fragrance of the blossoms, and a modest round table, devoid of extravagance, was encircled by a few wooden chairs, comfortably accommodating 8 guests. Although Yilong and Yiling had yet to arrive, his other children had already gathered. The eldest, Yi Xian, the second sister, Yi Mei, the third sister, Yi Lan, the fourth brother, Yi Zhu, and the fifth brother, Yi Song. The 5 siblings managed various enterprises of the Yi family, including a jade gambling den, a martial arts arena, several trading associations, an auction house, and most importantly, the Peach Grove. The Yi family's legacy was vast, yet there could be only one head. Soon, Yilong would retire to the shadows, and the successor to the family's leadership would be selected from among them. What could father possibly want to discuss that necessitates our gathering? Yi Mei mused, plucking a branch from the peach tree and admiring the vibrant blossoms. Who knows? Yi Xian replied, idly toying with a string of jade beads. I've heard our younger sister has returned. This banquet must pertain to her. Yiling? After 3 years, I had thought she perished in the outside world. Yilan remarked, taking a red plum from the fruit platter and savoring it. Given her indecisive and overly kind nature, it's astonishing she has returned. What do you suppose she has endured these past 3 years? Has she survived by attaching herself to someone as a concubine? Let us not speak so harshly. We are family. We should rejoice in her safe return. Yi Zhu interjected, his gaze towards Yilan cold and devoid of affection, as if he were regarding a foe rather than a sister. Enough of this bickering. You two always ignite tension upon meeting. Father will be displeased. Why don't we share any amusing occurrences from our respective domains? Yi Song suggested, a sickly smile gracing his pale face. Today, in the lower martial arena, there was a cultivator of the Meridian realm who displayed astonishing ferocity, reducing his opponent to a mere puddle of flesh, not even granting him the chance to concede. It was exhilarating. I wish to one day possess such strength to vanquish you all. Ha ha ha. The others merely shrugged off his manic demeanor, accustomed to his eccentricity. Someone is approaching. Yi Xian suddenly tightened his grip on the jade beads. The five turned their attention towards the path through the peach grove, where Xiao Tianhua, clad in a dark robe, his ink-black hair cascading naturally, entered. His profound gaze swept over Yi Lan and the others before lingering momentarily on Yi Xian. The attendant who guided him pulled out a chair for Xiao Tianhua, and upon his seating, promptly departed. Why do I find you somewhat familiar? Yi Song rose and approached Xiao Tianhua, scrutinizing him intently, occasionally tilting his head in contemplation or pinching Xiao Tianhua's arm. The others did not intervene, merely observing him, speculating on his identity and what had brought him here. Fang Yuan, Yi Song suddenly exclaimed, a look of wild joy illuminating his pale face. It's you. Your performance today thrilled me. My martial arena desperately needs someone as ruthless and powerful as you. Yi Song, do not be rude to our guest, Yi Xian admonished. Xiao Tianhua's presence here was undoubtedly significant. He might be someone whom their father valued. Mind your own business, dear brother, Yi Song shot back, undeterred, and continued to circle Xiao Tianhua, scrutinizing him closely. You are so young yet already a cultivator of the Meridian realm. I truly wish to spar with you. Let me experience the might of your fists. Would it be akin to crushing an ant? He laughed maniacally. Xiao Tianhua regarded the deranged Yi Song with an impassive expression, his thoughts drifting to the information about him. In his previous life, the Yi family in the northern domain thrived, with Yi Long's other 5 children. Aside from the concealed Yi Ling, each possessing extraordinary talents. Among them, Yi Song stood out the most. Yi Song possessed a unique constitution, classified as a blood deficiency remnant among the 4 remnants. Unlike the previously mentioned spatial Dao body, the 4 remnants were considered ominous, manifesting only in those subjected to heavenly punishment. This included the blood deficiency remnant, bone fragment remnant, flesh malice remnant, and soul oblivion remnant. Historically, those who bore the 4 remnants were formidable, yet their fates invariably ended in tragedy. The 4 remnants were shunned by the heavens, rendering their lives inherently weaker than ordinary individuals. They faced greater challenges and transcending tribulations, and throughout history, none who bore the 4 remnants lived beyond 50 years. In his past memories, Yi Song had met his end at 36, sacrificing himself in a desperate bid to ensure Yi Long's escape, ultimately failing in his attempt to cross the rainbow tribulation and perishing in bitterness. Yi Song managed the martial arena in Yun City, where his penchant for violence was well known. He often participated in martial competitions, frequently pushing his opponents to the brink of death, and due to his status, no one dared to protest. I yearn to duel with you right now. Either you kill me, or I kill you, Yi Song cackled madly, conjuring a dagger from thin air and plunging it into his wrist, twisting it until the blade pierced the flesh. The sound of it scraping against the bone sending chills down the spine, yet no blood flowed. Relishing the pain coursing through his wrist, Yi Song appeared almost entranced. Son, what are you doing? A gentle voice interrupted, prompting the others to rise. The once manic Yi Song returned to his senses as he beheld Yi Long and Yi Ling approaching slowly. The gathered siblings stood in unison to pay their respects. Yi Xian led the way, kneeling, while Xiao Tianhua offered a slight bow as a gesture of courtesy. There is no need for such formality. Please, take your seats, Yi Long said, settling into the primary seat and casually gesturing for everyone to sit. Upon seeing Xiao Tianhua again, Yi Ling could hardly contain her excitement, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. Brother Fang Yuan, I truly never expected to see you again. Indeed, Xiao Tianhua replied, momentarily taken aback. I had no idea you were the 6th young lady of the Yi family. Reunited after a brief separation, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, momentarily forgetting they were amidst a family banquet, until Yi Long's cough brought them back to reality. My apologies for the oversight, Xiao Tianhua said, smiling sheepishly, as Yu Xin tactfully interjected to ease the tension. Now it makes sense. It was you, young Master Fang, who ensured my sister's safe return. In that case, young Master Fang, I propose a toast to you. With Yi Xian leading, the others followed suit, raising their cups in tribute. Yi Long also lifted his cup toward Xiao Tianhua, expressing his gratitude. Dear young friend Fang, I extend my heartfelt thanks once more. From this day forth, you shall be regarded as a close ally of the Yi family. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I, Yi Long, shall do my utmost to oblige. Chapter 48. The Zhanglan Music House. In such a setting, it is customary to exchange pleasantries. Observing Yi Ling's affectionate demeanor towards Xiao Tianhua, Yi Long furrowed his brow. Yi Ling's behavior suggested that Xiao Tianhua held a significant place in her heart. This young man possessed considerable talent and a commendable character. Should he remain in the Yi family, he could become a formidable asset. Yet, if he were to seek freedom and depart, it would pose a dilemma. At the family banquet, each individual harbored ulterior motives. Yi Long appreciated Xiao Tianhua's abilities and sought to win him over, while Yi Song vacillated between laughter and pouring tea for Yi Long, serving food to Yi Ling, and displaying an almost manic concern for family, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. Yi Long felt a bittersweet pang as he looked at his son, whose frail body was marred by a condition that had caused him great suffering. His entire being seemed a fragile shell encasing a bloody core. In his youth, he was unable to control the affliction, leading to uncontrollable bleeding from the slightest injury. Moreover, his condition prevented him from absorbing anyone else's spiritual energy, which rendered Yi Long powerless to protect his son despite his own formidable prowess. Consequently, Yi Long confined him to a specially designed room, where everything was soft, including the jelly-like walls. Outsiders were forbidden from interacting with Yu Song, and Yi Long personally delivered specially prepared food to his son. For over a decade, Yi Song lived in isolation until he became a cultivator capable of mastering his condition and finally re-emerged into the world. The prolonged confinement had transformed his personality into the eccentricity he now exhibited. Upon his initial emergence, everything fascinated him: the birds in the sky, pedestrians on the streets, the little fish in the pond, and his own family. However, his method of satiating this curiosity was macabre. He would brutally slay every new creature he encountered, dismembering them to study their anatomy with grim delight. Thus, he garnered a notorious reputation in Yun City, being referred to as the reincarnation of a demon king. Within him lingered a persistent thought, the desire to hunt down his siblings, to dismember their bodies, a notion that had grown progressively stronger throughout his life. "Sister, eat more," he urged, eagerly serving Yi Ling as she slowly consumed her meal. His excitement palped. Chapter 49. Wei Zhao, a night devoid of conversation, swiftly transitioned into dawn. In the lower-level martial arts arena, Xiao Tianhua's renown loomed large. At a tender age, he had attained the second tier of the Pulse integration realm, exhibiting a fierce and merciless demeanor. As word spread, tales of Xiao Tianhua's exploits grew increasingly exaggerated, reaching a peculiar crescendo. "Have you heard? A bloodthirsty demon has emerged from the lower-level arena, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms, with a fearsome visage. In his first match, he killed his opponent and drained every drop of blood. Is that true? Could he be a monster? Who knows? I heard he has another match today. Let us go and see." Outside the arena, eager spectators waited anxiously, all yearning to behold the so-called bloodthirsty demon and to ascertain whether the rumors of his might were indeed accurate. So, who is the bloodthirsty demon's opponent today? It seems to be Wei Zhao. This will be his 4th consecutive victory. He is also a cultivator of the first tier of the Pulse integration realm, so he should be able to contend with the demon. As they spoke, Xiao Tianhua ascended the arena, prompting a hush among the crowd. Today's venue was a verdant forest, with robust grass carpeting the ground and towering trees lining the arena. A clear, meandering stream bisected the space. Is this the bloodthirsty demon? I thought he was supposed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. I heard he was a frail old man. How can he be so young? As the spectators gazed upon Xiao Tianhua, astonishment washed over them. They had expected a fearsome fiend, yet were met with the sight of a handsome youth. "Wei Zhao has arrived." A voice rang out among the crowd, and they turned to see a sturdy middle-aged man clad in coarse linen garments striding forth, a young girl perched upon his shoulder, her delicate features strikingly adorable. "Daddy, you must win. Buy me some candy with the prize money." The girl's sweet voice melted hearts. "Of course," Wei Zhao replied with a hearty laugh. "Father is strong. Watch closely as I send him reeling." "You're the best, Daddy." Gently, Wei Zhao lowered the girl from his shoulder, placing her safely on the spectator platform. "Wait here. I will finish the battle shortly." He affectionately tapped the girl's forehead before stepping onto the arena. As the protective barrier formed, the bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the duel. "Is that your daughter?" Xiao Tianhua's expression remained composed, surprisingly refraining from immediate aggression. "Yes," Wei Zhao responded, advancing towards Xiao Tianhua. "She wishes to witness her great father vanquish his foe. You should not have brought her." A manic smile suddenly overtook Xiao Tianhua's previously placid demeanor. Watching her father perish at the hands of another will surely haunt her dreams. Wei Zhao's expression darkened, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. With a decisive step forward, Xiao Tianhua's aura surged. A massive silhouette of a black-armored beetle coalesced around Xiao Tianhua, its prominent horns resembling those of a rhinoceros, adorned with intricate patterns that hinted at unfathomable power. Its 6 spiked legs stood firm, supporting its massive form as Xiao Tianhua charged forward, the beetle's image mirroring his movement. The impact of the rhinoceros beetle's charge. Xiao Tianhua surged forth with unstoppable force, the spectral beetle rushing at Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao's countenance shifted slightly. He dared not underestimate his opponent and swiftly dodged. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Having heard of Xiao Tianhua's formidable reputation, Wei Zhao understood that the outcome was uncertain. He evaded deftly, skimming past the beetle's image, which now appeared unwieldy. With a fierce glare, Wei Zhao unleashed a punch, his veins bulging as he capitalized on Xiao Tianhua's momentary lapse. Thud. The sound was dull, akin to striking an unyielding steel plate, sending shockwaves through his fist. Wei Zhao's heart sank. Could this individual also be a physical cultivator? This sensation, his physical prowess, far surpassed his mind. Xiao Tianhua staggered, a cruel smirk curling his lips as he raised his right arm high, his palm descending towards Wei Zhao. A faint green man's silhouette flickered into view, the descending hand resembling a gleaming blade, causing Wei Zhao's expression to shift in alarm. Before he could react, Xiao Tianhua's palm connected with his shoulder. Blood splattered. In a critical moment, Wei Zhao raised his arms to block the strike. But the once proud strength of his body was shattered in an instant under Xiao Tianhua's assault. The pain was excruciating. Thud. Xiao Tianhua showed no mercy, landing a punch in Wei Zhao's abdomen. Wei Zhao doubled over, blood-soaked arms clutching his midsection. The force of the blow sent him sprawling to the ground, struggling to suppress the nausea rising within, desperately creating distance from Xiao Tianhua. Excellent strike. The onlookers erupted in cheers. This conflict was a one-sided rout. From the outset, Wei Zhao had been overwhelmed. Even his strongest physique was no match for Xiao Tianhua. The goddess of victory had turned her back on him. And to continue was to invite certain doom. The cheers from the crowd felt mocking. Wei Zhao faintly remembered how they had cheered for him when he triumphed over his adversaries. Then Chapter 50, the 8 extremes. The ferocious bear roared skyward, its colossal form exuding an overwhelming presence. With a single swipe of its powerful claws, it cleaved sturdy trees in half. Xiao Tianhua stood motionless, resembling a withered tree. Wei Zhao approached with all 4 limbs, his bare paw rising to strike directly at Xiao Tianhua's face. This blow was imbued with immense force, capable of shattering even the hardest stone. Bang! A hush fell over the crowd as the brittle sound of bones shattering echoed clearly. The spectators outside the arena widened their eyes, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. A single punch. Faced with Wei Zhao's crushing paw, Xiao Tianhua did not flinch. He tightened his right arm and unleashed a powerful strike, colliding with the bear's paw. The terrifying force generated a sonic boom, sending ripples through the air and causing the nearby trees to sway. Fragments of shattered bones pierced through the thick, bare hide, blood gushing from the wounds. After transforming into a bear, Wei Zhao experienced a significant enhancement in strength and defense, but his sensitivity to pain remained dulled. However, this strike shattered his psychological defenses. I cannot possibly be his match. Battling such a monstrous opponent is utterly futile. Wei Zhao's mind roared, though as a father, he felt no fear. Yet reality was stark. And continuing this fight would only lead to his demise, yielding no fruitful outcome. What are you thinking? Xiao Tianhua's arms bent as he forcefully stomped the ground. The earth trembled beneath him. Both fists launched a fierce attack at Wei Zhao's abdomen. The ground-shaking cannon. Wei Zhao was struck as if by lightning. His massive form hurtled backward like a severed kite, crashing onto the ground over 10 meters away. His abdomen caved in significantly, his internal organs severely damaged. Blood erupting from his mouth. A splendid punch. The crowd outside erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Little Yu, filled with anxiety, wept uncontrollably, yearning to rush into the arena but was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Her small hands pounded against the barrier, creating no ripples. Her worried cries drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. He cannot win. It's utterly hopeless. Wei Zhao's consciousness faded. He could not fathom why he was facing a humanoid monster like Xiao Tianhua. I concede. I want to concede. Wei Zhao's heart cried out. But his throat was choked with blood, rendering him voiceless. Once the opponent concedes, Fang Yuan is declared the victor. Wei Zhao was fortunate. His thoughts remained clear, and he silently proclaimed his surrender. The observers responsible for monitoring his mental state sensed his silent plea and swiftly intervened to stop Fang Yuan. What a pity. Fang Yuan failed to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. The spectators outside lamented, expressing discontent that Xiao Tianhua did not capitalize on his advantage to finish off Wei Zhao, leaving them wanting more. Wei Zhao collapsed to the ground, the effects of his bear transformation fading, reverting to his human form and falling unconscious. His right arm twisted grotesquely, with shards of bone protruding gruesomely from the flesh. And his abdomen was severely concaved from the full force of Xiao Tianhua's attack, his internal organs gravely injured. The ground-shaking cannon was one of the deadly techniques from Xiao Tianhua's previous life's martial arts, the 8 Extremes Fist. In his first incarnation, despite being a mere cog in the societal machine, he had nurtured a dream of martial prowess, learning the 8 Extremes Fist from a young age to strengthen his physique. In his 20s, he had used it to inflict injury for the first time, a heroic act that relieved him of 30,000 in debts. However, he had not practiced it since. In this life, Xiao Tianhua suddenly recalled this martial art, long forgotten, and unleashed its formidable power once more. In this world, where physical prowess was waning, he realized that he possessed a foundation in martial arts. By integrating physical strength into the 8 Extremes Fist, he anticipated remarkable results from the inheritance of the demon Buddha. Xiao Tianhua felt a surge of joy within him. The sudden recollection of this martial art had propelled his skills to new heights. Wei Zhao was carried away, while Little Yu hurried after the bearers, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Tianhua remained on the arena, the breeze rustling his robes as he looked towards a secluded corner of the audience. There stood a familiar figure, their pale face adorned with a sickly smile. Fang Yuan, truly a worthy adversary. I can hardly resist the urge to face you in combat. To defeat you, or to be defeated by you. How delightful. This battle elevated Xiao Tianhua's reputation further, in a contest of equals. Wei Zhao had failed to withstand even 10 exchanges under his might. The infamous bloodthirsty Demon King's reputation was transformed by the spectators' accounts, revealing him to be merely a strikingly handsome youth. The term cold-faced Shura seemed more fitting. That evening, Xiao Tianhua returned to his quarters, seated by the windows. observing the world outside. Since the night Xiao Fei was thrown out of the entertainment house, he had not seen him again. Yet Xiao Tianhua was certain that he would appear at the Gambling Stone venue the next day. Since his rebirth, he had yet to undertake any actions that could alter the course of history. Everything continued as it had in his previous life. With the exception of Yi Ling's drastically altered temperament, everything else remained as normal. If only I had sown the phoenix blood curse on Xiao Fei. Xiao Tianhua closed his eyes, ceasing to dwell on such thoughts. According to the memories of his past life, the trials associated with the demon Buddha and Apos, as inheritance were closely linked to martial arts. Although he had recalled the 8 Extremes fist, so many years had passed, and his body had undergone changes. The muscle memory had faded. To regain the same level of proficiency would require time. In the coming days, the martial arts competition would primarily focus on the 8 Extremes. Regaining his skills swiftly would prove invaluable. Early the next morning, Xiao Tianhua stationed himself at the entrance of the Gambling Stone venue, eagerly awaiting Xiao Fei's arrival. He waited the entire morning, during which those entering the venue cast strange glances his way, mistaking him for a penniless gambler. Finally, at noon, under the sun's high gaze, the familiar figure appeared within sight. Clad in tattered clothing, disheveled and unkempt, passers-by avoided him, yet Xiao Tianhua's eyes sparkled, akin to a famished person spotting bread. Damn it, acquiring raw stones is no easy feat. Xiao Fei stood at the entrance of the Gambling Stone venue, clearing his throat and spitting a mouthful of saliva at Xiao Tianhua's feet. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Xiao Fei shot Xiao Tianhua a glare and nonchalantly walked into the venue. The regulars, recognizing this troublesome figure, felt a headache coming on. Waiter, come here. I want to pick a stone. Xiao Fei called out, strutting towards the first-level stone area, while Xiao Tianhua quietly stood aside, waiting, aware of his limited funds. Xiao Fei was earnest in his selection, examining numerous stones before settling on one. After scrutinizing nearly 10, he finally chose a rectangular stone, roughly the size of an adult's head, its surface smooth and even, feeling heavy in his grasp. Xiao Fei was highly satisfied, cradling the stone as he made his way towards the stone-clearing table, sensing that today would yield something extraordinary. It seems this is the one. Xiao Tianhua immediately stepped out from the crowd, jogging towards the direction where Xiao Fei was headed.